I would just call you.
Probably would.
How are you?
I'm not turning it off, I'm just turning off the sound.
I turned it right off. I don't remember where it was. No, something.
There you go.
I assume I'm here.
So as soon as you sit down, I'll call for it.
Yeah.
Like you said, right back.
It would be great.
All right, 4 o'clock. I'd like to welcome everybody to the special meeting for superintendent interviews, the Pinconning Area School Board. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Doobie,
Present.
Palmville,
Here.
Anderson,
Present.
Ravish here, Badiford, absent, Kuchar,
Present.
5 present.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us for this meeting, and your interest in the process here. Do we have any additions, deletions, changes to the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to add to item 6, public comment is on agenda items only.
We have that. Any other additions, deletions, changes? Need a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make that motion. Support.
Motion, support, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item G, anybody from the community like to comment on our agenda items? State your name so everybody knows who you are.
My name is Cheryl Vandenboom. I'm an employee of the district. I have lived in the area for over 20 years now, and there are still times when I feel like an outsider to the area. I believe in order to make others welcome in our community, it starts with our schools. Especially in a small community, everyone wants to belong somewhere. This is in no way a criticism of Mr. Yu. I currently am a union representative and attend our union management meetings, where we review how we're doing as a support staff and as a whole what we can do to improve unification. Sometimes it's addressing the elephant in the room, which never is easy. The reality now is that with change comes opportunity for growth. My hope is that as you interview each candidate is that you will contemplate the district as a whole, the person who's able to have a positive influence with people towards the common good for everyone.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address the board? Okay. If not, our first interview is with Ms. Allison Williman. Get her on board here. Oh, there we go. Hello, how are you? Can you hear us? Is it Williman?
I think she doesn't hear us.
Yeah. Miss Williman, can you hear us or see us? Hello, Miss Williman, can you hear us? Can hear her, I guess. Can you put something in the chat room to see if she's getting anything?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, there we go. All right. How are you this evening? She's not hearing us.
No, I can't.
So close.
Yep, now I can.
Okay, all right. Well, hello, how are you this evening?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. Glad you could join us.
Yes, thank you for accommodating and letting me join via Zoom.
Yep. So we've got about 20 questions to ask you this evening. We have about 45 minutes, so I'd like you to try to budget your time, and I'll kind of let you know when we get close. We have a little bit of wiggle room. Each of the board members will ask questions, we'll go around. And the first one is, I just want the audience to know who you are. So the board's had the opportunity to review your materials, but again, the audience has not. So could you please briefly describe your background and experience, which makes you an outstanding candidate for this position?
I'm originally from Michigan. I grew up in the Waterford area, which is about 45 minutes north of Detroit. My mom actually graduated from Bay City Central High School in '75, and she grew up in the Midland, Alpena, Bay City area. So this area of the state is appealing to me just because of the connection of my mom's family. When they lived there, that's where we would go visit. And so we have a fondness for that part because it is out of the city, but close enough still to my family that remains in the Detroit area. My parents were foster parents growing up. I was a natural child, and throughout the 16 years that my parents were foster parents, we had 54 kids in our house. Majority of them were teenagers, so we had anywhere between 4 to 6 other children living in our house at any time. And that really gave me the ability to see not only the horrific things that parents can do to their children, but it also showed me the power of 1 or 2 people can have on a person's life. Being able to see my parents open up their homes to other kids and make them feel part of our family, regardless of their race, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, male or female, just being able to bring them in and give them that stability that they needed. And that was really part of what drove me into education. That, along with, we did a lot of volunteering with the Special Olympics, and that eventually led to me being a special education teacher. But it really just struck home with me that power that one person can have to really positively influence the life of someone. And so I went to Oakland University, where I received a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education with English and Social Studies as my concentration. I taught for 2 years in Michigan, 1 year at Prairie Middle School with 7th grade world history, and the 2nd year I was asked to move over to Warren Consolidated Schools to work at Children's Home in Detroit, which was a group home. The kids lived upstairs, and then they had a K-12 school downstairs. So I taught a self-contained 8th-9th split with levels that ranged from 5th grade math to geometry in the same room. The group home lost its license partway through that school year, and so I was transferred over to Beer Middle School, where I taught in its 8th grade humanities block, which was English and history. At the end of that school year, I was recruited to teach in Cumberland County Schools in North Carolina, and I didn't have kids, I didn't have a husband, and everyone pretty much lived in the metro Detroit area, and I wanted to see a different part of the country. And so I worked there for 5 years. While I was there, I met my husband. I taught modern dance at Cape Fear and Douglasburg High Schools, and I was on the state curriculum writing committee for modern dance. Modern dance, the students who were signing up for sports was modern style dancing, not an offshoot of ballet. So it was a difficult year, especially being 12 hours from my family. I transferred over to a middle school the next school year because I really wanted to get back to teaching a core content area. That's where I stayed for 4 years, where I was the English Language Arts Department lead, the 7th grade level lead, and for the 7th grade writing test, which is one of the state writing tests in North Carolina. When I started at Mac Williams, we were at 38% passing, and when I left the school in 2010, they were at 92%. And that was a lot of overhauling the way writing instruction was done in that district. While we were in North Carolina, I completed my master's degree in school administration and curriculum and instruction at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke. My husband received permanent change of station orders from Fort Bragg to Fort Hood in June of 2010. So we moved to his home state, Texas. And so we moved from North Carolina to Texas. I was hired at Nolan Middle School to teach 6th grade science. Over the 3 years that I was there, our English position came open, so I transferred there, as well as teaching resource English. That's where that love of special education comes in handy. While I was there in Texas, we take what's called the STAR test. And the year before, they had a modified version of the test for kids who are on a modified curriculum, and then they had an on-level test for those who are on level and above. And I had 100% of my 8th graders pass that test, 88% of my 7th graders, and 96% of my 6th graders pass the on-level test. And in order to be in that resource setting, you have to be have that specific learning disability and be at least 3 grade levels behind in your Lexile level, as determined by your IEP meetings. I also served as the grade level lead, the English Language Arts lead, served on numerous committees. I've coached throughout my 10 years. We knew that Fort Hood was going to be my husband's last duty station for a couple of reasons. He was nearing retirement. Along with what his job was in the military, he was a medevac pilot for the Army. And our second child, it was born developmentally delayed, which in the Army, that makes us part of the EFMP program. And there's a limited number of bases that have medevac as well as the EFMP program. So it was really between going back and forth from Bragg to Fort Hood. And we were happy to be in a state with family. And so he opted in 2015 to retire. So we knew we wanted to be around his family for a little while, and a job opened up at Seguin High School as an assistant principal. And so I served in that capacity as an administrator for 5 years. I ran the freshman center while I was there, which was on the same property, but it was about a quarter of a mile walk away removed from the rest of the high school. While I was there, I oversaw the science department, special education, advanced academics, and the freshman cohort. I brought the flipped learning instructional model with me, as the science teachers expressed an annoyance with the way that they had been doing what they called death by PowerPoint. And so we wanted to interject blended learning. They were very excited for it. And within 2 years, we had decreased the failure rate by 50%, as well as tripled the amount of students who achieved the highest level on the STAR biology test, which is the freshman state test that they take. Additionally, in Seguin, I've moved over to central office, where I served as the secondary ELAR coordinator, along with the assistant director of secondary education. And during that time, I created a class for students who were at least 2 grade levels below their peers in their Lexile, as well as those who had never passed a STAR test. In the state of Texas, they take a reading test from 3rd through 10th grade. So we're looking at incoming freshmen who hadn't passed a single test from 3rd through 8th grade. As of the 2022 results, we had 26% of our students in English 1 and English 2 pass the STAR test. 16% achieved the MEETS level, which is our second, and we had 3% reach mastery. I've also, in my time, oversaw librarians, so I've overhauled the way that librarian programming is done. We no longer use AR in our district as a way to motivate our students. We have 60% of our 3rd graders right now not reading on grade level, so we needed to make a change and really encourage literacy throughout the community. So we developed a couple of programs where we even have the mayor come read to our students. Our superintendent hosts Facebook Lives the day before school and before different holidays. Sometimes they're at the public library, sometimes they're at our square, to be able to involve the community with that. We also, at the time that I've been in Seguin, I earned my doctorate in professional leadership, inquiry, and transformation, and completed my dissertation on teacher advocacy and the implementation of blended learning. I earned my superintendent certification this year through Lamar University and completed my internship in Seguin. And I have recently transitioned to oversee the RPI programming for the district in both academics and behaviors because we didn't have a system set up for that. And through my time in the district, I've created the systems for PLCs, for RTI, and the multi-tiered systems of support, as well as librarians and textbooks.
All right. Thank you very much. A lot of information.
Sorry.
I failed to
All right,
introduce
for 20 years at this point.
a lot to go through. I failed to introduce myself. My name is Mark Kuchar. I'm the board president. Again, we'll go introduce ourselves as we ask questions. Just a quick follow-up. Do you currently hold a central office certification for Michigan, or is that something that you'd have to get?
I have applied for it. I'm waiting on my transcripts from Lamar University, but the fees have been paid, and the only thing that's left for me to put in the big packet to mail to Lansing is my certificate from Lamar University.
All right.
But I do hold in the state of Texas, I hold a generalist, which is a 4.8. I can teach all subject areas, special education, EC through 12, principal EC through 12, and superintendent. And then in North Carolina, I hold a K through 6, all self-contained, 6 through 9 for language arts and social studies, principal and curriculum instructional specialist.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to the next question.
Hi, Allison. Why are you interested in this position in our district, specifically in Pinconning?
So as I said before, my mom graduated from Bay City Central High School. And so that's an area that we would come visit my grandparents at a lot. Now that my husband is retired and we have had the opportunity to be able to spend time in his home state with his family, and that's something that he hadn't had before 2010. He hadn't been with his family since the mid-90s when he first joined to serve our country. And now that my parents are, and to be honest, my parents aren't getting younger, as none of us, all of us are not. Right now, my mom, my dad, my stepmom, and my uncle all have some pretty big medical things that are going on, which puts a lot of that burden on my sister, who's 11 years younger than I am, and that's just a lot to put on her. So we want to be able to move back. We want our youngest to be able to experience what 4 seasons look like and not constant 106 degrees. I just have great memories of being able to grow up in Michigan and to get out of the Metro Detroit area and just have that time to be able to get outside. Even now when we come home to visit, you'll find us going up north and even going as far as Lake Superior to show our youngest the pictured rocks and go to Mackinac Island and things like that. And that's something our family really enjoys, is being able to not so much live a slower life, but to be away from the city. And that was something that attracted us to Seguin outside of my in-laws living here, but it had that small town feel where we have the first week of December, we have a hot chocolate contest where area businesses make their hot chocolate and we all go down it. But we also have 21 neighborhoods that are being built right now within the Seguin ISD boundaries. And so that between my parents and their health, it really kind of pushed us to try and get back to my home state.
Thank you.
Okay. Brad Doobie, trustee. Can you tell us what the primary roles of a superintendent would be and what attributes would make a good one?
One big thing with the superintendent is that's your visual person. That's the person who's really crafting the story of your district. So your superintendent is one that needs to be part of the community. It's not an isolated sitting in your office position. It's coming to visit classrooms, maybe model some lessons, because at no point should a superintendent be so far removed from what it's like to be a classroom teacher that they forget everything. And I can say I have not taught through a pandemic, but I can say I've taught in a pandemic. Because over the time of COVID, I've stepped in and I've subbed for teachers. I spent a month as a 6th grade English teacher when we had different teachers going out on, we had one that was on extended absence because of how bad COVID was for her. Last year, second semester, I spent majority of my time filling different administrator roles. So, and I even had an English department lead at the high school say, well, it's good to know you still got it, but it is. That's completely true. The superintendent has to be the one that's walking the walk and talking the talk. And that means if there has to be someone that picks up the toilet brush, that's what happens. But that's also someone who's going to be outspoken within the community and a defender of the community itself. Being a small town, there's a lot of things that come with that, good and bad. And you can, if you were down here in Seguin, you would see routinely on a Friday night, that's where we are. We're at a softball game, we're at a football game. We have a Camp Broadway down here, and we're putting on Annie Junior. So that's where my youngest and I are going to be on Saturday. You will routinely see us as part of the community, and that's what a superintendent needs to be as far as being the spokesperson. But they also have to be strong instructional leaders. They have to understand how budgeting works. They have to understand that yes, we have to take care of the needs of our students. We have to take care of the needs of our adults as well. The COVID pandemic has created a lot of trauma for all levels of anyone involved within education, and they have to be up on what are current best practices, what do the numbers look like, what is best for the district. And sometimes that means having those making tough decisions, having tough conversations, but doing it in the best interest of the students and doing it in the best interest of the community.
Great, thank you. Linda, you want to do the next one? If you introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Hi, I'm Linda Anderson. I'm a trustee. Briefly tell us some of the successes you've had in your career and also some areas you would like to improve on.
I shared a little bit in the getting to know me. I think one of my greatest successes would be when I was teaching at McWilliams Middle School in North Carolina, and the 7th grade writing test was at 38%, and when I left, it was at 92%. And that wasn't without a lot of hard work, and a lot of that came from introducing writing across the curriculum to all the departments, and being able to convince teachers who didn't feel comfortable with writing that anyone could participate in that. And additionally, that's something that I did in Seguin, where we created writing across the curriculum rubrics for pre-K through 12th grades. And that was a year-long effort with all of the grade level leads and department leads in the district to really look at how can the other content area teachers support the English teachers. Because although on both the STAR test, on the M-STEP, there are multi-step questions, there are short and long-term writing samples that are requested. It's not on the backs of the English teachers to be able to make that magic happen. They have to be able to see that writing is not done in isolation. So that's one of the strongest things that I think I've done. Additionally, bringing blended learning to Seguin High School has had a lot of positive effects. First of all, with the STAR test growth and the failure rate that it occurred, but what that did was it piqued the interest of other subject areas. So over the time that I was at Seguin High School, I trained an additional 40 teachers in how to use blended learning. And it wasn't just limited to the flipped classroom, because as a teacher, I used station rotation because that was the only way that I could figure out how students in a resource setting in 45 minutes were able to use their iStation, their Read 180, and for me to teach the necessary curriculum. And so really looking at how can we do the best that we can within the time frame that we have with our scheduling. So now, as that with COVID and we shut down and we had to move to completely virtual and crisis type teaching, teachers who were already trained in blended learning were more familiar with how to use the different technology tools, and not for the sake of using technology tools, but using technology to forward instruction, which is really what the core of blended learning is to be able to personalize that experience and forward students at their own pace and in a way that's going to challenge them. And I think a lot of the systems that I've created in the current roles that I've had in central office have had a very positive impact. When someone says, here, I need you to take over textbooks, we have a manual, we have systems for that now. And then even today, when someone came to me earlier today and said, was this ordered? I was quickly able to pull up all of my documentation on it. It wasn't asking 3 people, it was pulling up my Google form and being able to say, yes, it was this day, this is when you submitted this request, this is when it was seen. And that's something that I've been trusted with through the academic side of the curriculum department, as well as now in student services, and really being able to overhaul our emergency operations plan and look at how safety is done in Seguin ISD in light of Uvalde's 83 miles away from us. So being able to really tighten that up. And additionally, we had a suicide by gun on our campus 7 years ago, so on our high school campus. So looking at the experiences from others and being able to tighten up those systems to be able to keep people safe and keep people learning.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul Palmville, I'm Vice President. Can you describe your management style?
It's kind of multifaceted. As I said earlier, I had a grad school professor say this, and it stuck with me. You have to be willing to pick up a toilet brush. So at my heart, I'm going to be a servant leader, but at the same time, I'm going to push people. One of the PLC leads at Seguin High School always says that I push her into uncomfortable things because she was part of the creation of the class that I created for students who hadn't passed a STAR test before and were reading below level. And it started out as she and I having a conversation that turned into an actual state-bearing curriculum class. And we have presented that at the state level, at the region level. And so I kind of pushed her into that and helped her to know she could be a presenter. She was part of that. She was our guinea pig through summer school on that. So it's really looking at how can we transform the student's experience. And sometimes that's taking risks and providing that safe place to really reflect and move forward with that. But that goes across the board, is how can I help in maintenance? I may not be an expert on building plans and blueprints, but I know how to read them enough to be able to talk through things. We've developed an exterior door audit this summer with our maintenance department and really being able to sit down and have that conversation with them to ensure that once a week we're going to every campus and checking every door outside. Because we know that was something that was not checked as much in Uvalde, and we want to be able to look at that. But I'm not the keeper of all the knowledge. It's making sure that the people around me are empowered enough to be able to speak their mind. I don't want to work with yes people. I want to work with people who are going to say, yes, we can make it better. I may not have all the answers, but I want to be around people who will help us develop the best answers.
Great, thank you. You give us a lot of information. We're kind of going through here and realizing you. No, that's great. You just, we're taking a lot of time, but you're marking off some of the other questions we have. So we may jump a few here just to let the board members know. So the question I have for you is, how would you describe your working relationship with unions and union leadership, specifically regarding either negotiations or problem solving? And then can you provide an example of it?
Okay, so North Carolina and Texas are both right to work states. So this is not something that I've had a lot of experience in. What I have had experience with is having to communicate with multiple levels of people, whether it be at the state level, the federal level. I've developed partnerships with different businesses through different universities. I know Michigan State University has a labor relations certificate that starts in October. And so that's just that next layer of education that I would need, because that isn't something that I've had to work with. But what we do have in Texas, what we did have in North Carolina is educator associations. So being able to talk through them when we have employee changes, because we want to include the association members and part of anything that in Texas, it's the TASB, the Texas Association of School Boards. When they're going to propose a new policy, we also want to be able to include our educational associations at the local level to make sure that everyone understands what the policy changes are. So I've had discussions that way. I just haven't had to do it as far as contracts. But like I said, there is the labor relations certificate through Michigan State University that I would enroll in as soon as possible, since it starts in October, to be able to be of service that way.
All right, great, thank you very much.
Can you identify your plan of action as our new superintendent? First week, first month, first year, what are your plans?
A lot of it within the first week would be getting to meet everyone and being able to find out what is good and what needs to be worked on, what decisions need to be made, because of the time we're in the school year, that a lot of decisions have already been made. So I want to be brought into that process and brought up to speed as much as possible. I also want to know what skeletons are looming in the closet, because we know that everything is not 100% happy every day. And so the worst thing would be for me to be blindsided by something, which would also mean ensuring that we have good communication between the board and myself. And we would act as a team of 8, so we want to be able to get to know each other a little bit, because as much as you're going to get to know who I am through this interview, I still need to know your preferred communication style. Is that going to be meeting through email, through text message, through a phone call, or in person? I've had districts and where their boards wanted a weekly written update. So really being able to find out where the state of the district is. Looking at your website right now, it needs to be updated a little bit. And so really looking at how are we going to kind of just not rebrand, that's not the right word, but to be able to refresh a little bit for that. Knowing that we have a lot to undertake, I should say, with the COVID gaps that have been created, and knowing that math was already a lower scoring part of the district. English tended to be higher than state pre and post COVID, but really focusing on what are those math skills, how can they be supported, along with your vocabulary and your writing, and bringing that more to everyone. I saw within your curriculum maps that there's a wealth of information there, but how are we using them? When's the last time they were updated? What teachers were involved in that process? And really being able to bring people to the table so that I can get a great picture to be able to develop the goals that we would have for that district. And also looking at teacher retention. We know that that's an issue across the country, and you've experienced some of that as well. So how are we able to recruit and retain teachers? And not just be, in my district, it tends to be, we have a lot of turnover because they want to get the experience outside of San Antonio, but San Antonio is able to pay more than we are. So they get a few years of experience and then they leave. So what incentives can we provide to our teachers, even within the limited budgets that we have? And a lot of it doesn't come down to money. A lot of it comes down to how they feel valued. So really focusing on that. I can provide you with a detailed plan, but it would take more than 14 minutes to explain it, but I'm more than happy to share it with you.
Thank you. What do you see as the most critical issues coming in education in, say, the next 5 years?
Well, we know COVID created a lot of gaps. And so math seems to have taken a much harder hit than English has, but that doesn't mean we can leave reading and English to the wayside. Those foundational skills, when you look at students who were in 4th through 6th grade when the COVID pandemic began, they were right in those transition years of learning how to read to reading to learn. So if they did not participate after the shutdown, if they opted to not come to school during that 2021 school year, now they're just coming back. And so that transition of those foundational skills to really getting into analyzing, reading and writing, and learning how to think and read like a reader and a writer, that's a critical period. And we have that group of students now transitioning into high school where there's a different expectation, because teachers who are secondary English teachers were not taught how to teach children how to read. They were taught how to teach literature and how to get in depth that way. There are a few of us, like myself, who did get an elementary bachelor's degree, who have that. But even then, it's having to go back to your college education to do that. The same is for math. The 2 + 2 is 4, but still trying to include how 2x + 1 can equal 6. They're going to have to figure out how to scaffold and spiral without lowering the expectation and really being able to keep the rigor up. And so it's really looking in the next 3 to 5 years, we have this great opportunity to rethink how we're doing education and not relying on old methods, because now we're living in a completely different time. And we don't know if schools are going to shut down again. And so we have to ensure that, much like we're meeting via Google Meets, and being a Google district, that allows us a lot of different products to be able to help our students be able to navigate. My 5-year-old can find anything on her tablet. It's actually quite impressive. Sometimes it's not what I want her to find, but because I don't know why there are all sorts of huggy-wuggy videos aimed at 5-year-olds, but take advantage of that knowledge that they have and not assume that they can't do something. But at the same time, we can't purely rely on technology. Our students need to get outside. We need to focus as we recover from the COVID pandemic, and we look at the amount of trauma that students may have had coming to school before COVID hit, And that only compounded through isolation and parents who were essential workers and our secondary students who would then have to be caregivers. We have a lot of manufacturing plants in our area. So we had a lot of sixth graders who all of a sudden had to be mom to their younger brothers and sisters because mom and dad still had to go to work. There was no way that they could work from home. People, like in my position, I could work from home, and it was stressful because at that time I had a junior and I had a preschooler. And so trying to do all of that and have a full-time job, like that's a lot of healing that will need to occur in communication. And so that's not only addressing the technology and taking advantage of that and looking at the gaps COVID created, but really looking at how do we address the needs of the whole child. And not just putting things like social and emotional learning on the back burner, but really looking at how can we integrate the needs of the whole child within our curriculum.
Thank you. So we've skipped around. I know we've answered 10 and 11. So wherever you want to go, Linda, if there's a particular question you like, we can fill in later.
Okay, what methods do you use to stay informed regarding education and also community interests and issues that might concern our schools?
Well, as far as education, as much as social media can be a bad thing, social media is a great place to keep up on things, especially when you participate in things like Twitter chats. That's where you have a lot of people across the country that you may not have interacted with, and you come together to be able to support each other. There's even great things that you can find on TikTok if you search for, if you know what you're looking for, or you follow the right people. But that can be used the same way within the community, using our social media for good, being able to communicate different things that are going on. We're working right now to have a student services TikTok in my district where we're letting parents know different programs that are available so they don't feel like we're putting that we're isolating them or targeting them to be the person that may be in need of that. Instead, here's a helpful tip. And it's in a bite-sized format where parents are more easily able to digest and not feel, because we are in an area with a lot of poverty, we're not making them feel as if they're less than what they deserve. And we just want to be able to support them. So as far as looking at things in the community, it's just being visible and being part of it. A superintendent lives and breathes the district and has to be that example everywhere. It means you're grocery shopping there, you find your doctor there, you live as close as you can, and you are able to highlight all of the wonderful things that that area of the state can bring. And really just focusing on, again, the needs of the kids. Everything has to go back to what do the kids need and how are we able to support that. And it does include looking at what services we can provide beyond the academic day.
So the superintendent's job is you're dealing with unions, you're dealing with teachers, students, parents, and this is in my wheelhouse. So what's your experiences managing school facilities and capital projects?
We had a bond in 2019, and I was part of the facilities team to determine the long-range construction needs in our district. That bond did pass. And so what we were able to do with that was we were able to get a new football stadium. We are a one high school town. We have an alternative education program as well as the discipline one, but our football stadium was in bad need of repairs. There was a bond in 2013, and that's when I first started in the district, so I wasn't a part of that, but that was part of getting a new high school. And so that really changed, it was a facelift that the district needed, much like Matador Stadium. And it really came down to things like the student section, the bleachers were like this. So if I had duty in the bleachers, I was terrified that those were gonna fall in. So it's a unique position as a superintendent because you're not able to say, hey, I'm gonna fall down, you need to vote for this. But you have to be able to factually give that information and put yourself out there that you're going to go out in the community, even to things like your VFW, your Kiwanis, your Rotary, different churches, and to be able to factually give that information. But that includes in the planning process of your bond that you're going to include community members and stakeholders in. It's those honest conversations that right now we're going to bring forth a $135 million bond in November, because some of that, 15 million of that is going to go towards safety and security, but with the addition of the 21 neighborhoods that are currently being built, our middle schools are at capacity right now. And the last bond was able to accommodate some of that with one middle school, but we have a different middle school that when it was built, it was for 7th and 8th grade only. Well, our 6th grade center has closed in the meantime, and we're looking at over 1,100 students in a middle school that was built for 700. And so it's a portable city, and their sports facilities are not good either. And so then that takes away from what other clubs and activities are able to do with that, or being able to host anything. Everything has to go through our high school right now, which makes scheduling a difficult thing. But it's not a one-time thing. This is something we worked on from the beginning of the school year until last Thursday. We made the recommendation to the board of what the bond package would need to look like, and that was once a week meeting for 3 hours with members of the communities, with some of the high school students, with staff, and with the maintenance department to really look at what the needs are of the district, and not just saying, oh well, that building's old, we need to get rid of it, but what do our kids need? And how can we get there? But understanding where we are in the INS process. In Seguin, because of the 21 neighborhoods being built, we were able to have a defeasance this year. So we were able to lower our INS funds and also at the same time pay off more of the bond 2013 debt, so that's almost paid off. And right now we're looking at, it'll be 2 cents per 100,000. So about, with the houses in this neighborhood, it'll add an additional about $75 a year to your taxes. So when you think about $135 million bond and it only really costing $75, like that's a huge thing that our community is going to be able to support the district on. But as superintendent, I wouldn't be able to speak that way. I could speak factually and say this is what we need and this is why, but encourage so many people to become part of that facilities discussion and have that in-depth discussion. And in light of everything that's happening, having safety as one of the big things that we're going to talk about, because we want to make sure staff, students, and any other stakeholder who participates is safe when they come to our district.
Thank you. We had about 5-10 minutes left, so we've got about 5 questions, and I also want to give you a chance. So just to kind of give you an idea of kind of make your answers maybe a little bit more succinct on these. I think they'll be a little bit easier anyway. How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public but are educationally necessary?
Some of it comes down to being able to explain the why behind it, and developing that trust with all stakeholders that think the decisions that are made are in the best interest of our kids. A lot of times you can make decisions that if they're kid problems or adult problems, and is it something that's making the adults uncomfortable because it's new? Or is it something that's making the kids uncomfortable because it's not right? And sometimes we're all going to be a little uncomfortable because the world is changing and we have to be able to accommodate that. But what support are we going to give to our teachers as we make those uncomfortable decisions and those tough decisions? We recently made the decision to go to clear backpacks in secondary because that was something that area superintendents got together and they decided. So it's very important that as the message is given out about that, of why, and not just say this is the decision and that's the way it's going to be, but really explain in working with the area, with our region center, with working with the area superintendents, this is what we decided that was best for kids. But we also have a way to support you if you need help to get those backpacks. And not just saying this is the way it is and too bad. Being able to get input as much as possible. You're not always going to be able to do that, especially when it comes to some safety issues or some more of those confidential personnel issues. But on the things that you can get feedback from, get that feedback from stakeholders. And on the things that you're not able to fully disclose, being able to be upfront about what you can be and over communicate the entire time, so that it's not a matter of people not thinking you're doing anything unethical, or you don't want anyone to think that you're not making every decision in the best interest of our students.
Great, thank you.
Allison, what do you think our students need in order to become more competitive in the job market?
I would think one big thing is really looking at how kids can be career ready. The need to go to a 4-year university is not always the end game for every student. And although you have some CTE programming, but what other partnerships can we develop, because it is a smaller district, to be able to widen that? We currently have at Seguin High School, we have 2,100 students there, so we are able to offer a lot of things, but our CT of the cohort that just graduated, we had 143 kids earn 261 different certifications, and that varied from welding to even phlebotomy. And so we have pharmacy tech, we have CNA, we have EMT. We're starting to do a dental assisting program here. We're actually exploring how to partner with area body shops to bring back auto shop, and really looking beyond you must go to college, and looking at how can you help a student be college, career, or military ready, and presenting all of those options to them. Because a student who goes to college and gets a degree in 14th century French poetry, there's a very small market for what they're able to do with that. And most of that is becoming a college professor. So if they're interested in that, I love English. English is a passion of mine. I was an English teacher for a while, but I didn't get an English degree because that's not going to turn into anything. Teaching was a true passion of mine, so that's what I went to. So having those conversations and really looking at what scholarships are available, how are we able to help you get to where you want to be, what type of internships can we have, and really looking at the community and how can they support that as well.
Thank you. I think we're skipping 18. Why did we select you to be our next superintendent?
Well, I bring 20 years of experience with 18 of it out of state, which is a fresh perspective. During that time, I've continued to write certification questions as well as student test questions. So I have kept in the loop of the transition to Common Core and my family ties to that area. We have 2 adult children and we have our surprise. And I want her to be able to grow up in an area that I want her to be part of the entire time she's in school. By doing it at this point, she would be entering kindergarten, and then I would hope she would be a graduate there. This isn't somewhere for me to be as a stepping stone. This is somewhere for my family to settle. We spent enough time doing that. My husband served our country for 21 and a half years, and he deployed 5 times. From 2003 to 2010, he was home for a total of 18 months. And so we want to be able to set down roots in somewhere that has the things that we want, which is being outside, being in nature, being able to go on adventures, as we call them, and at the same time give her the educational opportunities that she deserves. And there is great balance in having that consistent schooling. Our oldest went to 15 schools in 13 years. And so being able to give Adeline the consistency that she needs. And as I said before, there is the family illness that puts me not too far from my family if I need to go there. But it brings me back home, which with all of the experiences that I've had, both on the curriculum side, at the campus level, the systems that I've been able to create, being a smaller district, I'm going to be able to bring a lot of information with me. That doesn't mean I'm bringing that and it has to be implemented, but it gives us a great foundation to start having those discussions of how textbooks are ordered, how PLC is done. On your website, it references rigor relevance. I've had extensive training with rigor relevance, relationship rubrics from ICLE, and been able to go to the Model Schools Conference, as well as having training in Relay, Graduate School of Education, and coaching adults. So the extent of training that I've had to be able to bring to you would be a great benefit for this district.
Before we turn you back over to President Kuchar, I want to say I'm glad that I'm not the only one that had one of those little accidents. as I was ready to retire from school, and I have one, so.
A lot of people have deployment babies. We apparently had a retirement baby instead. I made the mistake when Julie was in 8th grade, our middle daughter. I said 5 years and we're kid free.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Yep, I was retired and moving to Florida, but that changed.
Yeah. Wouldn't trade her though for anything.
This may be your most difficult question, or maybe easiest, I don't know. But this kind of gives the board an idea of what we're looking at. You've got a big move if you're offered this position. What kind of compensation are you looking at, or do you think would be fair given our school district size and budget? Is there a range, a minimum, a maximum? Any number you care to throw out there?
Your current superintendent's base salary is $135,000. In order to accommodate for, Texas doesn't have state tax, our gas prices are a little lower. It would probably need to be around 120.
Right.
Which is lower than what your current superintendent is making. We would need to talk medical and vision and dental as well, because my husband is retired, we have TRICARE. But it would depend on the package that, is within your district of whether or not that would be necessary.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that just concludes the questions we actually have for you. Again, one more. The board will complete the interview process and then determine if a second round of interviews is going to be necessary, or if we're going to end up extending an offer. Either way, we'll inform you by the end of business on Friday of what the decision was. We have 3 more interviews today, 2 more interviews tomorrow. Again, if we have a second round, it'll be next week. So the last question I have for you is, do you have any questions for us?
A few. Some of them are a little curriculum based. You may not be able to answer them, just because I was hunting around on your website. But it did mention, like I said, it did mention rigor relevance. Do you partner with ICLE, or have you done anything with the rigor relevant rubrics, or is it just something to work on as being more rigorous and relevant in the classes?
I don't know that answer, Chris.
Okay.
No, we'll have that
Okay.
we'll have that answered and get that to you. So if we do a second round, but yeah, that's news to me. I'm not
It's
familiar
just
with
one
that.
style of coaching, so there's that style of coaching, but like the relay coaching that I went through, like I said, that's a totally different style. So really just trying to understand how administrators and instructional coaches would be coaching their teachers. That's just helpful.
Okay.
And then, have you seen success using accelerated reader with your district, the AR test? Is that something your community likes?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, we have.
Oh, good. Oh, yes. I forgot. We have a teacher in the audience, so the answer is yes.
That wasn't something in my current district that was really well received, and that's why we kind of changed it. And so I just remember I wanted to earn more stickers than Matthew Hollis. I can tell you who the kid was still, and I wanted my pan pizza. And that's what I remember about AR. And then that's really about it. Just a lot of it you answered through when the next round and that.
Okay.
And I found a lot of my own questions through the school improvement plan and looking at the website.
Okay. And we'll try to get that answer for you on the other item. And if there's anything else, you can communicate with the board office, and we'll try to get information for you. But again, other than that, we will be contacting you by the end of business on Friday to let you know where we stand on this.
Okay.
Appreciate
Thank you
your
so much.
time. Very nice meeting you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will take a 7-minute recess and be back here at 5 o'clock, please. And also, board members, any discussion on the candidates has to be done in open, so no discussion of what we just witnessed. Okay, thank you. Recess for 7 minutes. Five o'clock, and I'll call the open session. Let's start the open session again. We have Mr. Wes Johnson, our second candidate. Good evening. My name is Mark Kuchar. I'm the board president. We've got about 20 questions for you tonight. we will conclude this tomorrow with more interviews. We're gonna let you know what's gonna result as of Friday night business. Okay, we'll go over that again. But again, we have about 45 minutes for the interview, so I kind of want you to watch your time as far as your responses, take the time you need, but I'd like to get through as many questions as we can, if not all of them. There's a clock above your shoulder if you need to look. The board's had an opportunity to look at all your credentials, but our audience has not. Would you mind taking a moment to briefly describe your kind of background and experience, of what kind of qualifies you for this position?
Sure. I graduated from the University of Michigan Flint, as well as Eastern Michigan and Central Michigan, with master's degrees with those. I've been in the business for 20 years. I was raised in a house in a family of educators, and just knew from the time I was a little boy that I was going to be a principal and one day superintendent. I was hoping to get that before I was 40, and by God's grace, I did. I was 38 years old when I became superintendent of North Adams Rowan School, where I'm presently at. I've been there for 5 years. I've been an administrator for 11 years, and prior to that, I was a teacher and counselor. So I've kind of done all the jobs you might see in a school, and I feel like I can relate well with everybody in their positions because I've probably done it at some time in my career. And I'm also a member of the Michigan Negotiators Association, Michigan Association for School Principals. And I'm just very active down in that area with actually helping some of my colleagues in neighboring districts with financial things and things of that nature, because they feel like I'm really strong in that. The ISD superintendent asked me to help some of the neighboring districts, and I did. I went over there and helped them. And it's very competitive down there with school of choice. We have it's one of the most competitive school of choice markets in the state because we bust through school districts. So you might see 4 or 5 districts coming through, and it's pretty crazy. So to be down there and have success we've been able to add 55% to our enrollment over the 5 years I've been there, and we just feel really good at where we're at right now. So I think we feel ready.
That was just your phone, not a
All right,
timer.
I thought I
Not a timer. Not you were
It's
being
not a
buzzed. Thank you. Just a follow-up question. Do you hold a central office certification for Michigan?
I can grab it if I want to. I have certification credentials. They haven't required it where I'm at, so I can definitely do that.
Okay.
I have the amount of years as superintendent and principal to be able to get that.
Why are you interested in this position and specifically Pinconning?
I actually applied to Pinconning for the principal position here at the high school, I think between 5 and 7 years ago. I really liked it up here. Besides the fact of your Spartan stuff, I mean, everything else was really nice. People were really friendly and everything. I'm green and white still at my job now. I didn't have anything before that, but it seemed like a friendly community and that supports their schools, and walking around your building and seeing how you take care of your facilities. I can tell it's a point of pride around here. So that's what I want to be a part of. Pinconning, other than, cheese and stuff like that, I didn't know a lot about it, but when I've been here, it's been great, and, I just feel like it's the perfect size for me. It's not enormous, and you still get to have those relationships, but it has some of the resources that you can get in a, mid-sized district. So I think that's kind of what I grew up with. I grew up in Genesee County and in Flushing, Michigan, and I just feel like I would be a good fit here because I'm a everyday kind of guy.
Brad Newby, the trustee. What are the primary roles of a superintendent, and what attributes do you believe make a good one?
I think attributes. I think you're the face of the district. It's important to have extremely careful moral character with everything you do, because the only headlines I want to have are positive, and so. I'm not some wild man going. I have 4 kids. I'm pretty domesticated now. My wife's a nurse. We're quiet people. We just like to, have fun and stuff. And I feel like being here, you know, I could do a lot of good things because you have more than infrastructure done. We don't have a lot other than that there. Now we're at this place, I feel like we could get to the next level. And I see that you have high standards and high expectations, and you have some schools that are, you know, ranked in the higher echelons of this area, but, you know, I'm not gonna be happy until we're number one and everything, because that's what our attitude should be. And so I think my skills, because I'm able to sell a vision, I feel like I can, my teachers know that I'm a genuine person, I care about them, and that's why they stay where I'm at. They could go somewhere else, you know, teachers can name their price these days, and if they feel comfortable where they're working, they know they're going to get supported, they're gonna stay. And so I would want any employee, whether you're at the lower totem or the highest person, I don't know anybody's last name here, and I don't care what their last name is. I want them to come to my office and talk to me and be a stakeholder in this place, because we're stronger together.
Okay, hi, Linda Anderson, trustee. Briefly tell us some of the success you've had in your career and then some areas you would like to improve on.
Well, when I first got to the school district I was at, they were pumping the chest, so to speak. It was down to 241 students. They were talking about closing, consolidating, and they said, well, let's give this guy a shot. He'd only been a principal, and they let me in, and I just went to work from day one. And like I said, we've been able to raise our numbers by 55% in the 5 years I've been there, and that was after 8 years consecutive decline. I think we just got, we decided we weren't gonna be complacent. We said, we're gonna go and we're gonna be the best at what we can do, and we determine what our vision is and what we want to be, and then we went for it. You have to have the ability to take chances. But I'm a guy that likes to do math in my head and stuff. I like to do calculated risk. But it's always going to be what I think is best for the kids. And as your employee, it would be all of our vision. But the people in the audience, the people who aren't here tonight, I think without their buy-in, it's really hard to get a final way of moving forward with it, because we want to have buy-in. People will do more if they feel like they're a part of it. So that's what I think I'm strong in. My people would tell me, they always say, thank you for allowing me to come and talk to you and not getting all, huffy puffy. And some people, parents will say that. Parents will say, I know that I can talk to you, you're not going to yell at me or treat me in a condescending way, because nobody likes to be spoken to that way. So no matter who you are in the community, if you come here and you want to talk to me, I'm going to treat you with respect, and I'm going to listen to you. And I can't guarantee I'm always going to give you what you're asking for, because sometimes you can't. But if you can, and it's reasonable, I'm definitely going to try. So what are my weaknesses? I think that I do best when I know that the people are in my corner, and as your employee, because I work for the board, the community, you always want to feel like you are important to them, and you want to feel like you're making a difference, and not just as a collective board, you have a vision, not just 5 or 6 different ideas for just your kid or whatever. It's about the district as a whole. So that's where I feel like I need to just step off the gas a little bit and just back up and say, I gotta try to get them to understand that we're going to be better if we work at this together, and not just try to, do these mundane things that aren't going to affect, it's not going to affect the satisfaction and the quality of education that we're providing for our students and our families. So that's pretty much it. I gotta step back sometimes and not get so, I'm very intense. I like to go all the way, and sometimes people like just pump brakes for a second.
Kind of describe you kind of hit on a little bit on your management style. Can you describe it just?
Sure. You have to be a servant leader, a collaborative person. It's kind of like an eclectic, group of all of those, because you have to be able to be what you are in a certain situation. You can't always be the nice guy right now. If there's a serious situation that requires some other action or whatever. But I definitely do think in this state of where we are in education in Michigan, where you have to be someone that is friendly with your people and that they know that they can trust you. And if they do, they're gonna do great things for you. Because a lot of times people don't change jobs, they change bosses. Okay, so I don't want people to say that I'm leaving because of you, as me. I break my heart because I want to give them every resource I can to try to make their experience wonderful. And, you know, it is my goal to talk to every single person who works here and find out what they think. And, you know, you get ideas out of nowhere sometimes when you talk to people that you don't think are going to give you really good feedback. They tend to be sometimes the most honest, forthright, and they're like, I don't want to talk to that guy. I'm afraid to talk to this guy just because I'm wearing a black suit. I'm normally wearing you guys wearing nice stuff like this. So that's what it is. And so I just feel you got to get everybody on board.
Thank you. I definitely understand that people don't leave jobs, they leave bosses.
Yes.
I think that's the reason I've left every job. How would you describe your working relationship with unions and union leadership, specifically negotiations or problem solving? And can you provide an example?
Sure. Actually, I just got a letter of recommendation from the MEA UNICEF person, Sandy Paysons, who we negotiate with every couple of years. We have a sports staff union as well as a teachers union, and she says that she really enjoys working with me because I listen to the teachers and I listen to the sports staff, and I really try to make an honest effort to give them every resource I can within the confines of the budget. I always tell them, I said, I'm not going to put us in a compromising situation where it's going to hurt us, but I'm going to give you whatever I can to show you that you are meaningful to this district. And so we always try to make sure that every year I've been there, they've got a step, they've got a raise, we've got a good contract, and so they're happy with that. So yes, I feel very comfortable talking about negotiations and working with unions. I was a union steward myself as a teacher, but so I've been on both sides of the table, and I just understand how it works. And sometimes the best sides of us don't show during union negotiations, but at the end of it, we all go out and celebrate each other and enjoy what we do. So it can be intense if you don't give people exactly what they're looking for sometimes. But once you get the art of compromise and are able to show them that you're willing to outstretch that hand and try to do something, that it usually works out.
Just for your information, you have 3 teachers, or former teachers, 2 retired from this district, and I currently teach. So
All right.
just to give you that information.
I love it.
Can you talk a little bit about your plan of action if you were to become our new superintendent? First week, first month, first year?
Well, the first thing I would do is sit down with people here at the table, board members, and find out where are you in your 3 to 5 year plan? Do you have a 5-year plan? Do you have something that you want to see, and where are we in that? I noticed that you had a superintendent was here for like 11 years, which kudos to you guys because the average is about 4 to 5, and so that shows that that person was supported, and that's awesome. And so that's kind of what I'm looking for as well, to be somewhere for a long time and see things develop. I don't want to be just a guy that's here for a couple of years and it's gone. I would like to be here for many, many years and develop, more 5-year plans. Where are we at now, and can we get to the next level? And absolutely we can, but you have to believe that you can. So, and we have to put the resources in the teachers' hands and the parapros and all that to make that happen. So we have to invest in those resources. That's exactly what I would do. And then I would want to meet with the parents groups, the teachers groups individually, and just say, hey, where are we lacking? And the administrators, what can I do to support you? I'm not a guy that's going to go into the principal's office and talk to them and I want them to feel scared of me or anything like that. Not at all. My job is to serve you and to help you. You're the captain of this ship over here. I'm just going to see, can I give you the resources that you need to make you successful? and I want all of my principals to know that. That's how I will treat them, with complete respect, and they will know that I'm backing them.
In a small town like ours, what role or relationship do you see or believe the superintendent will have with the community or should have with the community?
Well, this is like New York City compared to where I'm at right now. So, my town is so small, I get one stoplight and everything, so it's important that I try to involve myself in many different events. Like, I would like to come to football games. I was a football referee for almost 20 years. I love to go to football games and different things. But I'm also a guy that was involved in Quiz Bowl. I was in West Side Story, the drama show, and like all these different things. I sing, I do all these things. So I could like to go to your shows and watch sometimes everybody wants to go to the sports games and they forget about the other kids. Like, I'm not, because I was literally in a choir row one minute and on the football field the next. So it was okay with me. So I want to be involved in many different things as possible. And then people say, hey, I'm glad that Mr. Johnson is involved in our community and he's going to events and he's, making relationships with the local businesses and different things, because that's paramount. I like to go to speak at like Lions Club or Kiwanis or any of those different things, Red Hat Society. I've been to all of those and I enjoy speaking with them and talking to them about where we are in the district and how we're moving forward and how they play a part in that. So I look forward to being a part of that communication piece with the community members.
My turn. Okay, what methods do you use to stay informed regarding education and also community interest and issues that might concern the schools?
Well, it's funny you say that, because I've been trolling your Facebook pages lately, and there's a couple people I saw in there that were very opinionated, and if I get this job, I don't know if they're in the audience tonight.
They are.
If they are, I'd like to talk to them, because I would like to find out more, because it intrigued me. It didn't say enough about what was wrong, but it said some things, so I was like, okay, I definitely want to speak with you, because guess what? You have to talk to everybody. And you can't just talk about everybody's patting you on the back. Because this job, you're going to have people who criticize you. You're going to have people who don't like what you do. That's okay. But if they can live with it, you generally, if they know that you're giving an effort. That's why I want to get out there with, the squeaky wheels and talk with them. Let's find out what's going on and try to make it a little better. And I think if you will take the time to let everybody know that their voice is important, you're going to have more cooperation and more success in your district. That's my philosophy. And what was the second part of that?
And community interest and issues that might concern the school. What methods? It's the methods that you.
Well,
And also education in general, like friends or anything.
yeah, absolutely. It's important that you stay, involved in different superintendent meetings and different things through the different education departments in Michigan and learn about grants. I'm an experienced grant writer. I've written hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of grants for my small district, and I want that to continue at Pinconning. I feel like, it's nice to get a check for $100,000 if we don't have to take out a general fund. And, the general fund is, we'd like to leave that alone. If we can get some of this free money and have it for our students and for our faculty, that's great. And so that's what I like to do. I actually done grant writing seminars and taught some of the people in my on my staff how to write grants and how to do it efficiently and effectively, and they like that because when they get that grant award letter back, and then they say, wow, I got this back, and I did this, and I got $10,000 worth of musical instruments or whatever. It's pretty gratifying. So yeah.
So you said you came in and you were, from what I understood, you were kind of impressed with our facility. So what experience in managing school facilities and capital projects do you have?
Well, I manage all the buildings we have right now. We do have a maintenance transportation director who I have to work with constantly about making sure that our water is of quality. We are running things to labs and different things. I don't have any certification in that area, but like I said, I don't know if you have a maintenance director or something. I assume you probably have somebody that handles that. That's not a superintendent thing, but I am familiar with that. We rent out our buildings to different organizations and community groups, and we're involved in that. So yeah, I feel like I could do that. I need a little more information about what that would entail for me, but I pick up things really quick, and I'm confident that I could do anything that you've asked me.
You made a statement that you went up with your enrollment 55%. I'm interested, what have you done, or what was your role as far as student achievement, and like things you did specifically to hopefully increase it?
Yeah, well, we have, the socioeconomic makeup of my current district is very low. We have a lot of poverty in our district, and it's probably like 75 to 80%. Actually, we wrote a grant to get everybody free breakfast and lunch before the pandemic and all that. But what we did is we developed a plan for getting people to be able to read better. We do something called EBLI, which is evidence-based literacy instruction, and it's actually was founded in my my former hometown of Flushing, Michigan, where they created EBLI. And so we brought that, and we had our teachers trained in that form of instruction, and we were able to increase literacy in the first couple of years by 23%, and it went up to 37% after that. So we are moving forward with that. A lot of the people in my district did not have up-to-date resources. I mean, they had, I think they had a lot of textbooks that were like from the Reagan administration. I mean, it was from 84 or 80 to 88. It was like that old. So one of the first things we did was try to get some money to change that. I know you've had the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds coming through. We used some of those funds to purchase updated curriculum and stuff and to get those in there, because we were able to also write some grants to get everybody a one-to-one on Chromebook. And I noticed that's something that you also have here. And I think whether your stance is you don't like technology or it's still here and it's not going anywhere. So I think it's great. I mean, I was a history teacher, so I like to talk a lot, but that's what we have to do. We want to have a good balance of technology as well as direct instruction and also project-based learning. So I see that you're also very involved in CTE programs, which I love. And I think that everybody needs to do that. I think we make a huge mistake with saying everybody has to go to Michigan or Michigan State and everybody has to do that. That's insane. I mean, my dad made more than me for, until he became a principal, and he never went to college for one day. He worked for General Motors, and he made six figures, doing well. And I'm like, we need to get out of that idea. So if we can find a niche for a kid and get them excited and have something to work for, they're going to want to work hard, not just going through the motions. Shakespeare's great, but give me some money. I want to be a pipe fitter. I want to be a tool die guy or whatever. That's kind of things we need to do. And you may disagree, but that's just how I feel.
Thank you.
What do you see as the most crucial issues in education in the next 5 years?
I think getting more teachers, getting more people to have respect for the field. There's a lot of people, it used to have 20 or 30 applicants for one job. It's like winning an American Idol to get a teaching job. When I first started, you had to go up against the world. There was 3 or 4 interviews, and now you gotta pretty much recruit them and get them in there and try to, and then it turns into like you're poaching. Don't take my person, and we don't want to do that. But we need to develop more teachers and get more people in the field and enjoying it. But I think to do that, we need to have more professionalism. We have to have more accountability and more intrinsic rewards for the teachers, because there's a lot of different other fields where they might not have to have some of the headaches that you get in this field. It is difficult, and anyone who says teaching is easy has never done it. So that's just how I look at it.
Are you just trying to talk to us now?
How would you handle the decisions that are unpopular with the public? but are educationally necessary.
Okay, well, there are gonna be times, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna have a honeymoon phase. People are gonna say, this guy's great, and then the first time I do something they don't like, they're gonna say, get this guy out of here, or whatever. I understand that's how it works, okay? There are no perfect superintendents that are gonna get 100% complacency, or 100% buy-in all the time. It's just not gonna happen. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, I'm making my decisions based on data, not emotions, not any of that. I'm looking at data, with finances and different things, and what's gonna least affect the classrooms. Those kind of things. So every time I make a decision, and it'll obviously be with your blessing or against what I'm doing, you're gonna say, I hope we look at data and look at that and not make it a personal thing. It's just whatever the business aspect of it is that we have to do. There will be things that, there will be controversies, it will happen, it's inevitable, I'm not gonna lie to you. I just hope that it's not because of negligence, it's, you're gonna have things, but we're gonna have a lot more positive things than negative, I can tell you that much.
What do you think our students need in order to become more competitive in the job market?
Soft skills. I think they need to learn how to, all of us are gonna have hip replacements someday, and they're gonna have thumb replacements. So, those are the kind of things that I'm concerned about. It's like, come outside, get on a bike, get involved, learn how to talk to people. I hope you have public speaking here as a class, and I think that should be a mandatory thing for kids to graduate, because learning how to do that and learning how to have financial literacy, learning about credit cards and mortgages and all that stuff, those things, I can't tell you the last time I did Algebra 2, but I pay bills every month. I know how to do all of that, and not to say those things aren't important if you're going into engineering or whatever like that, that's great. But I think we miss out on some of the consumer maths that are so practical that can be used no matter what level you're at, because we're all consumers. And so to be able to have those, I think they need to be able to do that. Have enough skills, be able to look people in the eye and talk to them, shake their hand, and be able to follow directions. I think those are all important skills that kids need to have, and that's what I would like to see. If it's not already happening here, that we could do that. I think the teachers would be happier because they'd be, having people that are following directions a little more, and that's what I think. Most employers that I've talked with have said they just lack those kind of problem-solving skills. What we call common sense. It's not so common as they think.
What are the roles of parents and students in the educational process, and how would you get them to take ownership of those roles?
Well, I would want to talk to the parent organizations. Start with the parents that are already involved and see what they're thinking is lacking, and talk to the students. I have a student leadership council that I speak with, and we talk about, it doesn't matter what I want for the school, what do you want? You're going to be here, it's your school. Okay, I'm going to be here either way, but how can I make this a better environment for you? And they talked about why, and they gave a defense as to why they should be able to wear hats in the school. And they literally presented almost like a debate class, very respectful and about, signing this and talking about petitions and stuff, and they did it the right way. And so those kind of things, get them involved in the democratic process and say, hey, there's ways to do it. As they say, the pen is mightier than the sword. And so if you can get people to want to do things because they know it's not just hot air that you just come out of your mouth, you're gonna try to help them get to their goals, they're gonna come see you. And if you don't do anything to try to show that you want them to come forward, they're not going to. They're gonna say, why bother? He's listening to me, who knows what he's doing? He might have earbuds in, he's not listening to me. So that's what I think we need to do, is just have people get involved and get excited again. So I'd be going to the student council meetings, talking to the upperclassmen, and I'd be talking especially to those freshmen, because what do they want to see over the next 4 years? I don't want to wait till they're halfway out the door before I talk to them.
Yeah, it's funny you brought up the issue about hats. We had the exact one, and they came with a petition and went around and.
Maybe they linked forces. I don't know.
Alright, what has been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education and community businesses?
Sure. We have a 13th year. We have that college that you can do, early middle college, that we have an agreement with Jackson College, and we talked about, and some of the things that they cover in that are those soft skills and those different employability skills that aren't just academic. So we have a partnership with them. We also have a partnership with Spring Arbor University down there, and we work with all the different organizations down there. This is going to sound funny, but they really went nuts when they opened a Dollar General in our little town down there. So it was right across from the school, and they opened at 8 a.m. and we started school at 7:55, so they didn't want to make a trip over there before school started. So those kind of things, and Dollar General and these other organizations around there have been very gracious and have been committed to try to help us with backpack drives and different things for school supplies and other things. And so yes, even though there are not a lot of businesses around there, there's a lot of farmers who are donating individual monies there, and they have, there's a lot of money in farming in some of these huge farms that they have down there. So they have been very grateful. And also we have some of those wind turbine things, people love them or hate them. So they have them down there, and that was another source of revenue that we also were able to receive some things for.
Yeah, I just talked about what, year and a half?
Yeah.
I'm interested in something you wrote on your letter of interest. It says, I was rewarded with a lucrative 5-year contract, but I believe it is time to move to a district with a philosophy more aligned with my values. Can you explain that a little bit to me?
Sure. I rewrote that sentence 2 or 3 times because I don't have any ill will towards where I'm at right now. What I'm looking for, though, is for a district that's a little bit more, they're out of the infrastructure stage. They're not at the very small, low school. And then this is a higher level school where I feel like I could do even more because they have a lot of the pieces already in place. And we've been able to grow and add some of those pieces, but I feel like, Pinconning's been around for a long time and it's not going anywhere. This is a good place and there's a lot of support here. Where I'm at, it's really difficult because of the school of choice. I mean, it is literally, if somebody builds a brand new school, 5 miles from us, we're doomed, and so are the others. It's really bizarre down there. And so I love the people, but how they have to set up is just a little bit different. And it's more about, I feel like it's more about individual, I don't want to say vendettas, but individual goals for certain board members. And I feel like I'm looking for more collective, what can we do to help students, all of them, not just ones that have this last name or, run this business, whatever. Every kid to me is important. And I don't want to come here and say, well, you can discipline him, but I've literally had some of my board members say, well, that's my cousin, so you can't do that. I'm like, well, I don't care. He did this. You can't say that to my teachers. Well, you can't defend the teachers all the time. Oh, yeah, I can. And you can't say what I would never repeat what was said, but that's how that goes. So I just want to make sure that we're in a place where we're all on the same page.
So, we're at, why should we select you to be our next superintendent? Kind of closing out this year.
Sure. I think because I've had a lot of diverse experiences, and I think right now, every district needs somebody that is going to be able to relate well with their staff, because their staff have so many options to go wherever they want, and they're going to need somebody that is going to be work with them and try to get them the resources they need to be successful. I'm not a project. I've had 5 years of superintendent experience in a very difficult area where, a lot of people doubted that we could even get to the level we're at now. And so I love when there's naysayers. I love that people that maybe even in the audience don't think that I'm gonna be able to do this. I know I can, I will. I live, breathe, sleep, all this stuff. This is what I was born to do. My faith in Jesus, I feel like I can do anything. I want to be here. I want to be in a place that respects education, that wants to go to the next level. And like I said, you already have some very high level things. I think you can go even higher. So I want to be that guy that leads you there. And I'm pretty sure that I can if you give me the opportunity.
Last thing is, and you can answer this, not just trying to get a gauge for people, is compensation. So knowing or understanding our community and maybe you've looked at our budget, if not, I can give you a little information, but kind of what are you looking compensation wise to come to this position?
If you get to the point where you feel like I'm the guy, then, I feel like you could talk to me about that. I feel like I have some experience, so I feel like I, wouldn't be just an entry level kind of person. But I'm willing to, I'd be willing to take less. Like one of the agreements I have at my school is, I get paid $117,000. But they gave me the cash in lieu, which would be whatever the price would be for my family to have that. They gave that to me in the cash. Sometimes schools only give you like $1,000 or $3,000. They gave me that full because you don't have to pay retirement on it. So it's cheaper for the districts, but they are able to give you, a little bit more compensation. And whatever I can do to help with the bottom line here, I want to do as well. Because it's just going to make the district that much better. And once I show you that, I'm for real and that I had a couple years here, and then say that, we want this guy to remain, and maybe then you could, renegotiate that and try to look at that.
Thank you. So as I told you at the beginning, we'll complete this process tomorrow, and we'll make a decision either to extend an offer to somebody or do a second round of interviews. We are interviewing 6 people at this point. We had a great candidate pool, you one of them. So we're happy to meet with everybody. But other than that, do you have any questions for us?
I'd like to know where would you start for the first week, month? What do you feel like is something that I would want to attack immediately?
I think your answer was pretty good as far as meeting with the individuals, meeting your team. I think based on our experience going to Michigan Associated School Board conferences, we have a board that works very well together. In my 10 years here, I think we've had 5 decisions where it's not unanimous.
Okay.
And that's it. And one of those was the COVID mask thing.
Oh, don't get me going.
Yeah. And the team that you have working for you is solid. We've got some new people, new principal at Linwood, new curriculum director been here, but their credentials are great. So you're going to have a rock solid team behind you for all the facilities, maintenance, everywhere.
Wow.
And this board is very supportive, and we are, you call us New York City, and that's a very big stretch, but
If you
for
would
you,
do it,
okay.
I see what you're saying. Sagebrush would have
Yeah. So we are, it is about community. Like you said, you're gonna have a good team behind you, so to get to know them and to be able to know what their strengths are, and then where you can guide them and see how they each play their role, and then let you focus on different areas that you need to do. That's where you got to start, and then meeting the students, meeting the parent groups. coaches, whoever you can, to try to get that information to see what our community is, because our school really is a reflection of the community. One high school, one stoplight, well, two, I guess, you gotta come up Cody SD, that would, so, yeah, I think the answer you had is kind of where you need to be, which just makes sense for no matter where you're going.
I wanted to know also, I read an article in the newspaper about, there was a situation where people, there was a school drill that went awry, or there was, I was wondering about that. I am I'm a trained person in something that's called ALICE training, and would you ever allow me to participate in anything like that with the staff members?
I can look at what it is, but yeah.
It stands for alert, lockdown. If you're talking about counter, evacuate, inform is the I, and then it shows different ways if there's ever a critical incident involving an active shooter, what to do. And I've done the training with my staff. It's been pretty awesome. But if we get to that point, I would love to talk to you about it.
Yeah, I think if you look at what our current system is and see where there's any crossover, or see where there's a weakness, or that would, because everybody's so familiar with what we've done in training for years. Obviously wouldn't want to change it on the fly.
No.
But yeah,
I wouldn't want to change anything. I don't want to.
We've done run throughs, and it was just for a simple answer. It was just information wasn't passed on, and so as far as the response goes, so things happen.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, Mr. Powell here has actually been involved with a lot of the trainings that we've done, and we've had like the active shooter training, and you said that they set off bangers or whatever else, and so it's been, and we've had fire in the, it's all that.
Fire, EMS, state police,
Oh, yeah.
private police, local police.
Yeah.
Are you able to? Do you receive any funds from any of the casinos around?
We have a 2% grant, and they have been very generous. We've made a lot of improvements and additions to our classrooms, part of, computers, having the one-on-one, a lot of the facilities. So they are a great partner for the local communities.
Yes, and I feel like I could help out with those partnerships as well. And to work well with 99% of the people in the world. So I feel like I'd be a good ambassador for this district.
Great. Any other questions? Okay. Board, anything else?
No, good.
All right.
May I approach you and shake your
Oh,
hand?
absolutely.
I didn't know what you did earlier.
Yep.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Some people don't want to be there now.
Good with it, thank you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. No. All right, so that'll conclude this one. Thank you very much for your time. We will have a 15-minute recess, and we'll get back here just before 6 o'clock. Thank you much. Open meeting, we can't start it too soon, Otherwise our media will be all over me. I'll call this meeting back to order. We will continue with the interview of Mr. Stephen Clark. You prefer Stephen or Steve?
I go by Steve.
Steve, okay, thank you. My name is Mark Kuchar, I'm the board president. We've got about 20 questions for you tonight. We'll introduce ourselves as we ask questions. And we've had the opportunity to look at your credentials, which is why you're here. Impressive, thank you.
Thank you.
But could you briefly describe for our audience members kind of what brought you here, what kind of background experience you have that qualifies you for this position?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Mark.
Mhm.
First of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to meet you all and discuss what it might be like if I were the leader of the Pinconning Area Schools. As far as my background, I'm actually from Omaha, Nebraska. My wife is what brings me to Michigan. So she's a Frankenmuth native and is the high school principal there, and that's where we currently live. I was a teacher in Carleton schools. I taught there for 5 years. They hired me then as a instructional coach that last year as well. We were hired to do, there were 5 of us hired as instructional coaches, hired to implement standards-based grading K through 12, which was an insane undertaking, honestly. And I don't think they still do that system anymore. But in that year, I learned that I really enjoyed working with teachers and finding ways to improve instruction in the classroom and just help support their efforts in the classroom to improve student learning. So that it led me to administration, and I took a job as an assistant principal in Chesaning and at the high school there. And after a year of that, in which I was primarily disciplinarian and attendance, but I also worked with the English department on curriculum redesign. It was kind of when the Michigan Merit curriculum was kicking into full swing. And so then the principal left for another district. I talked with the superintendent, and he offered me the position as the principal that following year, and I was there for 3 years. In that time, we were a reward school, State of Michigan Reward School for Improvement, which I'm very proud of, the work that our staff did to do that. That was based on the old top to bottom rankings. And then I was offered a position at Carroll Schools as the high school principal there. I was friends with this outgoing principal, incoming superintendent there. And so that was a really good connection there where I knew I would have a real partner in education. We thought very similar. I've been there for 8 years. I'm proud to say that I led that district as well to that building to a reward school status as well. And that one I was really proud of because we went from, I believe it was 28th percentile to 72nd percentile in the state of Michigan on that top to bottom ranking. So that was just kind of the background of what I do. I've spent some time in Carroll really sort of branching out into the district-wide elements. I've been the district steering committee chairman or school improvement committee, whatever your district calls that, chairman for the last 2 or 3 years. And so it led us through that switch into the MyKIP program as opposed to the old school improvement program, which I really like because it's a much more district-wide vision creation than it is, here's a building and here's a building and here's a building, let's hope we can tie them together. And so that I think has been really good for our district to return to some of that vertical alignment of our goals. Why I'm interested in being a superintendent is because I'm ready for that next step. It's been 11 years as a principal and 12 years as an administrator, and each year brings me further and further along to where I feel like I'm ready for that step. And I'm looking for the right district to have that opportunity for.
Just follow up real quick. Do you hold a central office certification for Michigan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the Navigate Leadership program through MASA to earn that enhancement.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm the board secretary, retired teacher from the district.
Excellent.
Why are you interested in this position in Pinconning?
Yeah, so Pinconning is an interesting one for me because you would look at it and go, okay, he's in Frankenmuth, what's their connection there? And it's really just through athletics that I have familiarity with Pinconning. I've been a basketball coach for a number of years. I just resigned my position at Carroll this last year to be able to refocus on what I'm doing there as an administrator. And but in that time, interacted with Pinconning over the years in a number of ways. I was in the TVC for a number of years while Pinconning was for a short period of time there. I know you're now in the Jack Pine Conference, but probably a good move for you. And as Carroll left the TVC as well, I understand that. And so I think that interaction really just kind of showed that it's the kind of blue collar community that I think I would enjoy working with. That my career has been in communities that are very similar as far as demographic makeup is. And so I think that would allow me to be able to connect with the community in a similar way.
Well, I guess I would follow Chris's lead. Brad Doobie, trustee and a former teacher as well here. Can you tell us your belief on the primary roles of the superintendent and what attributes would make a good one?
So I'm a big believer in servant leadership, and so my superintendency would be very much about how do I make everyone else on the staff's life easier. We're all in this together when it comes to education. There is a hierarchy, but I feel like if you were to talk to my staff, they would tell you we're coworkers. It's not an employee-employer mindset for me very much. If we don't work together, we're going to struggle. If it's very adversarial between administration and staff, it becomes hard, and that's going to affect the students. And every decision I make will be based on what's best for our students. It will also be involved or be informed by other staff members. I think it's important that stakeholders have as much input as they can. We're not always going to do exactly what everyone would want, because if you poll everyone, you're going to get 50-50 on a lot of things. And so it's not always going to go that way. But it's important that everyone gets a chance to give us feedback and give us their input and help inform those decisions. I think a school is really a reflection of the community that it serves. And so it's important that we involve the community in those discussions. The other piece that I think the superintendent is key in is providing a vision for the district and articulating that in every opportunity that they have. I've been in situations where the vision has not been clearly articulated, and it creates its own problems. And so I think that's a huge piece that, as a superintendent, I would be looking to make sure I focus on. Everybody knowing that we're headed in the same direction.
Thank you.
Right, Linda Anderson, trustee, not a teacher.
Okay. If they were all teachers, that would just be
Yep,
interesting.
not a teacher. Okay, briefly tell us some of the successes you've had in your career and also some areas you'd like to improve on.
I think I touched on a few of the successes previously, so I won't rehash those for you. But I think in general, some additional pieces are I started a debate program in Carlson and competed. I took those teams to compete, which was a new opportunity for students. Created an advanced placement course as a teacher, so as an English lit teacher for advanced placement. That was the first advanced placement class that Carlton had, so I was very proud of that. I think they still run that class there, so I'm proud that carried on past me. But I think what that points to is, for me, it's about creating opportunities for kids. And so our job as educators are to help students figure out what they want their lives to be. The more opportunities we can give them to explore that, the better off that we're going to be. So I think that's where those things kind of tie in. Can you repeat the second part of the question?
Some areas you'd like to improve on.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I think that there are times where I can sometimes be quick to make a judgment, and I think that that's something I've worked on the last few years, to just start to take more time to think about before making a decision or a judgment. And I've spoken to some colleagues that have switched from principal to superintendent, and I always ask them, okay, what's the biggest difference? And they all say you have more time to make a decision. And so, and that's just the basis of what those decisions are, I think, is what causes that. But I've started to build in just taking opportunities to create more time to make decisions. You know, a principal makes, they'll argue a principal makes 100 decisions a day. Can't always take time, but if you can, you need to give yourself time to think through multiple sides of a situation. And I think that's that thing that I've become better at over time, but continue working.
How would you describe your working relationship with unions and union leadership regarding negotiations and problem solving?
Yeah, so my negotiation experience is limited. I was on the administrative side of the negotiation with the teachers union through one contract negotiation. So I have done that, but it's not extensive in that way. My working with the unions is very extensive. If you talk to the presidents of the teachers union, of the support staff unions in my districts, they'll tell you that I'm easy to work with. People will know what my expectations are. I'll hold them to those expectations, and that they're pretty high, but that they're going to be supported. And so they would tell you that piece of it is good for them. They're going to be supported. When it comes to negotiations, I think it's important that we try to remove the adversarial nature of it. We all know that the board can't always give a union what they want. The superintendent can't give them what they want in every situation. But we've got to figure out what's most important and how we can support those staff members so that they can provide the best educational experience for our students. And if we create an adversarial situation, those staff members will not be at their best when they're with those kids. So it's figuring out how we can reach agreement on those things for the betterment of everyone in the district. There's a middle ground in all negotiations, and that's where you have to kind of find through that negotiation step.
Just a quick follow-up to that. With the administrative side that you did with that one contract negotiation, did you use the IBB process or no?
No, we did not. It's not specifically anyway.
Or just kind of old school?
It was pretty old school.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can you identify your plan of action as a new superintendent? Kind of what's the first week, month, or year? Any kind of idea of what are you gonna do when you hit the ground running here?
I saw something the other day that really resonated, and it's listen, learn, then lead. And I'll tie it back to the training that I received through the Navigate Leadership Program. And one of the projects that we did as part of that training was a listening tour. It was an opportunity for me to talk to different staff members throughout the district and just listen. It really is, you ask two questions. What are we doing really well? And what do you think we could improve? And you just listen. And I think each of those conversations was between 30 and 60 minutes. And they were some of my favorite conversations with staff members that many of whom I really hadn't talked to before as a high school principal. Talking to a third grade teacher isn't something that happens every day as a high school principal. But really helped solidify my view of our district. And so I would look to do something very similar early on here. I think initially it's going to be just about building relationships, getting the community to know who I am, getting to know the community, and just creating those opportunities. I as I've thought about what would that look like and how would I go about those things, I envision something like a monthly Clark kind of scenario, and having like a topic of discussion for those, so that it's got kind of focus rather than hey, just come on in here and complain about stuff. I want the feedback, but it needs to have some structure to it as well. And that would give people just an opportunity to hear me talk about education and the things that are going on in our district. But for me, more to listen and learn what it is that people see as those things we're doing well. What do we need to improve? what are ideas that they have? I'm always open to ideas. Doesn't always mean that they will work or turn out the way that person envisioned, but, ideas are, lifeblood. What we do. So those are the kinds of things I think early on. And then from there, I think after, 6 months, you start to look at, we can start putting together a strategic plan and what is it that, that we want to accomplish as a district.
Thank you.
What do you see as the Board of Education's relationship with the superintendent?
Well, we're partners in this. I take a lot of, as a superintendent, I will take a lot of my sort of direction from what you guys see as the needs of the district. I become the sort of the conduit of information for you in a lot of ways, because you're not in the buildings on a daily basis and not able to, to see and hear and know everything that's going on. There will be weekly reports to you of the things that are going on that you need to know about. Events coming up and things like that we want to make sure that you're aware of, to have an opportunity to be at. And just, hey, just in case somebody runs into you at the grocery store, I want to make sure you're on the up and up, Don't want you to get undercut by something you weren't expecting to hear about. And so I think that's a communication relationship. We have to work together on making sure that I understand your vision for the district and you understand what I think we should be working on, and kind of coming to a consensus on what that would be. And I feel like the superintendent becomes the sort of the mouthpiece of the school board within the district to the staff and students.
You touched on it a little bit, but in a small town like ours, what do you believe the superintendent's relationship should be with the community as a whole?
Yeah, I think that the most important thing is that the superintendent be highly visible, and as much a part of the community as they can be. I would need to be available for the community to feel like they have someone they can talk to. That's, to some level, that's the board's role, but I think the superintendent also needs to be willing to listen to the community. Again, that's where I think some of those coffee with Clark kind of things would come in. But then just being involved in community events. I would see myself, looking to join the Rotary, getting involved with the Chamber of Commerce, and just making sure that I'm representing the school within the community.
My turn? All right. What methods do you use to stay informed regarding education and also community interest and issues that may concern our schools?
Yeah, and I think this is a huge thing for administrators of all levels, is staying kind of plugged into the current trends and the discussion that's going on out there, whether it be in the political arena or whether it just be in the educational arena. So there's a number of things that I do. Organization, membership is huge for me. Michigan Association of Secondary School Principals is the big one for me, and they have an amazing lobbyist, I guess is the best way to describe his role, but legislative liaison kind of thing. And he keeps us very well informed of what's going on at the state level, upcoming bills that are being discussed, what are the things that we need to be aware of, those kind of things. Superintendent's Association similarly has that capability or capacity. So I would want to be a member of the Michigan Association of Superintendents. And so I think that's a big piece. Follow things on social media just to get some, like professional learning networks, basically, that I'm a part of through Twitter. And that's a really great resource just for what are people talking about? What are the things that are being discussed? And a lot of that is, you know, the ones that I'm involved in now are secondary principals talking about, you know, hey, we got this coming up, school year's about to start. What are your back to school things that you're working on? What are these, you know, so you're hearing about the different ideas other people have, which can help, you know, bring new ideas to your, and so those are big. But then I think as a superintendent, forming relationships with, you know, state representatives and that I think would be important as well, just so that, that we can start to have a voice within, the community can have a voice within that arena as well.
What do you see as the most crucial issue in education over the next 5 years?
There's so many. The most crucial. I think it is trying to establish what post-pandemic learning looks like. I don't love talking about learning loss because that implies that there was, that someone else got learning that our kids didn't. And I think we're all in the same store on that one. So it's more about what do our students need to be able to be prepared for their post-secondary life? And how is that now different than what it was before the pandemic happened? And how can we help get them to that place? And a lot of it's going to be listening to them. The kids today are much more aware of the world around them than when I was growing up. And so it's allowing them to kind of help guide us on what do they need. And I think by doing that, we can really start to look at, are there innovative ways that we can approach their learning to get them where they need to be?
Thank you. I know you alluded to the debate team in the AP course, but I'm looking specifically at your role in student achievement, and you know whether you have data or anything that you've specifically done to help close gaps or make improvements, stuff like that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a big data nerd, honestly. I love spreadsheets, and so every year when the data comes out from our state testing, I break it down, and then we, as a staff, will go through like item analysis data and really look at what are the easy wins for our kids. This is, I think, that system is really what helps lead us to those 2 reward school status things, because we were able to find those misconceptions that kids had and that were easy to attack. Item analysis gives you information, and so if it says 50% of the kids answered A and 50% answered C, and A was right and C was wrong, I go, okay, well, why did the kids pick C that picked C? Well, now it's easy because as a teacher, I can look at that and go, oh yeah, they made this misconception or they made this mistake. If I address that while I'm teaching that concept, I can eliminate half of at least of those misconceptions. And then we add in a lot of spiral teaching with our warm-up activities, whether that be through the PIM model of math or that's a focused instructional model, whether that be through just going back, hey, last week we were talking about this, here's a quick question as a warm-up, let's talk about it so we remember what that was. I think, traditional teaching was we covered it, we moved on, it's in the past, except until the final exam, and then you had to remember to pop back up, or in this case, the state assessment, and remember what that was. Well, that was 6 months ago, am I gonna still remember? And so by spiraling or by continually bringing those things back up, we can help keep it in the kids' minds longer and hopefully have less loss
How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but they're educationally necessary?
I think the first thing you have to do is start to educate. The more information that we can provide about why we make decisions, the less likely there are going to be major disruptions as a result. There will always be people that question or disagree with decisions that we make. And so we need to listen to their concerns and consider the level of validity that those concerns have. And is there something we missed? And we tweak to account for that. But ultimately, I think the more that we can just explain what it is and give those people a chance to be heard, then they can at least come to an understanding of why the decision was made. They may not agree with it, but if they can understand the why, they may be able to accept. I should also add that anytime we can provide support for those decisions through research or data, that's always going to help our cause too.
Can you tell us about your experiences in managing the school facility and any capital projects that you work on?
Yeah, we are part of 2 bond sales programs or projects, one in Chesaning and then another in Carroll. I left Chesaning right after we sold bonds, so I was not there for that construction. But I was in Carroll. We sold that my first year there, and then the projects began the second. And so it was a big part of helping decide the order in which those projects needed to occur so that we could avoid as many conflicts as possible with various activities. We had ours remodeled the gym entirely, and a lot of things out at the football field, track, stadium, as well as built an entire new facility in the auditorium, which connected our middle school and high school buildings, which was great because we had middle school kids that came to the high school for some classes, and in the winter that got to be a little rough. But so just helping establish this is the order when events happen that are going to be important for us to keep in mind. Doing walkthroughs with the superintendent to make sure that my building was being handled in the appropriate way. I've also worked with our head custodian every year on summer maintenance work as far as scheduling those things, making sure that they're aware of, again, any events that are happening throughout the summer so that we don't, block off all the entrances to a facility and not have to cancel that. So, just working with those to make sure that we're moving along. Just met with her this yesterday. Yes. It was all crazy. So I was there yesterday to kind of see where we were as far as classroom cleaning and hallway, the resurfacing of the walls and so luckily we're on track. So.
What do you think our students need in order to become more competitive in the job market?
I think the biggest thing that students need is the ability to communicate well. And that includes within groups and more overall. Carroll has had a speech requirement for graduation. We're probably one of the few schools in the state that still requires it. But it's something I'm really proud of because it does require our kids to work on those communication skills. It's not just how to give speeches, it's more interpersonal communication. We work on some of those skills in there. I'm not saying we have to have that, but it's one of those things that I think if we can find ways to embed those skills within our education, that'll help. You know, the thing the pandemic hurt the most was the ability for us to do group work. And so our students became very isolated. I think reintroducing them back to, here's how to communicate with somebody without using your phone. And that's, you know, that's an important skill. But just, I think those communication skills are the most important. Because if you can communicate well, you can
What are the roles of parents and students in educational process, and how would you get them to take ownership in those roles?
That's the $1 million question right there, Paul. It's vital. Their role is vital. Numerous studies have shown that parent involvement is one of the biggest impacts on student success. How do we get them there? Is by continuing to provide them opportunities to become a part of our school community. I think things like content nights, where we have parents come in and see what their kids are doing in their science labs, experience some of those themselves so they know, hey, this is what my kid's working on. A math night where we can help show them, this is what we're working on right now, this is how we're teaching it, which is probably different from how you learned it, and this is how you can kind of help them. But I think also it's helping provide resources to parents, because they're not going to be able to always help their students, especially the higher they get up in their education. I think the high school level, as a high school principal, I can tell you this, the number of parents who said, I can't help my kid with algebra 2, I never took it. And I go, yeah, it's because that wasn't a requirement when we were in school, and that's okay. We're here to help. Here are some resources that you can use at home to help support your students, whether that be like Khan Academy, whether that be you know, some of those other web-based systems that can provide some secondary of those concepts. And then I think being, again, making those contacts with parents as much as possible, encouraging teachers to. At the high school level, I found that teachers, generally speaking, don't love making parent calls. They would prefer to just work with the students, and it just doesn't work that way. And so we have to continually encourage opportunities for that. One thing we did was replace one of our traditional parent-teacher conference nights with what we call reverse conferences, where teachers make phone calls. We give them a week and some time to make those calls, and it's contacting anyone who's got below a 70% in your class and talking with the parents about, here's why that's the case. Here's what we can do to correct it. You know, what are you seeing at home that we can help with you? And just reopening that dialogue with those parents for those students who are most at risk for failing classes. So I just think, again, kind of to round it, is really just opening that line of communication so that they know that we care, that we want them to be a part of it, and that they're a huge value to their student success.
What's been your success as a school leader in partnering with higher education or business, community businesses?
So I've worked with, over the years, I've worked with Delta and SPSU to try to create articulated classes. Had more success with that in Chesaning than I did in Carroll. And that has more to do with how far Carroll is from everything. And so, you know, I imagine that Pinconning has some of those same issues. But I think, you know, there are opportunities there. Universities now, especially with their enrollment issues, are looking for more and more new ways to make those connections. And so I think they're much more open to creative thinking in those arenas, where they maybe weren't in the past. So I think there are a lot of positive opportunities for that. As far as working with businesses, I worked with my shop teacher and worked connecting with different businesses in the Carroll area, specifically in welding careers. So we've got a number of students that, when they complete our metals programs, basically go on to have jobs as interns or as apprentices positions. And they just gotta call us and say, hey, we got graduating this year, it's gonna be a good, it's gonna be a good welder for us. And so that's been a nice opportunity for our students. I think that as businesses are finding employing people to be more and more difficult, these are those kinds of arrangements that are gonna be helpful to both us and them.
Great, thank you. You just a few more things here.
Yep.
Give you an opportunity to kind of hit anything that we haven't, is why do you think we should select you as our next superintendent?
So I'm gonna say that as a experienced educator who spent a number of years now preparing to become a superintendent, that I'm ready to help lead a district. My focus on servant leadership, I think, will be a huge benefit to your community as a whole, because I'm just here to help make everyone's lives better. And by doing that, I find fulfillment. And so I would love to work with your community, with your school district, to find ways to just make Pinconning schools the best that they can be. There's a lot of potential here. When I look at data, when I look at things that have been in the news over the last couple of years, those kinds of things, there's a lot of potential here for the district to really just take off. And so that's what I would be looking to try to help lead that process.
And this kind of last one, maybe the tougher question, but can you give us, I guess, either a minimum, maximum, or range of compensation you're looking for if we were to offer you this position?
Interesting question. I don't know what I've ever been asked that. I hate to put a number on, I'll be honest with you.
That's fine.
Simply because I think that it should be competitive within the area. I think that it's important that we talk about all of the facets of what it is that you're looking for, and things that I'm looking for to make sure that I can provide that. And so that, I think it would be a conversation.
All right.
Is the best way for me to answer it.
All right. That's basically the end of the questions that we have. We're going to complete this process tomorrow. We have one more interview tonight, 2 more tomorrow, and then we'll deliberate. We may do a second round, depending on kind of how we feel about the candidates. If so, we'll try to do those next week. Looking like that probably wouldn't be till Wednesday at this point. But either way, we'll let you know the status by the end of business on Friday.
Okay.
Other than that, do you have any questions for us?
I have a couple if you've got time.
Yep.
What is one initiative you're currently implementing that you are most proud of?
Surviving COVID.
Amen.
I don't know. There's a lot of things out there. I mean, I can't think of anything major. You guys? I mean, we've completed a lot of projects, a lot of capital improvements, new roofing, new hallways. There's a few things left. That's one thing we do a second round of interviews is I want to take you around the facilities, but if you've been here through the athletics, you've kind of seen a lot of the stuff that we have as far as the outer buildings. So I just think our facilities as a whole and our staff as a whole, our board, I kind of want to let you know, I guess as far as implementing our stuff we're proud of is, to me, it's the resources we have, and that's the people. This board works very well together. We rarely have, everything's pretty much a 7-0 decision. At least in the 10 years I've been here, maybe a handful of times it hasn't. The leaders you have in the individual buildings, we have a new principal at Linwood. We have a new curriculum director, but it's been in the district. credentials are excellent. Mr. Sanford's in the audience. He's at Central Elementary and been around probably more years than he cares to admit. But knowledgeable, he knows the families in the community inside and out. It's amazing. Knows everybody by name. And then here in the high school, it's a former student who's now the principal. So I like our community. The excellence in your staff is outstanding. There's a couple out there too. I'll say, so I want you to know that you're getting a superb support staff for you. So as much as you say that you're going to support them, that's awesome because they want it. That's what they're used to in many ways. But you're going to have a lot of professional people, passionate people behind you, and so whatever initiatives that we've implemented, we've done pretty well on. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah. Well, what I need to do in the first year for it to be considered a success?
Anybody else? I don't want to speak for everybody, but I guess that's my role. But anybody want to chime in? All right.
You're doing good.
I'm doing good.
You're doing well.
I think you hit a lot of it. Is what you said is as far as listen, learn, then lead. As you already stated, we got a pretty good base, right, and a lot of potential. So for you to come in and, like you said 6 months, and I think you'll understand the quality of the people that you have underneath you, what the community is like, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, and identify the needs that maybe we haven't seen, and bring that to light. So identify what our strengths are and understand what our community is, and then see how you can make it better. So you've kind of already answered that, so.
Well, we're on the same page there.
I think so.
Yeah. I think get them all on board, get them all on your boat,
Mhm.
get them on your vessel.
He said, listen to them, but then also have the opportunity for them to understand where you're coming from, and obviously you are the conduit, for us. So, I think your ideas that you have right now, I think are pretty well settled. And after the first year, looking at what kind of implementation, obviously trying not to drop off. And I think you can avoid the drop off just by letting the people that are there and have been doing it, just to continue to do it and observe, and then just see where the tweaking takes place. And that's, as you understand as a principal, that's every single year you're going to do that. There's always room for improvement. So, we're pretty laid back.
That's good. One last question then is, what excites you most about when I came to the state?
Anybody else still?
I'd love to hear from everybody.
Yeah.
I love your enthusiasm, personality, the way you handle yourself, the way you're, answering questions. I see it as a close relation to our outgoing superintendent.
Thank you.
You remind me of a former superintendent that we had, John Felsky. He had that enthusiasm. I don't know if anybody was around at that time. Oh, Deb Smith is smiling back there. Super Francie, I'm sorry. But he reminds me of John Felsky that we had 50 years ago.
Kind of the same thing is you're kind of confident, but you know who you are, kind of what you want to do, and I like the things that you've already tried or I have experience with that maybe we haven't. So I'm looking for those new ideas of things where we're still in our box. Let's see what's in the other boxes. And so I see that in you.
Your familiarity through Pinconning. You said how you engage with different sports activities and the parents, the coaches, and I kind of like to see that you knew where we were coming from and what this district meant.
Excellent. Thank you.
I thought you presented well, and I liked where you, working with the community. Some don't necessarily understand what that is, but you have big shoes to fill. And he was really good at that community involvement, the Rotary, the different clubs, and being out there and supporting the school and just really making us look good. We like that.
That's a huge part of the job, so thank you.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, board members, anything else? All right. Thank you so much for your time. We'll be in contact within, I guess, 48 hours or so, and the business on Friday, and let you know what the next step is.
Perfect.
Thank you so much for your time and coming in. Yes, please.
Nice meeting you. Very important. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. Very nice meeting you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
With that, we will adjourn for another 12, 13 minutes or so. Be back here just at 7 o'clock. All right, 7 o'clock, call this meeting back to order. Welcome, Mr. Kowalczyk. Good to see you again. We have about 20 questions for you tonight. Roughly 45 minutes or so to go through them. The board obviously has looked at your credentials, but the audience, probably a lot of them, or very few don't know you. But if you could go through your experience and qualifications so they understand why we chose to interview you for this role.
Sure, thanks. I am a Pinconning community lifelong resident who went through our high school, graduated here. I also met a very smart cheerleader here a while ago named Tammy, she's here in the audience, who has supported me throughout this whole journey of education. And I know this position is kind of a family thing, you know, you get a family with the community. So I went to college, and while I was in college, I coached and did some assistant work for the athletic director, Mr. Williams, at the time. Got my first teaching job here in middle school science, and then became an administrator shortly after that. So I've been an administrator for 21 years, educator for 25 total. While I was administrator, I was elected to MASSP, you'll hear MASSP a few times probably throughout the night, Michigan Association of Secondary School Principals. And there's probably about 30 principals throughout the state who meet about 4 times, maybe 5 times a year. And we meet with legislators, we talk about laws and money and things that can help our profession and bring it back to our region. So after my two terms with that, I ran for president and was elected president of MASSP. That's kind of a 3-year term with the executive board, and I am on my final year of being the past president right now. Also, during that time, I was involved with SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Committee, and that we met in Lansing, and that was part of the Michigan Department of Education, and they have a committee to go over things with special education. And I think that's one of my strong points is being involved with special education throughout my 25 years. Being involved in the community has been very important, not just with the school, but with the community, volunteering. We live here, we shop here, we play here. This is home for us, so that's why this is very important to me. I also have coached throughout since I graduated high school, really. But even in the last year, I helped and coached our middle school and high school students outside of here with soccer, baseball. My wife and I became AAU volleyball coaches last year for the first time. Whatever we can do to help. And then also varsity basketball. I was a statistician because I told the coaches, whatever they needed to do. So I was keeping stats, keeping the book, and that lasted about 4 games until Coach Wenger said, I would like to have you be an assistant coach with me if you would. So finished out probably the last 16 games doing that. and I love it. You know, I love everything about the school, the staff, students. I've been away for a little bit, but even my time away, when I have meetings for MASSP, I'm thinking about Pinconning, and information comes back to Pinconning. I've emailed teachers, I've emailed administrators, saying, hey, this is some cool stuff coming up, you know, about this program, just making sure that they're aware that they have that information that I have from this pretty special group that I'm involved with. So it would be nice to make that my full-time job.
And just to follow up, do you currently have the central office certification for Michigan, or is that something you need yet?
No.
Need that. Okay. All right, that concludes my question.
What are the primary roles of a superintendent, and what attributes make a good superintendent?
Communication is very important. I mean, that's an attribute, I guess, and something that is very important to that job, with getting the information out to parents, to stakeholders, what's going on in the district, also to the board members. You know, what you need to know, the hot topics before they blow up at a certain meeting or before you get them. And I'm sure sometimes you hear about hot topics before the superintendent would. But that communication back and forth is very important. You're the face of the district, so it's very important to be visible, to be involved with the programs inside and outside of the school. I know we have many things that go on outside of our school that support us, and those relationships are very important. So building those relationships are important. You have to be able to do public speaking. I know that that's something that I've been pretty strong with over my years with being president and being in administration for all these years. You have to be able to talk to people. Not always the nicest conversations. I know the superintendent does get those heated conversations that you have to be able to deal with them and handle them appropriately. You also need to be that educational leader where you're on top of all the curriculum, the grants that are out there. How can we, because financially we have to stay sound here at the school, and I would need to know and work closely with our management team with those grants, make sure that we have everything we can to keep the money in the bank as well.
Briefly tell us some of your successes you've had with your career and also the areas that you would like to improve on.
I think the successes, I talked about special education a little bit. That's something that I really am proud of. Being at a high school right now with over 1,000 students, we have 250 students approximately with IEPs, and I'm the administrator that's in charge of those, dealing with parents, making sure IEPs are done correctly, which they're not always done correctly. So working closely with the ISD to have everything properly done and taken care of, so that we don't get that call from the state saying there's a problem, which occasionally happens, but we work very hard and have meetings to do things correctly. Other accomplishments throughout, I think my biggest is the relationships that I've built over the years, whether it's as a teacher, as a coach, as an administrator. I still have teachers that will email me. I had one email me a couple weeks ago from 15 years ago that was looking for a new job and just running things past me and talk about how great it is to be able to talk to an administrator still after, not seeing her for 14 years, something like that. So those relationships are very important, and I think that is a strength that goes a long way, and that works well with the communication. But building those, and because there will be times where things don't always go great, and you have to have those difficult conversations. If you don't have a relationship, those conversations are twice as hard. So having that relationship ahead of time, so that when you do need to have those tough decisions or conversations, it works well. Second part of your question, I think, was something about some things that can improve on or work on. With this position, as well as with being a principal, I think it's difficult sometimes to delegate things effectively. Like I said, I started out with coaching and being an assistant to an athletic director and then teaching. All those jobs throughout the school, I've kind of done those, and sometimes it's hard to say, okay, we have a very strong, supportive team, they can do that, I don't need to keep on that or look at it a different way, just I know they can handle it, and you delegate it, and you trust them to do that. So that's one thing that, especially with being a superintendent, there are many things going on in that office, and you can't be worried about all the things that other people are doing as well.
Make sure, could you just describe your management style?
Yeah, I like being that team player, kind of that coach where we work together on problems, we work things through. I'm not going to be the screamer or yeller. I don't think anybody in my building I'm at now would say they've heard me scream and yell. Like, that's not going to happen. But you know, it's a collaboration where we work on things. If we see problems, we talk about them together. If there's a big program that needs work, you know, I'm not the person that said, this is my idea, this is what's gonna happen. We talk about it, we have meetings. We look at opportunities and different things that we can do, and as a team, we make that decision. Now, of course, the ultimate decision would be the superintendent's, and you have to live with those decisions. But definitely collaborating with the administrators and teachers to make sure that everything is going the way we want it to go.
Identify your plan of action as our new superintendent, your first week, first month, your first year.
Okay. First thing I would want to do is meet, what I've been talking about, is meet with those, the leaders of the certain groups, if it's the transportation, the maintenance, the teachers, administrators, board of education for sure. Meet with them and talk about what our strengths are, what are some things we need to work on. And really, the extended plan would be similar to that, where I would plan to meet with everybody in the district. I would meet with all of the teachers and all of the staff, support staff, whoever it would be, and ask 3 questions. What do we do here that you like? What do we do here that you don't like? And tell me something about you that I should know. Those are 3 questions that, again, it's building that relationship so that they know a year from now, 6 months from now, when they have a problem, they can come talk to me. Now, there's a chain of command, they should talk to their administrators first. But if needed, they can talk to me, they can call me. I want to be able to have that relationship with them, and I think the best way to do that is to meet those people and have that relationship. I've seen too many buildings that, you know, you hear the mumbling of, we don't even know who that person is, we don't know, you know, there's no way they would be able to go talk to them. Something personal or a problem, unless they've had that relationship with them. So building relationships first, very important. I would also definitely look at our safety plan. I know we've always been on the forefront with safety here at Pinconning. You know, meeting with Mr. Leinberg forever, for probably 25 years, and making sure that we have things done correctly. That's something that our parents and our stakeholders, I'm sure, are high on their priority list. So that's, I would want to talk with everybody about that and make sure that we have everything the way it needs to be as well.
How would you describe your working relationship with unions leadership, with negotiations, problem solving, and can you provide an example?
Sure, I have not had a problem working with unions. My time here especially, I know the Pinconning staff and the ability to work with people is kind of that family culture here. And yeah, there are difficult times and difficult conversations. But again, knowing that we work things out together and we make the decisions that need to be made. I know we've had, I'm trying to think, we have a very strong union in Bay City right now, and sometimes it's almost over the top for certain things. But having those meetings, you know, if there is an issue where we bring a teacher in to discuss something, just having that meeting and letting everybody know that we're talking about this, we're working together. It is not a me versus you, you know, us versus them type of thing. we're gonna work on this together, and again, it's relationships, saying hi, talking about family, talking about, you know, what your kids did or what they're doing now. You build those relationships with those people, and it goes a long way. Negotiations, I have been involved with negotiations from the union side, and it was always very, very respectful and calm. There haven't been big issues. Now, of course, there's times where you don't agree and you have to go back and forth and talk about things, but, you know, I hear horror stories about unions and superintendents who won't even sit in the same room, and there's a negotiator walking back and forth, and it's hours of wasted time. That would not be easy to do or be part of, and I would hope that would never happen. I know it wouldn't happen here, knowing the people, knowing the unions that we have. So, but it's a stressful time, and I looked at our contracts, and I see we have all 3 negotiating contracts on the same year, 2024, so that's a very busy time to get that done. But it doesn't mean you can't start talking early, you know, and get things planned out, get things ready to go, and be on that same page, so it's not a long, drawn out, everybody's upset type thing.
What has been your role in student achievement? And what have you done specifically to improve student?
Probably 75% of the job, I would say, is making sure that our students are getting the curriculum that they need. And the state sets our curriculum, we know that. But we get those tests and we see where our students are compared to other students in other buildings. So what we have done in all the buildings I've been in, we have gone through tests as a staff, where we will have some PD time, some days where it was a lot easier when the ACT was here, because they actually gave you the old tests, and we would break down the questions by content standards. And if we've seen that this content standard had 4 questions and we were bad on all of them, we set that aside, we put it on a poster and say, this is the content standard that we're missing somehow, some way. We're not blaming, pointing fingers, but this is something that we need. And we could also see others that, you know, every student got these 3 questions right that were all this content standard. Okay, so maybe we're hitting this a little too much. We can spend more time on what we haven't worked on. So I've done that in all the buildings. It's changed a little bit now that the SAT doesn't give you the exact questions from the tests. It's more areas, but you still get the same point. You still understand that these questions are part of this standard, and if we're missing them all, we need to do something. So once we have that data, then we break up into our departments and we say, okay, what do we do? How were your individual student scores on these? Teacher A had great scores and B, C, and D had bad scores. All right, what do you do different than we do? So we talk about it, we come up with a good plan of action, and if none of us have a good idea, then that's when we can start looking at best practices, we look at programs, we look at things that are out there to bring back into the building that we may not have thought about. But it's always good to see those. I know some people hate test scores, even taking the test. It's kind of that, you know, that it leaves that bad taste in your mouth. But it does give us data, and it does tell us how we're doing compared to other students with the achievement. So that's one aspect of the achievement. I think being in the classrooms and doing the evaluations of the teachers, that's also important for achievement, because we know the best indicator of student achievement is going to be how that teacher is presenting material and how engaging they are, that relationship they have with the students. If they have that and we're involved in the evaluations and we see it, or if we don't see it, that's a good time to talk about it, you know, during the evaluation process. That I seen you just lectured for 30 minutes and half the kids were picking their nails or you know, had their heads down. There's not going to be good achievement in that situation. So a couple different ways of doing it: test scores and individual in the classrooms. Sometimes even just having that walkthrough. You know, it's not the scheduled observation, but you walk through it and you see teachers are doing great lessons. The kids are up and doing things. Support is huge. You know, giving those teachers that support, that this is great, this is what we want to see, keep it up. Because sometimes they don't feel like they've been seen or rewarded when they're doing the good work. So why work so hard? Well, because we are watching, we see you working hard and we appreciate it.
Can you tell us what you feel are the three best qualities of your previous school system and how you were a part of that?
Three best qualities of the school and town.
Yeah.
Number one is relationships. We have a pretty difficult building with students who a high percentage that are attendance problems, a high percentage that are low income where education may not matter a whole lot. So having those relationships with the students to be able to send them that email or be able to call them. Some teachers, have even them on the remind or those apps where they say, we need to see you, where are you? Relationships are huge, and just seeing the students in the halls saying hi. We have never had a teacher come to us and say, ooh, this feels bad here. Every teacher that comes to us says, we wish we would have been here a lot longer because of that feel, the culture of the building. I guess culture is probably the second one. It goes along with relationships, but doing the things to make the students want to be there. And I'm forgetting how to tell you how I'm part of that. We stress the relationships. Every staff meeting, we talk about the relationships. Occasionally, we will look over students and see when they're struggling, and then that's when we may put them into a group, like a multi-tier system of support meeting, and then we look at who has a relationship with this student. If nobody does, we find somebody that does. So, but the culture of the building, our students like being there. Every once in a while, there is a negative type of message or something happened at the building that, there's drugs, there's a fight, there's something happened, which happens in many high schools. And that gets out, and all of a sudden now the social media is going off that, it's a dangerous school. The kids know that it's not dangerous. We make sure that they know that. And that's part of us being in the hallways. I spend every day in the lunchroom talking with students, hanging out, asking them how things are going, talking about their games that they had the week before or the night before. Our culture is very strong within our building. And the third thing, I would think, I want to say safety, because I feel that our students are very safe, even though we've had a few issues along the way. But we have so many people that are involved with our students, so many opportunities that, they can go to counselors, they can come to us, and we try to tell them, the administrators are here for a reason. You've got somebody bullying you on Instagram or sending bad messages, you have to come talk to us before it rolls up into something big. And like here, there are many of the same positions here, the resource officer, the counselors. I think Central does have a few more staff than we do here. But those students know that they have somebody to go to and feel safe because of it, even though once in a while, like I said, there's a few news reports could come out for certain little groups that have, but it's a good place to be, and I think that our administrative team works very hard at that, and the teachers have responded and told us that they appreciate everything the administrators do in those three cases.
Okay. In a small town like ours, what role or relationship do you believe the superintendent should have with the community?
It's huge. Involved with as much as possible. If there's, you're the face of the school. I would love to be running the Cheesetown race with the Spartans high school shirt on, maybe have a booth for the school. Our Northern Bay Foundation does amazing things, and that money, a large majority of it comes back to us. How can that superintendent help in with that relationship? What can we do to support them, to make it grow even more? Because you're right, I think it was that our school was the largest employer, in our area, in our township, in our community. So we do have a lot going on with us in this community and in the respect of the community that we're here to help. Volunteering is huge, but even just the businesses. Something that coming from a larger district that I would like to see here is more of our co-op because that is such a huge thing, and you need those relationships with the businesses within and around our community. And that, you know, having that, the superintendent having those meetings, maybe it's a lunch meeting with the businesses or going to Rotary. I know that's something that's been going on for a long time. Sometimes the meetings are right here in our building. So yeah, that relationship with our community is huge. I would think that would be a very strong suit of mine, because those relationships are already there in many cases. And I would like to extend them and keep it going, build more.
What do you see as the most crucial issue in education over the next 5 years?
Ooh, so many. Teetering between safety and staffing. I'm gonna go with staffing because I think we have more control over safety, and I think things are going in a great direction here with that. So staffing is something that we know the governor, in her budget that came out in June, she even gave some more money to us to kind of get those people back into teaching, because teachers are not there. I mean, there used to be 25 years ago, you would go to a job fair and there were 10, 15 people lined up at each school, you know, trying to get a quick interview. And now I don't even know if they're having them anymore, because for the last 2 or 3 years, nobody goes to them. There's nobody there. Like, I know there are some big ones in Lansing, CMU, and I've seen pictures where a principal from around the state would say, here's our local job fair, and there's everybody sitting back like this, and there's nobody there. Because if you're a teacher, you're gonna get a job, because there are openings, especially in those critical area positions like math and special education. So what do we do? You know, how can we sell our community? How can we sell Pinconning to get those people here that are not just from Pinconning? You know, do we talk about our cost of living here and our housing, our transportation? Obviously, you're not going to be in traffic jams. You know, if you live within 20 minutes of Pinconning, where some of those bigger cities, it's a mess, it's a stressful thing. I read a report last week, 2 weeks ago, seeing what people want in their jobs, their careers, and it's not just teachers, this was everybody, but they're talking about flexibility, pay, and acknowledgement of a good job. So, you know, maybe those are things that we have to start looking at. How do we do the flexibility? We're in school for the 9 months. You know, you're very flexible in July and most of August, but during the school year, we need you here. So that's something that we need to show and promote our culture here. It's like a family, you know, it's a great place to be where teachers know each other, and we would need to get those teachers here. Another way of doing it is to grow your own program. I started doing that in Bay City 2 years ago, where I would have lunch meetings with students. Say, who wants to be a teacher? I'm buying lunch, come to room 220, let's talk about it. Let's see what we can do. Can we do some job shadowing? Because if you can get the good ones from our own building to be a teacher, and they remember those cool things that we did, maybe they come back. Maybe not all of them, you know, maybe you get 2 out of 10, but it's 2 more than we may have had before. And just talking some students into the teaching profession. I had a few students last year that I said, you should really think about teaching. You know, you like athletics, you like coaching the little kids. Are they the greatest scholars around? No, but we can teach you what the content. You need to have that caring attitude where you can build those relationships. And when you see that, if we can do that, grow your own, and bring some students up from here and send them on their way, maybe they do come back.
Tell us about your experiences in managing school facilities and capital projects.
School facilities is something that principals do, obviously administrators do. Being here at Pinconning, I wasn't a manager, but when we did our construction, our bond, 15 years ago, a while ago, I was heavily involved with that. We had meetings in the trailer weekly where we were talking about what we need to do, changing things. You know, we were originally going to have a walking track above our big gym, and we looked at costs versus what we were going to get out of it, and we changed it by putting in that multi-purpose room, which has been great. So being in that trailer, I mean, and I I appreciate Mr. Krasowski at the time with having me involved in those decisions and being part of that. It was a lot throughout those months, of all the little things, and even what tiles we're gonna have in the bathroom, what carpet we're gonna have. All of those, that was a big project that we were part of. That doesn't come along a lot, and we don't have a lot of those situations, but you can make that much smaller by saying a gym floor that needs to be replaced. There's a lot of meetings that have to go into, or a heating system, having those meetings, talking with people, making sure it's right, making sure it's what we need. That's very important. Managing the facilities, that's something that, like I said, we've been a part of. I've been a part of that for my 21 years of administration. Even being here at Pinconning, you get those calls at 1 a.m. on a Friday or Saturday night because the alarm's going off, and okay, on my way, you meet the police officers here and you go through the building. It's all part of being that facilities manager, making sure that even like athletics, the extracurriculars, it's all part of that facilities, making sure that we are properly prepared. It's even more, you can go into the fire code for our classrooms, making sure that it's a big responsibility. There's a lot to that facility management, and I know that's very important to have the maintenance people know what's going on to lead and to be in those meetings with you and say, here's what we have, here are problems. These are the things that we need, and which is also why we need to make sure that our fund equity, our balance is in a safe place, which it is, because you never know when something's going to pop up. You have to be able to have the funds to do that.
How do you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but are educationally needed?
It's a great question. I think as an administrator and superintendent, I would go with superintendent, that happens a lot. There are a lot of detailed decisions that the public won't know about. They can't know about some certain things that happen that stay behind the closed doors. And as much as you would want to say, this is why this happened, you can't do it. You have to just stick with the decision and say, this is what the decision is. And maybe you can say some facts about it and why it happened. But many times with those unpopular decisions, there are some behind the scenes things that you can't divulge. But knowing that morally, ethically, you made the right decision, you stick with it. And I've had plenty of decisions that, half the people don't like and half of them love it. And you have to stay with it and stick with it, not be wishy-washy, and go forward because you know that it's the right thing. Is it best for students? Yes. Okay. There we go. There's our decision. And I do think that it's kind of hard to explain, but easy to do. When you're on the right side, when you're on that morally right side of being the educational leader, then stick with it and be a strong person.
What has been your success as a school leader partnering with higher education in the business community?
Higher education, that's something that when I was at Bridgeport as the principal, I was called by Saginaw Valley, Dr. Mamie Thorns. She was in charge of diversity, and obviously Bridgeport Spalding is a very diverse school, very much like Vacancy Central. There's farmers, there's inner city kids, it's a nice mix. So she was starting a diversity program, wanted to have some meetings, talk about it, so I was invited to those. I think there were like 4 or 5 principals that were invited to it in the first couple of years. It was just the Saginaw County schools. And now I think it is 3 or 4 counties wide that these students still go. We send 3 students from Pinconning, from Bay City schools. All the schools send 3 students, and it's once a month throughout the school year. And Dr. Thorns still, talks about when she sees me, she talks about me being involved with that from the start because I was with her when it started, and it's been many, many years. And I need to give her a call. We can do that. I guess in higher education also, there have been a lot with dual enrollment situations that I've talked to them about. We've learned a few things about dual enrollment, especially since I've been here, because we thought certain things could happen with dual enrollment. And after phone calls to the state and to Saginaw Valley, we found out, oh, we weren't exactly right. Which it's all, like I said, it's better for the kids, so the students. But they are very, it's a very good relationship, having student teachers in there. It seems like we have quite a few higher education people involved, and also the people that are involved with getting students to the colleges, to the higher education. They come in and they help with test prep, they help with college prep, with our EDPs sometimes. So that's a very good relationship. Did you say also with businesses?
Yeah, the business community.
The business community, so much different in the larger cities because there are so many businesses around you where you can do things. You know, we probably have 80 seniors that we don't see at all during the day because they go to Career Center for 3 hours and they go to their co-op job. So the relationship with businesses are amazing. You have those partnerships where you're sending students and they're happy, and next thing they're also sponsoring a sign at the football field or on the basketball scoreboard. You have those relationships with the businesses, and they seem to work for both. I think one of my favorite business relationships was with Dean Arbor here. I think I was the assistant principal when we started the free car giveaway to a senior. TV5 was here. I had schools calling me all over the state asking, how in the world did you do this? Well, and it was Mr. Studley from Dean Arbor. We started talking about things that we could do, and he said, what if we give you a light new used car, and you give it to a student who had no failing grades, it wasn't all grade grades, because he wanted a good variety of students. No discipline, and the hardest one was the attendance, no unexcused absences. So having that relationship, where they did that for probably, I don't know if they still do it or not, I don't know if they haven't, was great, seeing those kids turn the key, seeing which key won, and then they drive around the track, which they can't do now, so we have a nice track. But that was a great relationship, and you make those work, and you have them grow as much as possible.
What do you think our students need in order to be more competitive in the job market?
Experiences. I know that they are getting the academics that they need here. Our teachers are amazing. Our teachers work so hard, and I still talk about some of the visits that I've done, with teachers now. I talk about some of the things that I've seen here. That's not a question. Now, are there some that may work harder than others? Yeah, but our teachers are great. Those experiences can help us with the co-op, like I said. If they can do that, transportation is always an issue for that, but is there something else we can do? Are there grants or something that we can do to get them certain places, to Dow or to GM? Dual enrollment, getting those students to have a semester paid for of a college, if that's something, that gets them out there and gets them even more excited about going to college. And we have our AP classes here, but something that I've worked with and implemented in basically it's called CLAP. It's part of the SAT series. It's like an AP test, but any student can take it for any class. I looked through the classes. They probably have 35 different classes. So if we have a student taking psychology here, they can take the CLEP test. And if they pass it, it's just like an AP test, but it's not an AP class. They get college credit for it. We had 9 students take it this year, and I think 4 students got college credit without taking an AP class because they took the CLEP test. The cool thing is it's a $90 test. You can take it as many times as you want. And if you are the low income free or reduced lunch, it's $5. So $5 to take an AP type test. And it's not a lot of work. It's not a lot of preparation for the school. We actually did apply for the CLEP testing center. We're a center now. So we have a dean of students that is the person in charge of it. They take the money, they give the test. It's an easy one-day thing. So those 4 students now have college credit for classes that they would have needed to take. Like college math, or is one that they passed. The psychology was another one that they passed. So the college math isn't even, it's not like calculus, or it's the basics that they would need. So that's something that I would like to see here. Experiences, even, our athletics have been a struggle lately, I think, with our numbers. All over the state, it's been a problem, but we know that extracurricular, not just athletics, extracurricular activities, it's the best intervention we can give our students. When students are involved with something, they're not failing their classes. We see it all the time, that we've got B's and C's, football season ends, and now it's 2 C's and 4 E's, because it's not there anymore, that coach isn't there, that extra coach isn't there. So having those students be more involved with extracurricular activities, is it a play, is it band, is it a sport, whatever that may be, while they're getting that intervention, they're also learning a lot. They're learning about discipline, they're learning about being a team member, because we have a lot of students now, especially with the craziness with COVID, that they don't even want to talk to people at the bank or call somebody on the phone anymore. You need that communication and that ability to work with others, to be a team player. And I think those things get it. So the more experiences we can get them, the better. And I think we can compete with other schools. Because like I said, we do have students who are going to welding class at the Career Center for 3 hours, and then they're going to a job for 3 hours welding. And, we could have students here that go to Career Center for welding for 3 hours, and then they come back and they take an art class and a yearbook class because they have all their requirements done. Those classes are awesome. I mean, I would never want those classes to go away. But I'm just saying that person who knows what they're doing, they're behind because others have some other experiences that we may not.
I want to jump in here real quick. I apologize. I took a text, a sitter issue from my on the dual enrollment or the early college stuff, what would you do to promote? Because I think we probably have, only maybe 5 kids? Maybe 4 kids doing it next year? Not very many.
Yeah, and that is, location is definitely an issue, I mean, our sister school, Western, has like 60 kids that dual enroll, and we have about 15, because travel is a cost.
Yeah.
It's a cost, so are there things that you can do? We've actually been talking about, as a management team, what can we do? If that's the only barrier, what can we do? Do we need to get a bus that takes them to Delta for the class? It costs money, obviously money will be involved, but what can we do to get them more involved and to make sure they know about it and know the benefits of it? How much do we promote it? I don't know these things, we may be promoting it amazingly, I don't know, but just showing, especially those seniors who may not have a lot left to take. It's a great opportunity to get some credit, and just getting that foot in the college door, it helps them go, and now I've got something to go for, so I already have a good start, a head start above other people.
Andy, local hometown guy, the minute your name came out, there's 2 factions in the community. Support him 100%. Yeah, we need him. Then there's a faction that says, you've hired him once, he left for greener pastures. Hired him a second time, he left for greener pastures. What do we say to these people who are going to hire you?
Well, we say the first time I left was because I was pink slipped and lost, the job was eliminated. So that was not my my wishes. That was unfortunate timing, and budgets were horrible, and I did get a principal job when I was the assistant principal. And as soon as I had a knock on my door to come back, I came back. So that's the first thing. The second thing with leaving, many reasons to leave, that and none easy, but it's weird thinking that this job may have, 8 years ago, that thinking that this may be my future at some point, what else can I do? Is it better to stay here and do the same thing for 10 years, or to go see other things, see how bigger schools do things? I mean, it's so much different with the central office there, where there are so many different people doing things, and here it's 2 or 3 people doing what 15 people do there. But also, I'm not sure I could have done the MASSP thing here, continue to do that, because of going 6 through 12 that year that I did leave. And knowing how much MASSP was going to help me be a leader, to lead the entire state, to lead 1,500 principals and have meetings where there are 600, 500 principals, and I'm talking to them. To learn about budgets of a $4 million budget, and to work with an executive director, and say, I think we need approve budget items, go through the budget with them, approve hiring, different positions. That is pretty amazing that to have that position. And I don't know if I could have done it if I was here because of everything that would have been needed. And I was involved at MASSP at the time. And even being just a region rep was sometimes a struggle, a stress with being here, with having two of us in the building. That was tough. So not saying that's, the only reason, but that was big up there, knowing that, I think that I could be the president of this big organization someday. And there's a school that has a lot of different views on things, and I can kind of get a different taste for things that I would not see here. But this has always been in the background of my mind. Just like I said, where even when I've been gone, I've been sending stuff to principals and teachers because I want what's best for this school.
I got one more, and it's nothing new. So, if you were to be superintendent, you have support staff, community, board members. Would you have an open door policy?
Absolutely. I always have. I would encourage it. That would be something that, especially the staff and support staff and everybody here, that's a no-brainer. And obviously, if community members, they make appointments and they come in, but yes, absolutely. The communication that with the board, would be something that would be huge of value to the position. I would like to give you guys and maybe you already have this, but like a Monday morning email of things that are going on through the week, and if there's something that you need to go to, you go to it, or you come talk to me about something that you see, just to have you aware of everything that's going on. And when there's a chance, if you need to meet with me, we have lunch, you text me, we have a group text, whatever it might be, absolutely. That's why I wouldn't think of anything else.
We have a few more questions. I do want to try to wrap it up, but you're in a unique position, and that's why these questions are coming up, not just from the board, but from, obviously, we represent the community, and they talk to us. So along all this line of questioning, I guess the other thing I want to give you an opportunity to address is, obviously, you have, supporters, detractors, people who have positive experience, negative experience, that goes with the administration, you understand that. So I guess is identifying this new role that you would be in, several years later, almost 10 years later. I guess what do you say to those people who were supportive of you, but but now you're in a different role and that relationship may change. Same with people who may have detracted from you, but now you're in a different position to maybe help them out to where they actually may flip-flop, if that makes sense. So I guess, is there anything else that you want to say about the whisperings, outside of here? Just kind of want to give you an open format if you want to address that.
I don't think so. I think that, everything that I've done within the community for these past 8 years, being a Booster Club member, being involved with Northern Bay, doing everything to make the school successful. People should know that I have not left the community. My kids have been here. I've had 2 graduate and 2 that are still here in the building. It's been our community all along. And like you said, with those different positions and different people, the relationships changing, that's something that it's difficult sometimes, that autonomy versus support. How much do you give? You don't want to be that helicopter superintendent or, overlooking every little thing. People have to do their jobs, where before I was part of the group doing that job, doing that very, very busy job. There was hundreds of decisions every day. So that's part of this job, and I look forward to that support. to seeing things that I've seen for the past 21 years as a principal, as an administrator, as an educational leader, and helping with those things to make this place great. I really look forward to that.
And then I want to give you an opportunity of just why should we select you to be our next superintendent? I know you kind of alluded to that a little bit, but give you some time to expand on it.
I think the experiences that I've had, I've talked about some of them with special education, with being on the MASFP board and meeting with legislators. I've met with 3 to 5 legislators for the past 10 years. One day a year, we would meet with them and we would hear what they have to say. We have those connections and talk to them, which has been great because they've told us, we want to hear from you as principals and superintendents. We want to know. Having those connections with superintendents around the state that used to be members of MASSP, and I was going through and I think there were about 15 names that I could think of superintendents now that I had relationships with as principals in the past. So having that network of support is huge. But just knowing that, like I said, I have these experiences with educational leadership and knowing that I want what's best for this community and would do everything possible to make it better, make it improve. You always hear from good to great. I think we're already better than good. So maybe from great to greater would be a good place to be with this position. And just bring my experiences here to have a great time, to continue those relationships with the businesses and partnerships, make this school what it needs to be.
Thank you. You can answer this question if you want, just kind of gives us an idea. As far as moving to this position, what kind of compensation would you be looking at as far as either a minimum, maximum, a range? Have you, again, we can negotiate later, but I just kind of want to see where you're at, if you're willing to share it. If not, that's fine too.
I had not even thought about that. Not even
So free, just very passionate, okay.
Yeah. No, if that comes along, obviously, I would want to work with you and you on that contract negotiation. So, and I know I see kind of the averages. I've looked at that around the county. I see that I actually looked last week throughout the state, and it's crazy. There's inner cities where there are 250,000, that they're making for superintendents. But again, cost of living is probably 10 times what it is here. So, and you look around the county, and it's around 120 to 135-ish. But I was just looking at what I never even thought about that as a.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So that concludes all the questions we have for you. We're going to complete the interview process tomorrow. We have 2 more interviews, and then we'll kind of deliberate on that and figure out if we want a second round. We have 6 candidates, great candidates, you included, that we have to really kind of go through here. So we'll call you by the end of business on Friday to let you know what the status is, where we're going. If we do a second round or even negotiate, it'll probably be like Wednesday next week, just to let you know. Other than that, do you have any questions for us?
Can I get a quick statement from each of you on what you're looking for a superintendent, or what would one quality that you're looking for?
Start with you, Linda.
Sorry.
I'll go ahead.
Yeah.
I want someone who's financially responsible, because we worked like heck to get the budget at where it is.
Great.
That's what I'm looking for.
Team leader, team player, not just someone that's going to continue with my robotics group that you were a part of, but somebody that's not only the face of the school, the face of the district, always being visible, being out there.
Great.
I kind of go with Chris as far as, like you say, as you probably were well aware, it's a big responsibility, keep things on budget and, you know, not put us in a precarious situation. So, I mean, that's super important.
And I'm looking for somebody that is, fills the board in before it hits the fan. None of us like surprises. And right now, we have, if it's not coming from the superintendent, it's coming from one of us to the superintendent. And that line of communication.
Yeah.
Same with these guys said, I mean, don't fix what's not broke, right? Said, this school district went through a lot, closing down 2 elementary schools and condensing things and passing a bond and millage and all that. And like you made that statement, you don't want to, we're already great, but still can improve. And I think that's where we're at with facilities and with staffing. And we have a lot of positive things going. So you are in the community and aware of it.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing. All right. So anything else, board member? Anything? All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you. You're right.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
We'll just keep going through the meeting. We'll call recess now. Public comments, anybody like to address the board in regards to the candidates or what their desire is for the superintendent position? Please identify yourself, sir, so everybody knows who you are.
Clifton Allen. I talked to a couple of you briefly between the last recess. I would like it known that I asked people to come and support Andy tonight. Andy's not the one that asked you people to come. I did. Next thought. Do what's best for our kids. Let's find someone that cares about this community. Let's find someone that wants to be here for 10, 12, 15 years and not using us as a pissy post to get a job in a bigger city next year. Stepping stone, excuse me. But let's find someone that cares deeply about Pinconning as I do, being a Sanders graduate. I want change. I want these kids to have better. Don't get me wrong, you guys are doing a fantastic job, and I think we have a great system, but I think we can do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address the board? I thank you all for coming and being here for this process. And we will have 2 more tomorrow at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, and then we will deliberate at that time. If there's anything, discussion items that you guys have, we can talk about it. Otherwise, I would like to discuss the candidates once we see all of them tomorrow. So, anything else?
I guess I don't know if you want to put in this public comments or discussion, but Cliff, you know that we're all here for one reason. And you sat here through the whole meeting because you wanted to. And the same reason we all gave up our evenings, and tomorrow night we'll give up our evenings. So we are looking out for the best of this community, the school, and the kids. And we've always done the best we could for them. And I appreciate seeing everybody coming out.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. I know you guys are gonna get the best. I know you're gonna get the best. It's going to feel to share where we lost one of our leaders today. And I get this school, boys and girls, kids get treated here. And it's a wonderful school. And God only knows what to do it up. It's been a hard day for most of us.
Any other board member comments?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion for any discussion? Seeing none, everybody in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None. We are adjourned.
I'll try one.
They got sit in the same seat. Just have. Right.
I'll take this.
Hello, folks.
It's 5:00. We'll call this special meeting to order. I'd like to welcome everybody. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Doobie,
Present.
Anderson,
Present.
Palmerville,
Palmerville's here though.
Palmerville, sorry,
Present.
Throw an eye on
Ravitch, present, Kuchar,
Present, thank you.
Vader, absent. Aye.
Thank you. Again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out for this process. Your involvement's definitely influential and necessary. Do we have any additions, deletions, or changes to the agenda?
Yeah, I'd like to add to item 6 that public comment is on agenda items only.
All right. Any other additions, deletions? If not, need a motion to approve the agenda.
Make that motion.
Support.
Motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Anybody from the community like to address the board? What to do here? Yes, sir.
Greg Barr. Just wanted to, I talked to Mark between the interviews last night. I wanted to address the rest of the board. A couple of the candidates yesterday had questions about what the board was looking for. And I will say I have kind of a unique position here because I don't live in the district. I don't have kids in the district and I never will. But I am a taxpayer and I do have a very big interest in seeing the district succeed because that's going to make the community succeed and obviously that's going to help my business. But what I said, Mark, was what, from my point of view, what the district needs is not somebody who's going to come in and start making changes and rebuild the district in their image as what they see or what they've done someplace else, but somebody who is going to continue doing all the things that have got the district where it is. You all mentioned last night, the finances are in very good shape. That's a credit to the administration and to the board. The facilities are in good shape. The staff is in as good a shape as any other district in Michigan with the challenges that are out there for staff. And I don't think we want to look for somebody who's going to come in and upset the apple cart. I don't think that is a good thing for the district or for the community. So just wanted to go on the record as saying that. One other thing, I did not look at the agenda, but I would perhaps recommend that you have a public comment after the 2 interviews, so you can hear from the public about their feelings about the candidates before you start considering your decision.
Yep, that is in there. Thank you.
Hands up.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to address the board? Okay, if not, we will start with our interview with Mr. Chris Arrington. Hello. I'm Mark Kuchar. I'm the board president. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Credentials speak loudly, so I don't know how we could deny an interview. So we have about 20 questions for you tonight. roughly about 45 minutes to go through them, so kind of monitor your time. There's a clock above your shoulder. You could ask her, if you got your phone on the desk, you can take a look. So the board obviously had the opportunity to look at your credentials, but people in the audience have not. So can you briefly describe kind of your experience and credentials of why you were kind of granted this interview or why you're qualified for this position, just so we can kind of get into your background a little bit?
Sure, and I will try to be brief, and I will preface the answer with, this might end up being my longest answer, because it's been nearly 20 years in education. I began teaching high school in 2000, and at that time, that's all I ever wanted to be, an educational teacher. I really didn't know what my principals did when I was in school. I really didn't know what my principal did when I was a teacher, at least the first year, to be honest with you. I had some vague ideas. I had quickly gained a reputation with my initial district as being a teacher who could handle and get quality work out of a lot of the students who others struggled with. And that made an impression on my principal at the time. Our assistant principal left. I was getting my master's degree in administration, honestly, just to make more money teaching. That was my only goal at that time. And with that being said, right about the time I was finishing up my master's, our assistant principal had left, and our principal at that time had mentioned my success with the kids who often found themselves in the principal's office. And I was, at that time, I'm going to hopefully joke and say that it was back in the days of when your boss gave you an offer you couldn't refuse. So it was, I'd really like to see you as assistant principal, and at that time, I was kind of lukewarm on the idea at best. And then it was, you better take this, just because that's the way it was, at least back then. So I became assistant principal at the high school level, and I did that for 2.5 years. Successfully, I believe. Our superintendent at the time, our middle school and high school shared the same facility, but at that time made a motion to establish a separate middle school, and I was appointed lead middle school principal, and I stayed doing that for 7 years or 8 years. Had some wonderful experiences there. I really wanted to, one of the things that really kind of took my career to the next, to the next level would be the best way to say it, would be I was, one of my other duties as assigned as a new assistant principal was to become a K-12 school improvement coordinator. And at that time, I knew nothing about the process. Our district had just started it, meaning that we really didn't know the process inside and out, and they gave the keys to the new guy. And that was very scary to me. And to be honest with you, I remember having my first couple of school improvement meetings with my elementary staff, and I was terrible. I could not speak the language. They were talking about balanced literacy and all these little great things for kids, and it completely, at that time, my career was over my head. So with that being said, I did everything I could to immerse myself in the school improvement process. And I can't say that I learned everything. I don't think that's possible, but I did enough that we put a quality improvement process into place. We started getting invites to the national, at that time it was NCAA, conferences in Chicago, things of that nature. So that really kind of built my career. The things that I knew outside of high school or secondary really started with that school improvement coordinator. So when I started researching and having quality conversations with my elementary staff and my middle school staff, it really kind of built my K-12 repertoire, if you will. So with that being said, I really wanted to be an elementary administrator, and that was not going to happen in my original district. So I left to become an elementary assistant principal, and I was enjoying that process. And at that time, I had some colleagues who were from the area, and they were into consulting. And they let me know about how rewarding they felt to go into schools that were really struggling. And that, my friends, if you had my resume, if you look, you will see a very, very continuous until about 2012. Then you'll just see where it really doesn't show everything, but I literally went all over the state. And at that time, I was mostly employed by grants, and that was from the state. At that time, they were called RAG grants or SIG grants. And one was a school improvement grant, and the other was a regional assistant grant. And back in those days, we don't use those terms anymore, but they were called priority and focus schools. So those were schools that were in the bottom 5% academically. And basically at that time, the state or the government would hand districts free money, and quite a bit of it at that time. And it came with some red tape, and the red tape would be okay, you can have this money, but, you have to hire consultants to help you improve. So I gained a huge amount of knowledge in those 3 years, to the point where I will proudly say that I have begged, borrowed, and stolen many of the good ideas that I had from individuals that I've worked with, and they were just absolutely brilliant. I'd like to think that I also learned some things not to do, and I think that might be just as important as learning what to do, especially when you're working in schools that are struggling. If you can walk away with, okay, probably should do these things, probably shouldn't repeat these mistakes, that is huge as well. So I'd like to think that I filed all those away, and I was very happy being a consultant at that time. But two things kind of happened, and they happened at the same time. One was the funds were drawing up for those state and, for the RAG and RAG and the SIG, school improvement grants. Those funds were drawing up. And I also started having like this yearning in working with superintendents and principals to help their districts get better. I started thinking to myself, well, if you can talk the talk, you ought to walk the walk, or at least try to. So at that point in time, my desire to become superintendent was pretty strong, and I was actually a finalist for 2 different superintendencies, and then Port Huron really wanted me to become a curriculum director there. That was a great experience. I only stayed in 1 year. That wasn't for me. I really wanted to be a superintendent, and I did not like that huge district atmosphere. It's a completely different scenario than what most of us know as our education experiences. And then to fast forward through that, I did become a superintendent first at Pinconning Schools, and I enjoyed nearly 2 years of a good deal of success there. How shall I say? I ended up getting sideways with a couple of board members who were no longer with the district over some things that I didn't think were ethical, I guess you could say. And I was being pressured to do a few things that I chose not to do. Well, not doing those things had a price, and so I ended up getting sideways with the district. And I ended up I was paid my contract in full for the next almost 2 years. And at that point in time, that's when I joined Marion Public Schools. And Marion Public Schools is a tiny little district near Cadillac. I think they're shy of 400 students in it now. And at that time, they had gone through a bunch of turmoil, I guess you could say, and they were looking for a superintendent. So it was a marriage of convenience. I had come off that experience that was negative if you were to delve into it on Google, but it really wasn't negative, and their district really needed someone to help pull them up by the bootstraps. So with that being said, I accepted the position. I knew that was not going to be a position for very long. The district, to be honest with you, the finances there did not support really maybe having an independent district. It surely didn't support hiring its own superintendent. And those are things that they had discussed prior to my getting there. So fast forward through August 2019, I'm almost done. August 2018, I began my tenure at Marion Elementary School. And if you were to get on mysschooldata.org and look at their scores, their performance academic scores, you will see them going down, down, down for 10 years that you can go back and access. From August of 2018 to the time the M-STEP took place in the spring of 2019, we took the M-STEP. I knew that we had improved. I just didn't know how much. And then when our embargo scores came back, it really took it off the page. And internally, we were excited, bragging, hey, look at this, we're sharing with the board. That took us to about beginning of the following school year, beginning of the 1920 school year. I came in one morning to work, and the day's mail was laying on my desk there, and there was a letter from the MDE, and I didn't know anything about it, opened it up, and we won, Marion Elementary School won the National School Distinction Award. There's only 2 schools in every state that win that award every year. And so at most, there can be 100 recipients a year out of the how many thousand schools that there are. And this has been around. It was sponsored by Title I, the National Title I organization. And the bottom line is we improved our reading and math scores so dramatically, so I think the headline of the Cadillac News said staggering test improvement scores at Marion, and I love that word, staggering scores. So bottom line is we improved our scores more than anyone else in the state, and we were chosen by the MDE, and they flew myself and 3 teachers down to Atlanta, Georgia, to accept the award, and that's something. And I'm just about closing. That's something that I will keep with me for the rest of my life. And that's as of right now, and I'm going to underscore that. As of this moment in time, that would be the capstone. But I have a lot left in me, so I would like to see if I can take help another district get to that place and even exceed it. So,
Thank you.
that was my longest answer.
Very informative. You actually covered some questions that we had obviously had, so that was good.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm a retired school teacher from the district. Why are you interested in Pinconning?
Couple different reasons. First and foremost, I'm just gonna put the selfish reason in a box, like selfishly. When I decided I had that strong push to become a superintendent, I never really had an opportunity to what I would consider being from my home. Now, I'm not from Pinconning, and frankly, I know absolutely no one from Pinconning. So with that being said, I hope I don't offend anyone when I say I call this home. And by home, I mean the Great Lakes Bay region. So I live in Bay City now, and I absolutely love this area. I grew up in Bertrand. I went to Saginaw Valley. I'm here. This is my home, and I've never had the opportunity, I feel, to really engage. Like I would love to be a superintendent, quote unquote, at home, where when the office work is to be put away for the day, and I can go out to the community and make partnerships and network with business leaders, community foundation leaders, etc. It's you can do that anywhere, but when you're at home, it just has a different feel to it. It has a different feel that you're contributing not only to your school, but you're also working with people who have a best interest in that school for the same reasons you do, and also for that area as well. And that's what I found the best partnerships I have made have been working in those kind of partnerships, if you will, and to be home. And to be able to not only work for the school and try to help my school become a better place for kids, I'd also like to make the community a better place. And I think the school and the community play, each side has a side to the coin.
Brad Doobie, and I'm as well as a retired teacher from the district here. Can you tell us the primary roles of a superintendent and what you believe makes a good one?
Yes, primary roles, I will do the best I can to list some of the most important things that come to the top of my head immediately. To try to list all the things that the superintendent should be doing in a short period of time is pretty impossible. But a superintendent should be one, I'm going to say this, friendly with the board, but not friends. And I mean that respectfully, in that it's a business relationship. That doesn't mean it can't be amicable. It just means that there should be that division of professionalism. Two, a superintendent needs to be a listener. First, 2 ears, 1 mouth, use them in proportion. And by doing so, I think it might address some of our gentlemen's concerns that we might have over here, is that if you listen before you start blazing a trail, you'll be further faster than going down blazing wrong trails. And I've heard this analogy before, and I've never really mastered how to say it, but as I'm looking at the window behind you, sir, I read one time that a good superintendent realizes that he or she is like standing outside the window or like a door window with the different divisions kind of like behind there, and every single pane and every single division could represent a different stakeholders group. You've got bus drivers here, you've got parapros here, you've got students here, you've got parents here, etc. We can do that forever. And a good superintendent will be able to look out the entire window and see the totality of what is going on, but at the same time, not lose the human ability, the communication style, and the empathy on different issues to be able to look through each one of those little panes of glass and understand how that group sees whatever issue it might be. I think that is a critical component for a quality superintendent. I don't know how to quantify it. I can only qualify it with words, but I do believe that is inherently important.
And then, and I mean respect, but also I'm trying to keep things brief here, fiscally sound, fiscally appropriate, ethical. It's almost, the word transparent has become almost trite and kind of gross at this point, but to be able to operate honestly and really have nothing to hide at a drop of a hat with your board or whoever might require information, that is huge. I also think being, whether it's the mouthpiece or key communicator of the district, a superintendent ought to have a vision for where the district is going and be able to market that in terms of communication internal with staff, with parents, and then also to abroad in this day and age of social media. So I'm sure I'm leaving tons of quality information out there, and I know that I am, but those are some of the key things that jump off the page to me right now.
Linda Anderson, please describe your management style.
My management style, I would say it depends on the situation, and that might not be an answer that's overly possible, or not overly popular, excuse me. If I could expound on that a little bit, I think it depends. It depends on the situation of what's at hand, because there are many times that I can be type A, in that I'm driven. Maybe it's come out a little bit, but I'm competitive. I'm very competitive. That doesn't mean I want to beat the neighboring schools or anything or take away. It just means that I want our district to be as good as possible with so many wonderful things going on that everyone, including those nearest to us, scratch their heads and say, hey, what are they doing? What's Pinconning doing over there? Why are they having so much success? So I'm going to label that, I don't know if that's competitiveness or not, but that drive to continue to go forward to the point where I can consume myself. That's something that I've worked on over the years, and I haven't mastered it yet. And I'm not so sure that I want to. I don't think I'd like to control it a little bit better, but that is one. Depending on the situation, I can be very type A, but I also think that there are other times too, and I can appreciate our gentleman's comments here, and I do think that is correct. I've been a principal in 2 districts actually, where going through this process where I was sitting out there, and you're always nervous about who the new boss is, and I think I made that same error. But I took great offense when someone from outside came in and started talking about we, like he or she had been there for a long time, and maybe it comes part and parcel of the interview process. But I think in different circumstances, being able to have empathy for whatever stakeholder group that you're dealing with. There could be, I hope this doesn't happen ever, but layoffs. There could be things that there could be cutbacks. There could be, hopefully not here, but in other districts, there could be facilities closing, things of that nature. You just have to be able to be flexible in your leadership style. I think to be type A and very direct in some of those situations would do any district with disservice. And there are other times where not having that ability to be direct and a little more to the point would also set district back. So that's probably not the best answer in the world. It's my honest answer. It depends on the situation. Approach it philosophically.
Hi, I'm Paul Palmville, Vice President. How would you describe your working relationship with unions and union leaderships regarding negotiations and problem solving?
Thank you for the question. I would say this, from my perspective, I've never been sideways with a union whatsoever in my superintendency. And by sideways, meaning that I've never stewarded the district in a capacity that has generated a grievance. That doesn't mean that it couldn't happen, and but I guess there's a pride to say that hasn't happened where I've been. If one were, she's not on my credentials, my typed up resume credentials, but the name Kathy Murray is, I think she's still a union president at Port Huron, which is one of the largest teacher unions in the state. It's number 19, and off the record, she'd probably tell you that they have a certain pride for being a very strong union. And as curriculum director there, I was part of the central office cabinet, and I will say this, that union really had a lot of appreciation for what I tried to do for the district, and vice versa. And they had been rather salty to deal with with the administration prior to that, so I take extra pride in that in that regard, to be able to form a positive relationship with them, even when it was negative when it started out. That's a point of pride for me. I will share with you a situation where I met well in my first superintendency working with the union, but it didn't go so well. And it ended up being okay, so I'll share it because it ended up being okay. But here's what happened. I get to my first superintendency, and I believe we needed, I'm gonna look at the crowd in case there's teachers here, but at that time we needed a school social worker. And for those who have worked on IEPs, student IEPs, those are legal documents, they have legal deadlines, legal dates. Well, if it requires social work service and you have no social worker and the ISD didn't provide one, then that means you need to get a social worker, you need to get one quick. So with that being said, I remember looking at our teacher contract and putting the teacher, that position was considered a counselor by definition, and counselors made X amount, but then there was a little provision and it said, I forget exactly what it was, pardon me, but it was, you can pay more to the person if you really, really need to. That's what it takes to get them here. That's really what it said in essence. So with that being said, here I am, my first superintendency, and I'm a pro teacher guy. I came up as a teacher. Who am I? I'm not against teachers, and I want these folks to know that I think, and whatever the pay was, it wasn't, in my opinion, it wasn't commensurate with the rest of the area. The teachers were not being paid according to scale, I guess you could say. And I remember thinking that we had tried to get a couple social workers on that scale and it wasn't working. So I saw that provision. Okay, so we're going to pay X amount. And it says right in black and white that we have the ability to do that. Well, I did it. And inside, I was thinking, wow, the union's really going to love me. They're going to love me. The new guy comes in and here he is, administrator who gets it and cares and wants people to make as much as they can for our kids and everything. Well, that message was received to the person that we hired for the spot. But I think to some of the other folks, what I didn't take in mind was, as our gentleman approached the board with his comments, I didn't listen, and I didn't even really ask before I moved forward to ask what the union might have feel about that. In hindsight, they had been negotiating with the district unsuccessfully for years to get their pay bumped up. So when the new guy came in and paid another newbie more than some of the other folks, you can see how that went over like a lead balloon. No, I wasn't able to not pull myself out of it and pull the district out, but to say that I had dirt on my suit from that one. But the good news is I walked away from that situation smarter and better. And sometimes your best intentions, even as a superintendent, don't always carry through without that direct communication. Thank you. Thank you.
Identify your plan of action as our new superintendent, whether it's for week, month, year, kind of what do you see your plan of action for coming in the first year?
Okay. When I first began interviewing for superintendencies, 2015, I think it was, I remember researching on the internet, and I did the lock, stock, and barrel. And one of the I guess the steps to success, at least according to internet folks, would be a superintendent should have a 90-day plan typed out, looks great, and you hand to the board members when you come in. I remember doing that, and I remember spending a lot of money on it, and I remember some places saying, no, thank you, I don't want it. I remember some folks, I remember not bringing some, and some boards saying, why didn't you bring anything? So I'm really glad you asked that question. I chose not to type up a 90-day plan for this interview today. Please don't take that as a lack of interest or that that I'm too lazy to do that. That is not the case at all. In fact, it kind of goes back to what our friend here had come up with. For me to hand you a document that says, I'm going to do these 15 or whatever many things there are, to me, it kind of violates that whole, who is Pinconning, who is we? For me to come in and say, I'm we, and here's where we go, that would be repeating some of those same types of mistakes, I think. And so I don't do that for that reason at this point in time. And then I also would say this, and I mean this respectfully, I've had some really beautiful ones that I've typed up, but it really doesn't say anything more than what I'm about to share right now. And I scratch these things down as a cheat sheet, thinking that this could be a question. First and foremost, if hired, what I would do is I would address the board as a whole and ask, okay, how would you like to move forward? Because I really need to get to know Linda, and I need to get to know Linda, and I need to know how Linda feels about certain issues as a board member and potentially a parent, I'm not really sure, but I would like to have that information. I need to get the same from Paul, and then on down the line. And then also, like, what communication style do you prefer? Are you a text person? Do you like your board packet mail? Those sorts of things. Those types of things are gonna come out immediately. So whether it's on a 90-day plan, or if I'm just speaking it, that's definitely has to happen. I forget exactly, and I apologize, who might have answered the question for the collective bargaining agencies. I need to sit down with those individuals, and again, what's good, what's bad, what's ugly, which direction, have you been, and which way would you like to go? The media, in my experience, you really don't have to reach out to the media because they will be on you day two. As soon as you sign your name on that contract, they will be calling you and calling the district, et cetera.
No, I'm here right now.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Is that you? Okay. Okay. So with that being said, those things tend to take care of themselves, as we see. But if it doesn't, or there's more than one media outlet, I ought to introduce myself and let individuals know that I'm available and start that dialogue, and hopefully start an amicable process. And then in my mind, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I view that as a networking opportunity. So not if, but when we start marketing the district. When I say marketing, that's just, if you're doing something great, put it out there. It doesn't have to have dollars attached to it. It means what we're doing is a human enterprise. I'm talking all schools. It's a human enterprise with adults giving their heart and soul, trying to help kids unlock the world. And should be something beautiful. So when we do great things, I would love to be able, I'm sorry I missed our friend's name, but I would love to be able to call you up and say, hey, you know what? Guess what? We've got some really great things. We've partnered with the ISD and some other organization, and we now have a cohort of kids learning how to fly drones so they can get their airline pilot license, and that will open up a whole bunch of careers. Whatever it might be, you really don't want to cold call the media and ask for positive marketing. I also would reach out to the ISD and find out, and obviously not only to meet people, make colleagues, etc., but to see what kind of services the ISD offers, and then to get their perspective over what is Pinconning taking advantage of. Are there opportunities out there that we're not taking advantage of? And if there are, then I'll come back to the board and the stakeholders and see if there's something we should put together. I can't even say last but not least, but at least for the 2 minutes for here in the interview question scenario, I just wrote down stakeholders. I need to set up different, I'm gonna call them, whether it's town hall, workshop, meet and greet, however you want to put it. I need to make myself available for the community, and then staff, and then obviously students too. And students I can catch during the school day, but I think as a superintendent in 2022, I absolutely would need to connect with especially my high school kids to see how they feel about what product is on the table and what opportunities they want and need going forward. So that would be my 90-day plan, if you will, at least the remnants of it. And then I will put one huge exclamation point on that. That's the stuff that happens no matter what. And because it's 2022 and because we see all the ugly things on the news, what I would do is it's just as important. I would start on day one. That would be, I would go to the stakeholders board, Ms. Newell, whoever, my principals, what is our safety crisis plan? What is the safety plan? And it wouldn't be to grill them. It would be, I've seen several different plans and I've helped put them together, and I actually have some resources that are phenomenal statewide and throughout this nation that we could call on for help if needed. But with that being said, I would just like to see what the district plan is and then try to get a pulse check on how individuals inside the district walls, if you will, how prepared do you feel if something bad were to happen? And I think, unfortunately, most of us would probably say no matter how prepared you feel, you're never prepared enough. So that would be our marching going forward. No matter how great our plan is, it's still going to get tighter. It's still going to get better. We're never going to stop, period. So I could go on. I'm starting to get a little fired up about that right now. But what I will say is this, that safety crisis plan, things like this. I will be honest with you. I would try to do things to make sure communication during a crisis is huge. And we've all seen Uvalde, we've seen the misgivings that are being thrown their way. A lot of that looked like it was communication in real time, not being able to communicate in real time. And I've always been a huge fan of different kind of radio systems internally, etc. So with that being said, I would just like to know, what does Pinconning have? How do people feel about it? And then where can we improve it? And then we're going to start. And that would be a standing internal stakeholder committee. And I don't know, are there any principals in the room? Okay, bless your heart. Those will be meetings that we'll have quite often and quite regularly. We'll do progress monitoring, and we'll just make sure that we are readdressing our plan as we go full force moving forward.
Just to let you know, we have about 15 minutes or so left, and we about halfway through, so.
Okay, speed it up a little bit, thank you.
I mean, I love the thoroughness, but I want to make sure we can hit on all the topics.
I understand.
How would you get parents and students to take ownership for their learning and their behavior?
One of the things that I learned, and this isn't going to work for every single student, but it's so much better than what you might think about. One of the ideas that I guess borrowed and stole during my consulting days, I almost said the district, as fair as it, but there was a district that just absolutely, when I say at the bottom, I'm talking near the bottom. And one of the things one of my colleagues came up with was, and there's a whole sheet, it's like a contract. It's an improvement contract, an academic improvement contract that every student enters into. So it really doesn't matter if you're the 4.0 student or if you're someone who hasn't applied yourself at all or struggles. Everyone could set improvement goals. And what I found, and what my colleagues already knew at that time, was there were a lot of kids who could do it but really didn't know the value or really care about the value. But when they saw that an adult, they didn't know me, I was just a consultant, but I was another guy in a shirt and tie. And when I would have these compacts and I would, come in and I would say, Chris, you set this goal for yourself, and why do you feel that way? And what about this and this and this? And, how do you feel? Just having a smart conversation with a 10th grader about his or her academics, you could see like students just kind of like, wow, people actually look at this stuff outside my parents. And those compacts, we had different nights where we pulled parents in on parent compact nights, almost like a student-led conference, if folks who know what that is. But basically the students would take their parent through their growth plan, and then there were protocols in there like the parent would sign off on it and so on, and when there were built-in celebrations for reaching the growth goals. So that helped create a growth mindset, it helped engage parents and kids, and that's just one of probably a few other answers I could provide, but in the sake of brevity, we'll move forward.
What do you see as the most crucial issues in education in the next 5 years?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. First and foremost, and I loathe that this is going to be my number one answer, safety right now. And it makes me want to cry on the inside, literally and figuratively, that has to be our answer. But I think anything less than that is a disservice to our children and our society. So I think safety has to be there whether you want it to be or not. And then I've never really quite understood about some districts and where folks have this kind of paradigm where a district has to focus on academics or it can focus on sports. I've never really understood the or part because improving those institutions of a district really run side by side, and sometimes they cross over into others. So what I would say is that if you look at my credentials, you're going to see I hang my hat on academics, and I'm proud of that. Some superintendents really are finance and business and facilities, and that's great. I am the academic guy. I'm the guy who cares number one most about what are our children learning, how well are they learning it, and most importantly, when they walk outside the four doors of the district, are they going to be able to be empowered to have a good life and to lead life as a quality citizen? And those are the things that I think about. So I always fall back to priorities of being academics. But with that being said, I walked by your Hall of Fame. I saw the Academic Hall of Fame, which was awesome, by the way. But I also saw your Sports Hall of Fame, And I remember playing baseball against Pinconning and getting beat thoroughly as a kid in high school too. So I think those do cross over, and they're not isolationary. As a matter of fact, I absolutely am a huge fan of music and theater, and one that I think doesn't get a lot of credit but should be. This is my own pet thing, and that would be a debate class, and that goes back into the histrionics of, you know, if a student wants to pursue being a lawyer or in the field of legality, that is the #1 experience to get there. So those are all things that I'm passionate about. I love, when I say niche programming, not because it's fluffy, but because this student might need debate to really get to the next level. This student might need to learn how to fly drones because they're going to be a farmer. They're going to learn how to crop dust from a drone or look at blight on crops, which is a thing that I read about. So I think you can see where I'm going here. Is I think that you improve, to answer the question honestly, I'm an academic guy, but I love all those programs as well. And it's not that I love them or I want to blaze a trail. Bringing back the opening comments, okay, I just said I love debate. I think that's a wonderful thing. Guess what? It doesn't matter if I like it or not, or if I love it. If I'm not getting a need echoed to me from especially from my high school others, but if my principals and counselors and students aren't telling me that that's a need, I'm not going to blaze a trail and blaze a program that no one signs up for. So I could go on and on about that, but hopefully I've got the tenets of the question there.
In a small town like ours, what role or relationship do you believe the superintendent should have with the community?
Well, that's one of the reasons why this specific position is so attractive to me. It goes back to being at home, and superintendent, unless he or she proves otherwise, is often given some credibility just by the position of the name of the title. And for all the things that come with the job that are not desirable, that one is desirable. So to get to the question, to have, if I'm anointed and gifted this certain level of credibility, I absolutely want and need to make those connections with community stakeholders. I have to make those connections. I have to be, as far as I'm concerned, even in 2022 in a community this size, the school is still the flagship. If you want to know about Pinconning, I know what's going on at the school. And those two things usually go hand in hand, not always, but usually. So for me to be able to be when I say the figurehead, or in this case, the poster board, the poster child, however, that would be what I would like to do is be able, what I think I should be tasked to do is always represent the district with as much class as I possibly can and make myself very, very accessible and make the school part of the community and vice versa.
Tell us about your experience in managing school facilities and capital projects. And you pulled in, I don't know where you came in, but you were putting in a soccer field and we're building the complex. Give us a little.
Let me go back to my experience. Both of my superintendencies, I've learned quite a bit about bond project management, almost by reverse engineering, is I guess the best way. So if engineering is you create something with parts, you make something, motor, whatever it might be. Reverse engineering is obviously you have the finished product that's awesome, you know how it works, you take it apart, and then you realize, oh, this is how it works. That's how I learned about facility and then more specifically bond management. In both of the districts that I've served in, the first district, the monies from the previous bond had all been spent before I arrived there. But the community and board were not happy with a good chunk of the dollars, how those were spent. And I'm not just saying they're not happy with it, it was like they had like a laundry list, a specific laundry list of things that they weren't happy with. So I had to work, and I spent my first superintendency a good chunk of my time working with, in that case, True Law, with our legal team, about going through about what could be done with those funds, what could be done, how to go back after different funds. But I learned about punch lists. I learned about all the communication protocol. I learned that the board in that case, so for example, the band room, if there's the whole, I forget exactly what they're called, but the audio friendly, the kind of boards that go into the music room so that they don't echo. I'm sure someone in the crowd knows what they're called. But at some point in time, the bond had put in X for those wall facility, and then but Y was installed. So going back through, there were certain things like that the superintendent at that time never took and put in front of the board, and that's legal stuff. And that's something that I might have made the same mistake had I not been the reverse engineering person, but I was gifted that. So I've learned about that process backwards. And what I will say, my last district had a good chunk of bond dollars left over. And there was a timeline and certain things that we could spend it on and what we couldn't based on the bond language that had passed. So it happened to be buses at that time. But there were capital projects involved too. We had, I can't remember which pot of funds it was from, but I put 2 roofs. I didn't do it. You wouldn't want me doing that. I was sitting behind the desk that hired the firms to put new roofs on 2 different respective buildings. So I know the RFP process. I know the rules and regs thereof. I've been through that before. And last, in closing the question, I should go back to when I was curriculum director at Port Huron. That district, I spent a good chunk of that year leading town halls, and because I was the curriculum and instruction guy, then my job was to go into different elementary and high school buildings like this, 7 and 9 at night. That district was trying to pass $152 million bond at the time. That was huge. It ended up not passing, but it was reduced to 105, so still huge. But my job was to go in and to answer questions from concerned community members, and or just to sell the prospect of here's what our new classrooms will look like for our kids if we were to have this money. So I think I've seen the beginning part of it. I've seen when wrong was done, and I've learned some things not to do. And then I've also saw, I've stewarded a couple of projects with the RFP and the bidding, put a new track in as well. So I'm not sure if I covered every base, but that's been my experience.
Want to kind of tie it up here. We've got a few minutes left. You already kind of talked about the Bentley and Marion situations, but according to your credentials here, so in the since 2021, you've been out of education.
Yes.
So can you kind of explain that a little bit, or what you've been doing, or why?
Sure. Actually, it was 2020. So we win the award. We go to Atlanta to accept the award. Everything, the climate in the district, which had been terrible prior to my getting there, everything was great. Everyone was riding high, and then our friend COVID came, and I don't need to go down that road to let everyone know what happened to all of us at that time. And with that being said, the district could, I'll just say it, this is judgmental and subjective, but I think it holds water. The district probably should have been consolidated years ago with other small districts in the area. That didn't happen, and that's great. And I love that they love their community and their flagship school. But it also couldn't afford a superintendent, and that's, I don't think that's really opinion. I think that's fact. And after COVID had came, a couple of things. First and foremost, my mom passed away in July of 2020, seemingly out of nowhere. And with that being said, I really was never happy there. And again, I will say that was a marriage of convenience, and the district knew that, and I knew that at the time too. So, but I did leave rather abruptly when my mom passed, and then with the uncertainty of the finances of COVID, I had put multiple plans together in front of the board about cuts that need to be made if the state did X and Y with funding. And all the plans come down to, we were going to have to lay off a couple of teachers. I forget exactly how many we had, but if there's a council in the room, if you looked at how many kids we had, how many teachers, the rooms were going to be bursting at the seams. And I, in good faith, could not and would not let myself be a superintendent and walk around while kids are, being crammed like sardines in the classroom. So I really wanted to get back home. I had to stay in a apartment and live there during the week. And then, when my mom passed, you put all those things together. It really wasn't enjoyable to the point that I didn't want to be there. any more, period.
Understandable. Sorry for your brother's passing too. So just kind of in closing, why do you think we should select you to be our next superintendent?
Well, hopefully I've demonstrated some knowledge that at this point in my career, some things are going to be new. But there's not a whole lot that I haven't at least been immersed in some capacity. So I feel like you're getting someone, I don't know if it's age or if it's just the way I'm wired, but you're getting at someone who's driven. You're getting at someone who wants to help take the district to the next level. I hope someone who was wise enough to listen before trying to blaze a trail in which direction, because we all know where that can lead. But at the same time, so you're getting someone, I think, that has the, whether it's youth or exuberance to do that, but you're also getting someone who has been through a few fires. And sometimes I've come out, a little more charred on the back end than I would care to be, but there's been learning and growth in that along the way too. So I would like to think you might be getting at least pieces of the best of both worlds of those two stereotypes. And then honestly, I cannot downplay, I cannot say this enough. I have dreamed about an opportunity to be a superintendent at a safe home. And even though Pinconning isn't my home, this is the Great Lakes Bay region. So if chosen for this position, to me, this would just be the ultimate. This is a good, solid area. It's a good, solid school. You see the facilities. I've never had the opportunity. I've always come in when a district was below sea level and trying to pull it back up. I've never had a place where it's just been at least your heads above water coming into it. And that would just be an absolute blessing. And I've never had children of my own. Okay. So as I get a little bit older and I saw what happened to my mom, I watched my dad age, I started thinking, wow, you chased a career for a long time, but you really don't have children, you don't have a legacy. So my legacy is obviously going to be different. I'm probably never gonna have kids. I guarantee you I won't, of my own. And I've done some things in education, and I've been fortunate to be part of teams do some really good things. So for the last 2 years, I'll explain that, a year and a half, I've missed education so much, more than I ever would have thought. But by any stretch, though, to build that legacy, for me, I know that I still have ideas and passion and energy to help take the district to the next level that I lost it to. And to me, that would be my legacy. So someday when I get so old that I'm in that rocking chair, literally and figuratively, and I'm thinking back, I might not have children, and that might bring me some tears, but inside I will have a lot of kids along the way if I don't know exactly who they are. And I have been working at Eagle Lab for the last year and a half, and I am a territory sales rep, and that company basically sells and it's the global leader in sanitation, all things sanitation for restaurants, schools, you name it. So I use my health degree in that regard, and frankly, I needed a job, and I still do. So, so I'm still there.
That being said, just a couple more things. What kind of compensation are you expecting out of a position like this in a district our size?
I would think
Minimum, maximum, or a range, or just a general idea?
I would think for a minimum, I think 100, and for a max, really like I could set my own salary. But no, short of that, I would think for a school this size in this area, north of Genesee County, if 110 would probably be a reasonable max, 1 to 110.
All right, thank you. And then that kind of concludes our questions for you. Just, do you have any questions for us?
Well, maybe if I could start with this statement first. I'm not sure if it's important to the board that your next superintendent live in Pinconning within the district. If it is, it might take me a year or so if I'm chosen as your next superintendent. It might take me a year or so, especially with the volatile market, things changing and interest rates, who knows what that's going to bring. But with that being said, Michelle and I have the house, but we have plans that, her children are going to bequeath that at some point in time. They're going to inherit that house. And I know that, and I'm more than okay with that. But we are looking for basically like our empty nest when her kids are out, like that would be our empty nest home. And this right here, 20 minutes away on the water, next to my dad and her parents, it would be a dream come true.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't think so.
All right.
As soon as I leave, I'm gonna think of 20 things.
I know, well, we'll see, maybe we can answer those later. We have one more interview, we'll kind of tie things up tonight. Don't know if we're gonna have a second round of interviews, which may take place Monday, or we're looking at Tuesday next week. But I will contact you tomorrow and let you know kind of where we're gonna go from here. Other than that, thanks for coming in, appreciate your time, thank you much.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Great questions. Sorry if I really went a little too deep on some of them, but hopefully we covered the ground.
We did, thank you much.
All right, thank you much. I appreciate it, folks. Thanks for having me this evening. Take care now.
Thank you. With that, we'll take a 5-minute recess and be back here at 6 o'clock. All right, call this meeting back to order. Again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for joining us. And is it kind of Wallow?
Perfect.
That I've been butchering it this entire time, but
I
okay.
was gonna ask the same thing, man, I tell you.
You were wrong.
I mean, probably smart. Sorry, people mess up my last name too. My name is Mark Kuchar. I'm the board president. We have about 45 minutes with you tonight. We have roughly 20 questions, so if you want to just kind of mind your time a little bit, I'm going to give you some reminders if we start to run a little bit long. There's a clock there if you have your phone out, or I'll let you know. Okay. Obviously, we've seen your credentials, but the audience has not, the public has not. So kind of the first order of business, if you could kind of briefly describe your experience and education and whatever kind of qualifies you for this. And, we know why we brought you here for an interview, because you're highly qualified, they don't. So if you just kind of want to briefly go over some things, that'd be great.
First, thank you for this opportunity to interview. I totally appreciate it. I am originally from Michigan, and I grew up on a farm with my grandparents and my parents. So I learned my first work ethic was getting up in the morning, doing chores, and baling hay, you name it, in the summer. And I learned to pick pickles for my school clothes. So that was the start of my work ethic, and that, I think, is what really drives me to become the best version of me. And so I was the first one in my family to go to college and to secure any college degrees. And I have 6 of them. I became a lifelong learner because I loved it so much. And my highest level is a doctorate in education. 27 years ago, we had to move because my son had severe allergies and his health was very compromised, and we were recommended to move west. Our goal was to always come home because this is our home. We love Michigan and we want to be here. And so when the opportunity was ready for retirement, this is how I came back. And so here is Pinconning is a school district very much similar to the one I grew up in, as well as it's part of the Bay County community, the community that I loved and watched grow and develop. And I came from a very large school district where I learned a great deal. And I can bring all that I have been taught here and pay it forward to the students and the families of Pinconning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm Chris. I'm a retired school teacher from Pinconning. What is the primary role of a superintendent, and what makes a good one?
First of all, their primary role is to work collaboratively with the school board and to also be prepared and handle any situations that are among the district. They're in charge of running the goals and the vision of the board. They are also in charge of the supervision of students, of teachers, of support staff, of working with the parents to handle situations that come aboard. They run the school budget based upon what's been approved by the board. And we work collaboratively together to build the success not only of your students, but also of your teachers, your leaders, and your overall school program.
Brad Doobie, and as well, I'm a retired teacher from here as well. Can you briefly tell us the successes you've had in your career in some areas that you would improve on?
Okay, my success happens to be raising student achievement. I have been assigned to very low performing schools in my former district, and I had a population of 830 students average, and we would run the whole program but our achievement was below the state. And I brought the schools up to a proficient status. And so that was, I exceeded the district scores and I exceeded some of the state scores. And these are students of 100% poverty and had lots of trauma in their lives and situations where we supported the families, supported the students, and we were able to have success where most of the kids were, when I walked into the building, were at best second grade level reading, and we brought them up to exceed that. We also had a situation where I only had one GATE student, and I brought in a different form of type of testing to get to understand that, yes, we do have, because poverty did impact some of their learning, and we gave them a formality test that provided, yeah, they are GATE kids, and my GATE program moved to 30 kids. So those were two really big successes that we did. One sense of urgency was one year I had the opportunity to hit a 3-star instead of a 2-star. And I kind of lightened up a little bit because the school had been under several lockdowns, and I had pushed, and we went from a 25 to a 44 the first year. And I lightened a little bit because it was exhausting for the teachers. And I should have pushed a little bit harder in some of the areas to hit that 50. And then my last success was we started a skilled trades program for grades 3 through 5, and we weaved it into the science and social studies, reading and writing. And we got business partners on and introduced a lot of wonderful opportunities for our students to learn. And then we had after school clubs. I wrote a tremendous amount of grants.
Could you describe your management style?
My management style is servant leader, because I know that I need to serve all the students, their parents, the teachers, support staff, and school leaders. My other style is situational. You have to be able to be flexible and adaptive so that you can create situations where it's a win-win. If it's not collaborative and it turns compromise, then you always have a winner and a loser. But when you have collaboration, you have a win-win. And I always strive to get the best from people and myself give the best so people win.
I'm Paul Palmville. I'm the vice president. How would you describe your working relationship with unions and union leaderships regarding negotiations and problem solving.
Okay, there's problem solving, you have to come to the table and be open. And you have to listen somebody else's perception of what it is and another person's perception. You have to be able to walk that fine line and say, this is based upon policy, procedures, things like that to make it work. But when it comes to negotiations, I am a big believer that teachers are your greatest asset. Your principals, your vice principals, they are the root of your school and your culture. They deserve to have good wages. They deserve to have good insurance, because when they feel balanced, it moves to your classroom. Angry teachers, it funnels the other direction. And I always want people to feel valued. However, sometimes budgets don't allow for teacher raises. And so what can you do to make a situation better so that it's a win-win for everybody? Again, you got to go in being very open-minded. You got to listen and really empathize and understand where the other side is. And once you start to determine that and you look at the whole big pie, you have to say, okay, this is how we have. I negotiated an extra 20 minutes with the union and my teaching staff at my charter school. So teachers were paid on PERS, and they were paid also a stipend for retention. And so that the teachers had to vote on, it had to be presented to the union, and so on. And I had lots of paperwork to fill out to do that for them.
Thank you. If we hire you for this job, how will your first year look, or what is going to be your action plan for when you come in for the first week, first month?
Okay. I actually did a 90-day one. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to listen and I'm going to visit. I'm going to visit events. I'm going to get to know your families. I'm going to get to know students. I'm going to get to know teachers. I'm going to get to know the board. I'd like you to come in and sit with me and talk with me so that I can build those relationships and then start to look, visit the classrooms. What is happening there? You have a lot of great things going on in the district here. I looked at your curriculum maps. They're very solid. They're very good. Okay? And say, okay, here's where we can enhance things. But you don't go and change a whole bunch of things, because change scares people. We've had lots of changes in our world lately. We don't need lots of changes. You don't fix what's not broken. And you start to go slow and build from there. But first you got to get to know people, and they have to trust you, because they're not going to follow you if they don't trust you. And so that takes some time there. And then I'm going to just visit and look at the curriculum. I'm going to analyze all your student data, right down from the boys to the girls, to see where there are areas that can be built on. You have good growth this year, very good growth. And so I want to build and expand on that, because when you pay attention to the growth, your proficiency rate is going to go very high.
Thank you.
Can you describe the role of the Board of Education and the superintendent's relationship with us?
Our relationship, I feel, needs to be one of collaboration. Okay? We need to have open communication. We need to have positive dialogue. We need to be able to agree to disagree at times with no harm, no foul. I strongly believe that it's a working team. If we don't work together, what model are we showing to our parents, to our students, to our faculty and staff. I want to work with somebody who is there so that we can benefit the students and their families.
In a small town like ours, what role, relationship do you believe the superintendent needs to have with the community?
I think we need to have a strong one. One is that we're on the team for kids. And if I was a hands-off superintendent, that wouldn't serve the children at all. I want to know the families. It's important because that helps me gauge what steps I need to take. I need to know my community so that I can lead the community. And the school is the big hub of a community. And so I want to make sure that I am doing it right and I am listening to the families and the principals and the teachers and students.
Okay, I apologize, I didn't introduce myself. Linda Anderson, trustee. What has been your role in student achievement, and what have you done specifically to improve student achievement?
My role of the student achievement has been totally was my responsibility because in Nevada, they couldn't divide up the district because it was so big. So each school was their own school and you had a governing board. And you got 85% of your state funds through there. So I was in charge of my student achievement. And the first thing that I did to really start to make the gains was I looked at the instructional staff, their experience, and what is it? So we looked at all the data and we looked at the types of questions that are asked on the state test. And are they hitting emergent? Are they hitting approaches? Or in your case, it would be, you know, your levels of questioning. And are they instructing to the point where they're hitting the nouns and verbs of the Common Core to hit the mastery? And so therefore I looked at the whole big picture and we started to focus our practice. So then we created a document where we had a team of teachers and administrators who went from classroom to classroom, and we watched the instruction, and we had a tablet that had the questionnaire where we were judging on that survey. Then from the results of that survey, we made it a focus of practice. We made a statement specifically of what we were going to work on. And so then we started to provide teachers the training that we needed because it was across the board. And we found that students did not talk about what they were learning enough. And so we started to bring in QTEL strategies, which taught kids how to talk and work together as a team to talk about what they were learning. So it engaged the kids in the learning process and got higher level thinking from them and reasoning skills. And I went from a 27.5 to a 53 score in 1 year by doing that.
Did you get resistance from instructors wanting you in their classroom, and how did you handle that if you did?
Okay, I had some teachers that did not like, and they got very nervous and upset. And so what I did was I put a team together of people they felt comfortable with so that we could go in and look at them. And then we selected, one of our focus of problems was math. Our boys were not being as high as the girls, and we're like, why? And they were just letting the girls do the work for them. And I'm like, no. And so I went through and we would do shadowing. How many opportunities did the boys get to talk and things like that? So we built it so we knew the teachers and their comfort levels because we wanted their buy-in. Because if you don't want to do all this and have them shut the door and do nothing with it.
That's a follow-up question. Good answer.
Thank you.
What do you see as the most crucial issue in education in the next 5 years?
Well, one, with the COVID, and it's still continuing, it impacts attendance and it's impacted direct instruction and academics. So how do we create this system where we can move forward and increase without decreasing any of the scores? So that is one area that we have. And then others happens to be technology and keeping kids safe through technology on some of those. And then some of the personalizing, taking the time to personalize the learning and the informational technology communication part. Problem-based learning, inquiry-based learning, so that you have STEM across all curriculum areas, and then building and becoming that innovative learning tool so that we can progress and enhance the program that you've already had started.
Tell us about your experience in managing school facilities and capital projects.
Okay. I have been on the committees where we've built brand new schools. I have remodeled 2 schools where in one case we had halfway through the program, the contractor that was hired bankrupt, and the sub crew came in and took down all of the conduit wire for the technology, and school was starting in 2 weeks. So it made life interesting for me. We ended up taking money held back from the contract, moving it so we could have new crews come in and put the computer system up and running so that we can get the kids registered, buses, whatnot. We looked at, this is how much money we have, how do you spend it, where do you spend it? We looked at budget issues for bringing in and getting bids. I mean, I've done quite a bit of it. And then we look at how much, the wear and tear. I mean, I even knew how many bathrooms and how many toilets flushed a day, So but you have to replace the toilet and the plumbing. So you have to know those things. So that's how I did it.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but are educationally necessary to be done?
First of all, when it's unpopular, you don't jump in. You start to chunk the information. You chunk so that they can see the success. You start small and you build their confidence in it. And I can use, when we changed over from regular state curriculum to Common Core, parents were very up in arms. And so the first thing that I did was I offered parenting classes. And we worked with the students and the parents so that we could get to build their understanding of what the Common Core was and how it's going to support their child's learning. Not every parent agreed, but after they went through several classes, they understood that their children enjoyed learning that way and they liked coming up with new ways of doing things.
Can you tell us what has been your success as a school leader in partnering with the higher education and the business community?
Okay. When I started, I worked with the city of Las Vegas, and they asked me to represent the elementary schools of Clark County, and that's where we designed the program. I worked with Workforce Connections. I worked with the community college. I worked with all of the business leaders that were connected into this. And we really built a nice skilled trades introduction program for grades 3 through 5. And then we had a huge career day for them. And the students got to, I mean, we had lots of robotics where the students got introduced to simulations where they could actually use it for some of the skill traits that are out there.
Great, thank you.
What do you think our schools need in order to become more competitive in the job market?
Okay, one, our students need a lot more innovative and hands-on learning experiences. They need to know all of the 10 soft skills that are out there. They need to know how to work with one another. They need to know how to problem solve. They need real life situations, and they need to have it apply to the content they're learning inside the classroom. They need scenarios to solve so that it teaches them that high order thinking skills as well as looking at how to solve real life problems. Because young adulthood, as they graduate, if they go right into the career market, they don't get additional time. They have to know how to do things right off the bat. They also have to have multi-methods of assessments. Just paper pencil is not going to happen. They need to be able to see a video and read something and be able to problem solve and talk about it, write about it, do it. And those types of scenarios are what makes the kids more cutting edge than kids who just learn in a traditional classroom.
What are the roles of parents and students in educational process, and how would you get them to take ownership in those roles?
Okay. Education is with families. I believe there is a home to school connection, a strong home to school connection. And so we need to operate as a team because we're all working for the benefit of the student. And so we need to look at the open communication. We need to be able to solve problems. We need to understand to teach children how to work with other adults beyond mom and dad, because that in real life is what we do. We work with other adults. And so we look at taking that accountability. Everybody has their role. Now, inside the role, the teachers are the anchor to the instruction. The parents are not trained teachers. So we need to look at how they're doing that and the work that they're sending home so that that's independence. Then there's the training sessions that we can give to support families who need support.
Thank you. I appreciate your brevity and succinctness with your answers. We were well ahead of schedule.
Okay.
So
Sorry, I hope I'm not talking too fast.
no,
No,
you're
it's
not.
fine.
You're not. You're not going in depth. You're covering everything. It's refreshing. Is what
Oh,
I'm saying.
thank you.
We've had some that have kind of carried on. So you're answering the questions. You're giving the information that we're looking for. But I just want you to know you have plenty of time left. So, but we still got to get to your questions. I've got a couple more, and then we will be done. So at this point, I kind of want to give it to you as far as what do you want to say about yourself as far as why should we hire you as our next superintendent?
One, because I care. Okay? I believe that children deserve a high quality education. And I have worked tirelessly my entire life to give that to kids. I believe that we all have a duty. We have gone through our education. It is now their turn. And we have to give them the best opportunity in life. It's not easy anymore being a kid. It is nothing like when I was a kid. I understand that, and I know that there are a ton of opportunities waiting for them, just like what I had growing up. I had the opportunity to go to school, and it wasn't easy. I had to start out one college class at a time because we couldn't afford it. And so I worked, but I managed it. And eventually I got where I wanted to be. And I want that for every student. I want them to have their dreams, their reality to come true, okay? And I know that I have sound abilities in grant writing. I have secured millions of dollars in grants. I was thinking about that. What can I offer this district? Equity funding. I will fight for equity funding because it's not about the size of the district. It's about the funding need of the district. So equity funding, I will fight for. I will also write tirelessly the grants to build the programs that the community wants and deserves. Things that are gonna make the students' opportunity open. I would like to bring hands-on experience to teach them how to become college career ready at 9th grade. How do you develop a Facebook page? Because that Facebook page is a good part of a college scholarship, as well as they look at those when you're going for a job. So how do you prepare our kids? And I look at those types of things about what can we bring? And I'm willing to write the grants. I'm willing to work to get what the school district needs to have.
Thank you. Almost done. Just want to kind of get an idea to come to our district and what kind of compensation you're looking for. Is you can, and we can discuss it later, but we kind of want to get an idea if you would indulge us as far as either a minimum, a maximum, a range. You know, obviously we want to be competitive. So, any thoughts on that?
Well, that was one question I didn't think I would be asked, but I'm happy you asked it. Okay, I would be willing anywhere between 95,000, 110, 115 in those areas, you know?
Okay, great. That gives us a nice starting point, so appreciate that. So those are really all the questions we have, unless somebody else has thought of something else to follow up on. So you are actually our last interview. We need to deliberate after this. We have 6 candidates. And we may have a second round of interviews, which we have some tight schedules, maybe Monday or Tuesday next week. And I will contact you tomorrow by the end of business day to let you know what we've decided to do, whether we're going to extend an offer to one of the 6 candidates or do a second round and where you fit in there.
Okay,
So other than that, do you have any questions for us?
I do. My first question is, what initiative did your last superintendent bring that you appreciated the most?
That's a tough one. And he was a community guy. He was a student and then he was a teacher and he worked his way up. So, you know, we're a small community. So the connections he had, and, you know, as an outsider coming in, it's going to be hard to do that. But you mentioned that, you know, as you know, it's an important thing for this community. So the initiative, and he was just, he was tireless as far as his passion, as you've described for yourself, and for the students and the district and wanting the best. So it's that initiative. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if anybody else wants to join on or.
Yeah. Well, and two, there's the Bay Region Leadership Program. I mean, there's a lot of programs out there. I'm used to working with the city as well as Chamber of Commerce. There's the Bay County Chamber of Commerce that has lots of connections. Trust me, I will find them. I will find them and I will network and I will secure funds. I will secure people, things that our students need, gifts. So, what are your biggest concerns for the district? What concerns do you have?
Being competitive in the future, you know, the years coming, you know, keeping the kids on the forefront, you know, technology, the new trends of things, you know, they have to learn a lot of things you said, the hands-on stuff, the job skills, the being able to communicate, because all their communication now is with their thumbs.
Yes.
Just typing away, and
Yeah.
they dread. When I was teaching, I did the business stuff, and a couple formers are out there, but they would hate to answer the phone. It was like I told them the person's not going to reach through the phone and choke you. And then to the point when I retired, is the little kids wanted to know what the thing was. They want to know what the thing was sitting on the shelf in my room, and I said, "That's actually a phone." They're like, "No, this is a phone." I said, "No, that's a the device you're carrying is really a phone."
It's a computer you answer.
Yep. So
Yes, and I am aware of that, and we did have several, but you look at that and say, okay, this is what the students know. Okay, how do we leverage that in so that they become productive in the learning process? How do we make that so that they can communicate and work within that boundary and extend it out? And we did quite a bit where we had the same situation, but we used a lot of software where it was blended inside the classroom, and we initially didn't have it. And I said, no, the kids have got to go into blended learning where they can communicate. And that's where we started making up a lot of the problem scenarios. And the kids could actually talk about it and really work within those areas. But then there was the computer side of it. And so they need to have both skills, and they don't always.
Any other questions you have for us?
What would be the first initiative area that you would like? I mean, I heard here about keeping them competitive and there, but is there any initiatives that you would like me to be aware of?
Guys, think of anything? We've done and accomplished a lot in the last 15 years. We've had to close 2 elementary schools. We've passed the millage. We have great facilities. We're just coming to the end of kind of tying up all those loose ends. So I think it's really kind of jumping off point of what do we do next? We built such a solid foundation that to have, a new perspective and coming, because we're so here, we haven't been able to look much beyond. So to have those ideas to come in, so as you said, kind of come in and see what's going on and make a plan from there. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Those were my big questions.
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
I don't. Anybody else? All right. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank
We
you so
appreciate
much.
your time.
I appreciate your time and the opportunity to visit with everyone. Thank you.
And I will be in touch with you tomorrow.
Right.
You guys want to take a quick break, or are you ready to go to public comment? Public comment?
yeah,
Okay.
let's
All right, we'll keep moving through. All right, so at this time, I will open up the floor for public comments. So if there's anybody who would like to address the board on any or all of the candidates that we've talked about or heard from, or what's your perspective on what we should be looking for as characteristics?
I'll go for it.
Yes, Ms. Vandenberg.
You expected that from me, right? Okay, I'm just gonna stand up here. Last night when I got home, I went over and highlighted different things from each of the candidates and kind of had a pros and a cons list for each one. And I took their names off and just looked at those pros and those cons. And the highlights that I came up with were listen, learn, and lead. Having a clear vision. Really good, because sometimes we don't necessarily understand. A willingness for collaboration. asking students their needs and empowering them to do their best. Flexibility, increasing enrollment, an openness into cultural differences, new thinking, open to ideas, a lifelong learner, protect the learning interest of the students. That's not just certain areas of students, that's all students. A willingness to ask and answer tough questions, retaining staff and making sure they know their value, getting beyond that academics part, because sometimes we're just so focused on what they need to learn, this, that we're not getting to know that student. Why are they having a bad day? What's going on in their world? It's not just them in this building, it's outside. It's seeing them at the store when you're grocery shopping. Students' options after graduation. I've had conversations with students and I'm like, well, what are you thinking about? What do you want to do? And some really don't have a clue. I'll give you one of my greatest answers I got, and it was, they're just gonna have a weed shop. That's the mentality right now. We're just gonna have a weed shop. The ability to not just look at students that are going into college, but we need to look at the students that, not really good with all those books and things, but maybe they can handle a certificate program, or going into the trades. And I think one of the other ones is decisions based on data and valid concerns. Those were the highlights that I noticed, what they gave us. We had one ask the board,
Got one more minute.
what it is you guys are looking for. And I reflected on this question as to what my answer would be, and answering it, I need to answer as a past parent, employee, and an outsider to the area originally. All the answers given definitely hit key points from the board. However, myself, I would add the ability to observe, because without observing, we're not gonna listen, we're not gonna learn, and we're not gonna do. Along with communication, I would add accountability and follow through, especially with our discipline. Special education is important. However, what about those students with 504 plans, the ones with mental and physical disabilities? These all need our attention.
All right.
Almost done.
I'll give you about 10 more seconds to
Okay,
close.
and the resources beyond our academics, and the ability to make our students and staff know their value.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address the board? Good.
Okay, I'll say, I guess watching all 6 of these candidates and being my 5th year teaching, and I have a unique perspective because I'm not just a teacher, I'm a union rep too, so I hear what goes on in the entire district. There's a huge morale issue with your teachers here. And we need somebody who's gonna come in and rally troops. Because at the end of the day, what we do is kind of the core of this school. We need somebody who's not just gonna drop initiatives on us and walk away, but put initiatives in place that are gonna help this district grow. When I get a class of 120 kids, and by the time they graduate, there's 80 left, there's an issue, and we need to address it. There's a curriculum issue that we need to address. We need somebody who's gonna come in and take charge and fix those issues. But somebody who's not going to roll this morale down any lower. We're having a staffing issue, and it's gonna get worse if things don't get better.
Thank you. Anybody else?
You've been here the whole time, come on.
Well, the more, Mike's still back, the thing I'm more concerned, this is the last opportunity for public comment, correct?
Yes.
Because really, I'd rather hear what you all have to say, and I'd like to give some feedback after that.
If we do a second round of interviews, then there'll be.
But like even, my understanding is in the next few minutes, we're gonna decide. Because it has to be done in public and we're gonna know. I don't know what you saw in the interviews that struck you, there are things that struck me. I am interested to hear the conversation and then maybe have an opportunity to say, don't forget this. But I don't know what to bring up to you because I don't know what struck you. I don't, if that makes any sense.
It does. And I don't want us to, because we're representatives of you. You guys elected us, you know, or at least the community did, whether you didn't vote for us individually, right? And I would hope you understand that we have roots and feelers and ideas of what the community wants. I mean, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to in the last 2-3 weeks, you know? So this is your opportunity, is that you want to know what struck us, we want to know what struck you. So, you know, you brought up things of morale. Well, so I want to know, what candidates do you think either are going to bring up the morale, or at least the ones that you think would not bring up morale? So I'll put you on the spot. Normally this isn't a Q&A, but we're small enough, and you know, this is what public comment is about. So I don't want you guys to worry about being politically correct. And the candidates aren't here. They may see it later, but it's not about hurt feelings. We have to do this in out in the public. So you are going to see us negotiate back and forth. And I don't know, because everything we have not talked behind the scenes. I don't know what anybody's thinking other than what I've observed here, just like you guys have. There hasn't been anything behind closed doors or emails or anything. So I'm interested as you guys are to see what my fellow board members are. So, you know, so Mr. Stolbeck, what did strike you? Newmeyer, is there a candidate that sticks out that you, or two that you think will be great for morale?
And let me just, off Mr. Kuchar, you're teachers. We're board members. You're in this building way more than we are. And what you tell us helps us, it could change my decisions on what, it's what you're gonna be dealing with this. I deal with the superintendent sporadically. You could be every day dealing with the superintendent. And
okay, I was very disappointed in that, one of the questions I think Brad asks most of the time, what do you think's the biggest issues coming up in education? All we hear about, I think, all we hear about is the social emotional dealings with the kids that we're dealing with now. And I didn't feel one person answered or gave any clear direction on this is what needs to happen to the for the social emotional well-being of kids and employees. And whether that's morale, whatever you want to call it, I don't feel anyone addressed that issue. This is my plan. My plan is to come into every building once a week, sit with teachers, meet with them, and I know they talked a little bit about, you know, coffee with Clark or that kind of thing. But I was very disappointed that I didn't feel one person, one candidate, talked about the social emotional well-being of students and teachers, or not teachers, employees.
Thank you.
Okay, Deb Shabransky, those of you that know me know I'm a straight shooter. So I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna name names, candidates, and just tell you what my gut reaction was. Because one person on the board knows that my gut is usually right, It's around most of the time. The first candidate, Allison Loman.
Yeah.
To me, I thought we were just a place for her to find a job. She's been around, she's wanting to come back to Michigan, but I really truly felt we were just convenient. Didn't really get a love for Pinconning. It was just, it's a place. It's a place that fit my credentials. Nothing that jumped out at me. The next candidate, Wes Johnson, he was very enthusiastic, maybe a little bit too enthusiastic, just my personal opinion. He definitely would rally the troops, but I'm not sure if his excitement would shoot us down in the same respect, like too much energy. Stephen Clark, when we left yesterday, it was down to 2 people out of the 4 that we saw. And Stephen Clark, he had a lot of positive things about him. A lot of programs that he wanted to, like debate program, some things that just seem like they haven't been around. Maybe I'm not familiar with it being at the elementary. He thought of this as being a blue collar community, able to connect. He's had some previous experience, no superintendent's experience, but I don't think that's necessarily a requirement. Maybe we need somebody that hasn't had experience and is ready to show what they have. So he obviously calls himself a data nerd. I think they do need to have a strong background in data just in that position. But he also seemed to, his comment was, listen, learn, and lead. And I know Mrs. Vanderboom brought that up, and that was one that struck me, that comment. He also mentioned about forming relationships with state reps, which is a positive, I think, because that's where there seems to be some issues. That's where issues stem from. Our last candidate last night, the one that we're most familiar with, he brings, and like I said, it came down to the last 2. It came down to that Stephen Clark and Andy. Andy has obviously grown since he left here. Double-edged sword, because once again, it's stated, people are gonna love him or had an issue with him. That's the negative of having someone that you know. The positive is, he went away and came back with some more experience that maybe our district can use. He left for greener pasture and maybe found out it wasn't so green. But I think his sense of community is the thing that is what I know of him, is his true sense, this is home. And if we're looking for someone that has a strong sense of community, Andy's definitely that person. He has a lot of experience. The 2 candidates today, I couldn't find anything that struck me. The 2 candidates from yesterday that stood out to me, which were Andy and Steve.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, what other types, quite often when we hire a superintendent, people go visit the district they're in, and that kind of thing. I know our time is short, but what other background things are you looking at doing to find out if this person's
So that's,
the right person?
I've had discussions with a lot of the central office staff, not just Mr. View, before we even narrowed it down to 6. So this is before last Monday, so I don't know how many we have. But I wanted the candidates to get kind of a 3-part experience when we first came in for interviews, and this is what I kind of proposed for second interviews if we decide to do that. I've already talked to Mr. Van Dries if he will do it, but otherwise we can get somebody else. But I want the candidates, let's say we have somebody come in at 3 o'clock, I'd like them to meet with, whether it's Chris or Dr. Braun or Dwayne or Kyle or whoever, or even you, is what I propose is for them to come in an hour beforehand, be shown our facilities. So my original proposal was, for Chris and Christine to walk them around, meet Kyle and Dwayne, and go through all the athletic facilities and the high school, middle school, then go over to Jeremy in maintenance, and then come over to you, meet you, and you show them the facility. They go over to the bus garage, meet some of the leaders over there, and then also go down to Lindenwood, meet the new principal, and see those facilities. So they get an idea of what our facilities really are, and maybe they form questions. Maybe they see that, hey, this needs to be taken care of, or hey, I really like this. Facilities are great. But for them to see the campuses and facilities that they're going to be in charge of, and actually also meet their administrative team, right? So that's kind of the first phase. And then I wanted to bring them back here and put them in a room, classroom for a half hour, and we can give them the last 5-10 years of the budget. We can give them the school policies and handbooks, and they can go through that and see where the weaknesses and strengths are. And then we sit here and interview, right? So that's what I would like to have done, but to set that up for 6 people and try to get everybody else on board is tough. So at this point, if we go that route, that's what I would like them to do. So that's the first, and again, this is the first time you guys are hearing about it, right? So again, we haven't discussed any of this stuff. But I knew it was hard to do with 6 candidates, so that's why maybe for the second candidate, I assume that kind of answers the question.
How important to the board is it that the superintendent lives in the district?
For me, it's pretty important. I mean, we've asked our administrators to do that. That's kind of getting out of bounds here, but I think it's good dialogue. That's a concern I have with Stephen. He alluded to his wife being the principal at Pinconning High School. So this is kind of our discussion item I was going to bring up. He said principal. So he said principal teacher, and his address is Frankenmuth. So my question is, as great as he is, and he mentioned his strength. So this should be the dialogue with us. But my concern is he going to be here? And living 45 minutes to an hour away, what's he going to do for snow days? Is he going to come up and call those? And is he going to come to, what's he going to have to sacrifice for family? I don't know if he has kids in the district down there. I don't know if he's going to commute. I don't know if they're going to move to Bay City and go halfway like my wife and I did. I don't know if he's going to move here and make her commute. Don't know, which is, again, live second interviews, follow-up, stuff like that. So, I guess that's a little teaser, and we'll have more of that conversation. And because it's more open, Cheryl, if you want to be on in the 4 minutes, I'll open it back up to you. Because I want the dialogue, and we've done this for COVID, and I know it's not what we're supposed to do, but I have a little leniency being the president and having a gap. But I also want to be consistent. But this is an important decision. I wish there was more people here. I wish I had 2 more board members. Quite frankly, this could be a 3-2 decision. As long as I have a quorum of 4 people and I get 3 votes, that's going to be our next superintendent. But this is where we're at. So your input is what we need. So that being said, I want you guys to let it fly. So thank you, Deb. Thank you, John, for the questions. And I guess if there's anything else you want us to know. Yes, sir.
I'll follow Deb's lead. To take them in order, a lot of this is gut feeling, but, it's worth everything you pay for it. So, your first candidate, I got the feeling that, as Deb said, she's looking for a place to land. In my Google search and a little bit of other stuff, she's done some other interviews around Michigan. I got the feeling from the way she presented herself that she would be more than happy to bring her vast experience at a huge district down and teach us Hicks how things are supposed to be done. That was just the way I took a lot of her comments. I'm not a teacher. I don't know all those buzzwords that she was using. Hopefully some of you guys do. But both of the people who all or the vast majority of their experience is out of state, I can't, we all know that there are a lot of differences state to state, and stuff is not gonna be an exact transfer. The second candidate, Wes, he said a very small district, looking to move up. He has interviewed quite a few other places around the state. He's looking for another job in a bigger district. I'm concerned, as Cliff said yesterday, is this a stepping stone? Is he gonna be here for 2 to 3 years and be interviewing someplace else? Clark, again, he's interviewed quite a number of places. He's really polished in his interviews. Good or bad, he was my number 2 yesterday. Same as I think that's what you were saying, Andy, most of you have known Andy longer than I have. And the things that were mentioned, he left the district. From where I sit, and it wasn't when I was here, I can say, okay, he was the high school principal. Mike was the superintendent. There was no path for promotion for him. There was no place to go. The only way he could get a better job, get more money, was to go someplace else. Mike was in his 40s and obviously had no plans on leaving. If, I don't think probably anybody in this room 4 months ago thought Mike would be leaving and we'd be doing this. So I find it hard to fault Andy for that. It's been 8 years. He would have been still in the same position because there was no place else for him to go. If he stayed in the district. And as she said, he's learned. He's seen how it's done other places. He's seen the good, he's seen the bad. Yeah, he as much as said, yeah, he's always considered this the place to come back to. He's always had his eye on this position or this place. He stayed involved in the community here. I think those are all important. The 2 today, Chris there, when you leave 2 districts under questionable circumstances, I think that raises some serious questions. He hasn't had long-term employment in a long time. And the last candidate, I think she's got a lot of good experience. It sounds like it's all at the elementary level. I felt she was lecturing a bit. That's just my feel. You elementary people probably see it different, but or may see it different, but it was. I get a different feel when I'm talking to some of the elementary teachers than I do the high school teachers, because they're used to breaking things down and putting it on a more simplistic level. Not that that's bad, in what they do, that's what they have to do. I question whether she can transition that into being the superintendent. So, as I said, take that for being worth everything you paid for it. So,
One thing I'm going to say is, as a lot of your comments, I see the good and bad of a number of these. One thing that it stood out to me, and the staff would know, is the ones that I think it was all but one brought up data, that they looked at our data. Our data was strong. Well, what if our data wasn't as strong? Were they coming here to sit in that chair? They were looking at, you're a strong community, you got a new building, your finances are in order. A couple of them mentioned that they left places because their finances weren't in order. I mean, not saying it was because of them,
Mhm.
but what if we weren't? What if we were, 15 years ago? 12 years ago when it was rough?
Everybody wants to coach.
How many of them are
winning
sitting?
teams.
You're right. They all want to sit in where something is in order, up and up, and
And
you know.
kudos to all of you for that. You know, people want to come here. That's something to be proud of.
I will say, I talked to the legal advisor at MASB again today, and I told him how many candidates we had and how many we interviewed, because there was just quality candidates, and he was stunned with how many candidates that we had, that we even had any, because other places have posted for 1 or 2 months and they get 0. They got the people who we didn't even interview, if they were lucky enough to do that. So, we have done stuff right, or at least it looks good to everybody else looking ahead. All right, thank you, Craig. Anybody else?
I'll tell you my people. So, Alex and I liked. This last year we had a huge sub issue. And I liked that she said sometimes you have to grab a scrub brush and scrub a few toilets. And I was like, thank you. Somebody who was willing to understand the job of the teachers and step in where need be. That was awesome. I think she's very strong in curriculum, and I think that that's an area that we need to improve on. And I think she'll bring that with her. Stephen Clark, I liked him. I thought he was a very solid candidate. I liked that he, was familiar with the district in more levels than just seeing what was on our website and stuff like that, like actual has connections here. I like that he talked about standard-based grading and has flirted with it in other districts, but it didn't work out. He's willing to try things. He's willing to step back if things are not working out. I like that. He even mentioned he likes working with teachers, which good for him. I also like, here in Pinconning, we have students who are going to go into trades programs and students who are going to go into college classes. And I was listening to the candidates, and I wanted to hear somebody who didn't just talk about sending those kids to trade programs, but also what are we going to do for those kids that are going to college? And he talked about both. He talked about, AP classes, and he talked about soft skills and bringing that to the classroom. We need both of that here. That's what our community is college kids and trade kids, and we've got to make this school grounded for all of those. Andy, I have a unique perspective of Andy. I was a student when he was a principal here. I coached when Andy was principal, and I was a student teacher at Bay City Central. I loved Central. The things he's saying about fixing the culture of Central. So many people have such a bad view of Bay City Central. I'm telling you, as a student teacher there, it was the best place to work. I loved it. The staff worked well with the kids. They have one of their teachers there. She goes around school and talks about the different schools. She's actually at one of our district meetings, Katrina Jackson. She talks about building relationships, so they focus on that. I think he could bring that idea of building culture from Bay City Central back to Pinconning. And as somebody who knows where he's coming from, I'm going to hold him to a higher standard because that's what I want to see happen here.
Michelle, how long was he at Bay City Central?
I don't know.
Okay, it's give me a minute, or you keep going and I'm gonna look it up, okay?
I student taught 5 years ago. And
He was there since you left here last, right?
No, he was not.
One year.
At least 5 years.
I think it's.
Which
I can say, I thought someone said me.
Yeah.
I thought that
He's been gone about 8 years. 1 year he was at Handy Middle School as the principal.
He's still there right now, too.
At Handy?
Yeah.
No,
Oh, yeah, at Bay City Central, yeah.
I also liked that I heard, because I know that I've heard some rumors about like him being a principal. I know that some staff members have some concerns about him coming back. What I really liked was when he talked about being president of the MASSP and how that's helped him grow as a leader. Again, I'm gonna hold him to higher expectations because I know that. And so, I liked Andy as well. Your candidates today, the sketchy background of Chris, made me a little nervous. and Kathy said something that I put my pen down right away. She said that she put in an initiative to increase test scores or something, and it burnt out her teachers, and she wished she would have pushed harder. We're burnt
I made
out.
that note too.
Yeah, we're burnt out now. Don't push harder. We need somebody who's gonna work with our teachers and not add more to our plate and keep adding more, even though I see that burnout. So once she said that, I'm not gonna lie.
I wrote that down, but I did not put my pen down. I kept writing
Oh,
other
I
things.
did.
So
I was down there.
yeah, I kind of double checked and made sure I heard what I thought I heard. So, all right. Anybody else?
I'd like to say, I tell you, I'm glad I did this. This is a good 2-day experience. Not being in school, not being part of the faculty, I've learned a lot, and of the 6 people, I missed the first one. Of the other 5, I would have it down to 2 people. I like the hometown boy, I'm gonna say it, but I can't wait for 10 years from now when Mrs. Newmark's running.
Running away?
I'm very impressed with what I've heard and what her input in the past few minutes.
All right. Cheryl?
I personally liked Allison as well. I just thought she had such a diverse background, and we don't live in a day and age that nothing's like it used to be when we were younger, okay? Everything's different. And she has those cultural backgrounds. Basically, like Ms. Niemeyer said, filling in wherever needed. You know, I joked with Mike one time, because I'll just say it, I had a shit show at Linwood, and as a custodian. And I remember that it was quite the joke for some time about me having to clean that mess up, but it really wasn't funny. And I walked by Mike one day and I said, I'll get you a pair of gloves if you'd like. You know, I that sounds really harsh, but if there's someone willing to step in like that, that's huge for me. Getting those people, empowering people to do their best, whether it is a new aide, a custodian, a maintenance, any support staff, teachers, sometimes they need to show us that spark that we have and get us to do better. You know, getting us to take pride and ownership of what we're doing here. We don't have a whole lot of that with, that's why we're not keeping people. And she mentioned getting those incentives to retain those teachers, to retain those workers. I think that is huge. I think Stephen Clark was one of my candidates as well. And I know we haven't said a lot of negative, but I have to share my negative. I am not an Andy fan. And I will say this for this particular reason. I have children that deal with mental health issues. And my children fell through the cracks. I hold him accountable for part of that. He did not follow through with 504 plan. He did not follow through with getting my child help. My child had a label. And it was better for that child not to be here As parents, we fight the best we can for the resources we need. Sometimes we're at a dead end, and we just need somebody to pick us up and lead us to the help we need. I never received that. What I saw was rose-colored glasses. Everything's great. We'll just make it greater. It's not great. I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes. I've paid for my mistakes. I continue to be a self-learner in making myself better. Better for myself, better for my family, better for my students. I care about that kid in the corner. I care about that student that feels left out.
Thank you.
We talked about just college bound is what he focused on. And we're not in a district where we're all college bound. That's just my feeling.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate all the feedback. I know a fellow board members do too, and I mean, I'm hearing a lot of thoughts that I've had too. We'll share that. Is there anybody else want to add anything else? Again, I appreciate your time.
Well, you do have a really tough decision.
No,
You really do.
Yeah.
You know.
There's no way we come out of the smelling good anyway. I don't care who we choose. I don't care who we choose. We're going to be bad guys. And so knowing that going in, I have to make the best decision of what's going to be good for this coming year and hopefully 5 or 10 years down the road. You know, if I do a contract, and we'll talk about that, typically you write at least a 2, if not a 3-year contract for these individuals that we're going to offer this to. That'll be discussed. So what are these people going to bring in the short term? What are they going to bring in the long term? Am I going to be doing this again? You know, I'm all right bringing somebody in for 2 or 3 years. You know, and I have a concern with some of these candidates. But if they can come in and do some of the things that I want done, I know I kind of was loosey-goosey with a lot of the answers because I didn't want them to start providing answers of what I was looking for. So those candidates just says, well, what are you looking for? You just tell me who you are, and I'll let you know if I hire you. You know what I was looking for. I guess with that being said, again, appreciate you guys, and it is tough, but I hope the rest of you guys know that we are not going to be appreciated for any decision we make from here on out, except for maybe these people who
Pretty used to
it. So
Bacon sauce.
that's exactly it. So, all right, I'll call one last time for any public comment. Thank you. Do you guys want to just hash it out for a little bit, or do you want to take a little recess, or no?
You're gonna go in, I just got one thing. What the hell were you thinking? Hey, bring 6 in.
That was your guy. I didn't make the motion. I didn't second those.
But I mean, and I mean that in the joke. You had 6 very well, perfect candidates, and it's making this really hard.
It is
to do, looking at what all of them have offered.
I'll tell you, I had 6 out of the 9 that came in. I had 6 that I wanted to interview, and without saying anything to you guys made the motion to bring those 6 individuals in. Quite frankly, Andy and Williman were my number 5 and 6 candidates on paper coming in, because the other ones were so strong. We had 2 people with superintendent experience. We had another person with a doctorate, and another guy with great experience who looked ready to step up. So going through this interview process has definitely changed my hierarchy on that. And with that, I will put out there of we'll start with one person who I don't think we need to discuss any further, and that would be our second candidate, Wes Johnson. I don't think we need to consider him any further. Okay. And then, though I was impressed with his answers, and he had an article written about him that had all kinds of gray about it, I thought his answers today were pretty good. I'd like to delve into a little bit deeper, but again, I think we have stronger candidates, and so I also think we can knock off Chris Harrington.
Agreed.
Not discuss him. Good with that one?
Yes.
Oh, boy, okay.
Does it
Alex.
need to be a motion, or how are?
Right now,
It doesn't need to be a motion now. So the motion will just be, we're gonna offer the job to somebody, we're gonna do second interviews.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we don't need to have a motion on the floor to do discussion.
Okay.
So we can just, it's open discussion right now. And then once we feel comfortable that, and again, you can make a motion anytime you think you got 3 votes, or you wanna check if you got 3 votes. So if you wanna extend a contract to, Stephen, you can make a motion, and if you get a second, we'll do it, and we'll take a vote. Otherwise, you can make a motion. You guys can make a motion for whatever you want. As long as you get a second, we'll take a vote. So we don't need to discuss those individuals. And I worked pretty diligently today. A couple other things. Yesterday interviews, I asked if people had central office certification. Again, I spoke with MASB, Brad Banasic, I'm sorry, this one's from Mr. View. He looked into it with the ISD and the MSAB, and we were under the impression initially that an elementary and secondary administrator certification was not good enough to be a superintendent, and that's no longer the case. The certification that I thought Mr. Kowalczyk needed to get, and then there was another candidate needed to get, that they don't need that. Their current certification qualifies them for the position. The only one who would really, I think, is a stickler at this point would be Ms. Wellman, because her certifications are Texas and North Carolina, and as she alluded to, she's in the process of, she's already applied, she just needs to get an answer of if that can be transferred up here, okay? So, ideas, thoughts, or discussion, and do you want to take one candidate at a time? Do you want to just throw out names, or do you want to do second interviews or not?
I'm gonna make a motion right now. And I know it's not gonna be popular with some people, but it is what it is, from what I've heard. I make a motion that we offer this job to Andy Kowalczyk, based on what he knows and being a stakeholder in this. He sees what's part of this community. So I make a motion that we offer this job to him.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have motion support, any discussion on the matter?
I think we probably have other viable candidates. Not saying Andy's not, but I think having a second interview, process. I know Andy, he knows the building, he knows the people here, but the other ones don't have that shot. To come in, walk the facilities, talk to the people and things like that. And is that a disservice to the community, our staff, that we're trying to hire the leader for, that they don't get the shot to come in and have interaction with administrators, their leaders, the other people in the building?
I gotta second that. I don't know if you did the votes or not. I mean, you only need 3 and you got a motion and support. So if it's one of us 3, I agree with the kind of are we doing a disservice to the other ones? But again, if you know what you want, you know what you want, which is why Paul made the motion. The other issue I have is timing. I now have most of Monday, if not all of Monday, to try to conduct second interviews, and based on the schedule of the 5 individuals up here, I also have half a day on Tuesday. And I've got to notify these people tomorrow. And so I don't want to push it to another week. I'd love to get this person in. So to me, timing is an issue. So I'm torn on this, but you made a motion, you have a second. So is there further discussion or no? Okay, if not, we need a roll call vote, please.
Bill,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Doobie,
At this time, with my reasoning, no.
Radish, no. Kuchar,
Nice if we had them other 2 members, wouldn't it?
It would be very nice. Yes.
motion passes.
Motion passes 3-2. That being said, I've got information here as far as the Jack Pine Conference, and also the local ISD, the compensation packages for all of those superintendents. They basically range, in total compensation, they range from 150 to 100 or 200,000 is total compensation. Some of the salary is like 110 to 150. Again, look at the size of the district, number of pupils. So I would just like a range and as far as what to offer Andy for this position. So knowing that, and he alluded, I don't know, Andy didn't really put out a number, if I remember right. He just wants to be competitive, you know. So competitive with a starting salary is probably anywhere from 110 to 130,000, and then having a total compensation package of between probably 150 to 180,000. Is that acceptable to you guys, or? Because, and again, I wasn't sure about the process and how we had to do this. So, according to Brad, again, the legal advisor for MASB, I can take that kind of guideline that we set here tonight, and I'll have that with the motion. I can take that to Andy, and then Andy can reply to me, and then I'll bring that forth to another board meeting that we'll have to have, which at this point will either be Monday or Tuesday, hopefully. And then Andy will either accept the offer that we've put somewhere in there, or he will make any amendment or suggestion. So he'll either accept that we offer, or he will counter offer and we will accept it, or maybe there's no go. So with that, I just need a motion of kind of a range of salary and or compensation, total compensation. Do you need me to do the numbers again? Again, I'm just giving you what we have here. If anybody wants to take a look, I can throw out to you. But basically, again, within the conference and comparable ISDs and stuff, you're looking at a total compensation. Here, there's Ithaca and Claire. Here's Farwell. I do have Mike's. Mike's total compensation was actually really low. We were getting Mike way below market value, trust me. His total compensation was about 156,000. Really? Well, you look at his reasoning, you know, and I hate to say this, but Andy's, I don't want to say in the same boat, but he's a community guy. He wants the job. So do we have to go to 180? I don't think so. But again, I want to be competitive with his credentials.
That's probably why Mike.
No, yeah, that's why Mike left. I mean, he's getting much better buddy at the ISD. Meridian, their total compensation is $273,000. I don't know why. Meridian. I don't know why or how. Beaverton's total compensation is 180.
Well, they're more of a wealthy community, right?
5,000.
Meridian?
No.
I'm looking for a reason here.
How about we start with this?
Well, actually,
they used to be.
Okay, start with the base salary.
Yeah, how about we just start with the base salary? And
build from there.
Yeah, I would say we start with the base salary, because at 112,000 on the base salary, as we have here, it's gonna be roughly at 180. If we start with the base salary of somewhere from, 95 to 100, that's where I would say that we'd start. I mean, for the people that are listening, it's, everything else is added on to that. That was what
There's
builds up.
different compensations, but yeah. So that the total compensation just isn't their salary, it's their benefits, and that's different if they're single, married, family, is there annuity, and then the retirement factor is huge, and all the taxes that go into it, FICA and all that. So that's why these are really exorbitant numbers. So if you want to give me just a salary range to go in, with either a minimum and or just a maximum or whatever.
That's kind of what I was gonna say, between, 95 to 100,
I
mean, personally, I'm okay anywhere but there.
I was looking, from what, a few of them that we talked to, I was looking at between 100 and 110.
For the base salary.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you're talking between 95 and 100, and I'm talking between 100 and 110, I think a base at 110 or 100 would be is a spot to start.
Okay. And then along with that, are you looking at a 3-year? Would you like to try to set up a 3-year contract with him? And then with the potential of either revisiting the wage, or do you want to put in, you want to just say negotiate the second and third year based after the first year? Or do you want to set, we'll do 100, 105, 110 for 3 years? And again, he can counter offer. These are just what we're looking at.
This is what we're bringing.
Or you just want to,
If we say we started at 100 and we negotiate just that piece,
Well,
with a 3-year contract,
we can,
or how do we?
we can offer a 3-year contract with a wage reopener for the second and third year.
Okay.
Much like how we do with the unions. So it's not set. Basically, it'll stay that way unless we find we can put incentives in there as far as test scores, something of that nature.
Well, you can use as evaluation also.
Yeah.
As a to bring it up.
Right.
So, just to reiterate, so we're looking at a motion, thank you, of 95 to 110,000 and a 3-year contract with wage reopeners for the second and third year.
Now, do we have to, like, Paul was just above, I was below, can we say that we're gonna start it at 100?
Just stay, you
Yeah,
just want to
just
just
100.
offer
Yep.
100 straight up.
Yep.
What was Mike's base salary?
His base salary was 118, if I remember correctly. I've got it in my
With
phone.
how many
After
years
11 years.
experience?
And like I said, we were getting him, for him to be the cheapest one in the jackpot.
Right.
I mean, what Mike doing us in our district a favor.
Yeah.
He could have easily priced us out of the market,
Mhm.
but he wanted to be here. So, if you guys want to,
I'd make that motion that we set the base salary starting at 100.
And I would support that.
okay, and a 3-year contract with wage reopeners.
Yes.
Okay. Second and third. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, if not, roll call vote, please.
Doobie,
Yes.
Palmaville,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Ravish, yes. Kuchar,
Yes. Motion carries.
motion carries 5-0.
Now, I think that we need to talk to him, right, once this is negotiated, to address some of the concerns that.
Yeah, that'll be part of the whole process of coming in and for me, like I said, Andy was probably my number 5 candidate, and he jumped to the top 2, and it's because of the answers he had. He actually, the big knock for me in talking with people, he left the district, and I felt the same way, and to be totally fair and honest, he applied to come back as principal, and we didn't even grant him an interview, because we're like, well, you left type thing, and we had good candidates, and there was definitely a bitter taste in the mouth. But for him to say this has always been on his radar, wants to come back, and that he never had a bitter bone about it, and he stayed with the community. I mean, it tells you the guy's dedication and give him a chance. And I'd love to have the long run. And I mean, he has children. He's had children to graduate. He's got children in the program. I mean, as far as the ownership and the buy-in, you can't question it. So his answers yesterday impressed me and took any of those kind of thoughts in the back of my mind and questions that I had and just eliminated them. That his leaving made him a better candidate, straight up. Where before I thought his leaving was a knock on him. So that's my thoughts. So, any further discussion?
Now, do we have to go through this line item stuff? Like if we're offering
That's-
retirement or?
You guys got, so we've got the base salary, and then when I talk with him,
Okay.
He'll be able to put that stuff out there.
Okay.
And I guess what I'd like to do is, well, legally, open meetings, all that stuff, it can just be me. I'd like it to be the committee, the budget committee, but it can't be. So it'll probably be me and Chris McClavey. I'm financial advisor, director for the district. So she can keep stuff square with me and let me know, do all the calculations. So it will probably be me offering it to Andy and then setting up a time for Andy to meet with Chris and I and discuss if whatever his reply is. And then once we have his reply, I will call another board meeting. In fact, I'll probably set it. So Catherine, we can get this out. Probably just for Tuesday because we already have that time already set. We'll probably do like a 6 o'clock meeting on Tuesday is what I would propose now.
Okay. 5 works for me.
Would 5 o'clock work?
Oh.
Well, how long is your meeting gonna be?
The meeting, all we're gonna do is confirm or.
Okay.
It's gonna be another special meeting
If
like
it's-
this to conduct one
If
business.
it's, okay, if it's that and it's not gonna be.
Is anybody else fine with 5 o'clock?
That's fine.
5 o'clock,
Fine with me.
okay, we'll try to do it for 5 o'clock then.
Cause that way.
Yep, that way we
I
get
got
more
another
time in case we
meeting.
run into something.
I got another meeting after
Okay,
that.
got that, Catherine?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock Tuesday? That will, and I'll have to talk to Andy. to
I can
confirm.
post it Monday morning, cause
Yeah.
there'll be plenty of.
Yep, that's fine. I can talk to Andy tomorrow.
Will any of this be discussed at the budget meeting on Monday?
No, actually, we don't have to do that. We can, the reason we set that up, for those of you who saw that there's a budget meeting on Monday, that was in case we did a second round of interviews, we could kind of hash some stuff out. But I needed to get the same thing here. So
So
no, we can
still
cancel.
having, we're canceling
cancel.
the
We-
budget meeting at 3 o'clock on Monday?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So Catherine can take care of that too. I know this was a moving target. I didn't know where we were going to end up, so I had to have a lot of things lined up. So I will contact Andy tomorrow. Although I'm sure he'll hear tonight from somebody or another.
Probably did.
With the and extend the offer, and he can mull it over and get back to me, and then if time allows on Mr. Kowalczyk's half, we will meet 5 o'clock Tuesday, and we'll make this a formality. And I hope, I don't know how long he's going to give his other district, but if, like I said, I think teachers report on the 17th or 23rd.
23rd is opening day.
Okay, that's opening day with students, or with,
No,
that's
staff.
the staff.
Bay City's
Okay.
opening day is the 23rd.
Okay, it's mine. So
Yeah,
anyway,
City's opening day is-
if we can get him on board before staff reports, that's what I'd like to do. So, and this was tough. I knew that stupid decision would come down to me, but again, I would say I was not on the Andy bandwagon. I can't stress that enough on the beginning, and that's how much he impressed me. And I will go on record for all the other hiring decisions I've been a part of. Is I am Cliff, you're rubbing off on me.
Okay.
I dedicate my time to this community. I work with Andy and to get hometown people who know our families is important to me. That's why we've made a lot of the higher decisions we have. And I'm sticking by that, is that, like I said, Andy was barely in my top 5. But knowing what our school district, this is not about me, knowing what our school districts get. And I know some teachers are going to have an issue. And me being a teacher, I've had issues with my principal. You're going to have to get over it, be a professional. That's in the past. Andy's different. You're different. Our students are different. Get a fresh start. This is what it is for our district, and look at it as for the positive thing that it is. And I know there's a lot of people in Andy's bandwagon, and I know there's a lot of people who have no skin in the game whatsoever. But to me, this is a positive for our kids, and that's what it's all about. You know, that's, and even put that in there as far as selling a hard thing. Ask, is it good for the kids? If your answer is yes, end of conversation. You know, and that was also brought up by a couple other candidates. So with that, if there's no further discussion items, I will enter a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Support.
Motion, support, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully Linda.
I was just gonna say, I look like I see the clock, and I'm like, I think you got 3, 2. Oops. Yep.
Mr. Kuchar, while we're waiting,
Yes, sir.
any interest in selling acid after when you get to know?
Oh, watch me. My wife is telling me to say no more.
No, it's not. Do you want a student again? Before COVID, we had a student come and report out what's going on.
You know, I did miss that last year, so
We could probably do that, all right?
there's no restriction upon that. There really wasn't last year, but it did make a lot of sense. You know, less people and spaces is what they wanted still. So, no, I would love to have that back again. I thought that was added to
I'll
our.
meet with my kids next week and I'll throw it out there and I'm sure I'll have someone else to engage with you.
I don't need to speak for the board, but I can, so there it is.
Well, I thought it was neat and.
Yeah, I always enjoyed
I think
it.
it was a cool.
I was just disappointed my daughter never read that. I expected to see her here, but she was always too busy with other stuff.
I think it's fantastic, public city opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a project for them, for the good experience.
Yeah, way up, Alcatraz.
It's 5 o'clock. I'd like to welcome everybody to the special meeting for the Pinconning Area School Board. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Anderson,
Present.
Lee,
Present.
Palmville,
Present.
Ravitch, present, Kuchar,
Present. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to recess until 5:30 because there is a mistake out on the Facebook page that has this, the agenda starting at 5:30. So I'm sorry for those of you who saw the posting for the 5 o'clock, but I want to make sure we get everybody a chance to do the public input on this. It's such an important decision. So we will stand recessed until roughly 5:30.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make it clear that I do have another meeting after this.
Okay.
And when that time comes, I will excuse myself.
Okay. Just, I guess, do you know what time that will be?
I'm hoping that it's gonna be, I have to leave here by 6:45.
Oh, okay. I knew that you.
We don't know, that's why I'm putting it out there.
We'll see how this goes, but I would, obviously, I'd like to get any vote out of the way. So.
We'll have pitchforks for that, so.
Wait.
I don't believe that.
All right, I have 5:30 till reconvene the meeting. And thanks for everybody for joining us. We already did that. Just let the record show that the same members that were here a half hour ago are still here. Nobody new, nobody missing. President's comment, just inform the public of kind of what transpired after the last meeting. I did make an error. I knew we couldn't do business without a quorum, but we did have a quorum of 5 of our now currently 6 members because of Nicole Jones' resignation. The error was we still need, in order to have a binding decision, have to have 4 votes, and it was a 3-2 vote to offer the position to Andy Kowalczyk. So upon checking that out with Brad Banasek with Michigan Association of School Boards, what we do have is a consensus. So the good, the bad of it is that it may not cost us any time. It really depends on if we would have voted that night to do a second interview or not. And it does open the floor up for any other motions. So Andy is not the official candidate at this point. It was just with the consensus, I as the president, or we could have the treasurer do it, but just one single member of the board could approach Andy and let him know that we're interested and here's the amount that we want. Are you interested? And then just bring that conversation back to the board of what was acceptable to Andy. The position, the wages and compensation we were offering, and he did have the opportunity to also say what his wishes were if he didn't accept that offer. I did, obviously I contacted Andy, and Chris McClavey and myself met with him yesterday afternoon, and I'll reveal that in a second. I spoke with all of the other candidates and let them know where we are at, that they are still in the running. Nothing official has been offered, but we kind of targeted one candidate, and it's kind of gonna be between if we can get something done or not, or if the board would like to move forward with second interviews. They all expressed their interest and are looking forward to hear. So at this point, it really hasn't cost us too much time. On a little egg on my face, and I apologize for that. So with that, we'll continue with the agenda, and then I will report my conversation, or I should say, Chris is my conversation with Andy from yesterday. Questions from the board at all? Again, I informed the board of what was going on too. I also informed Mr. Bart, the Pinconning Journal. He was writing an article up and wanted to make sure we got everything factual. So try to get the powers that be so they were in the loop. So with that, I'll take any additions, deletions, or changes to the agenda.
Yeah, I'd make a addition to item 3, the public comment, and that public comment will only be to this agenda items.
Okay. Any other additions, deletions, or changes? If not, need a motion to approve.
Make that motion.
Support. Motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, community comments on the agenda. Anybody like to address the board on anything we're about to discuss tonight? All right. Thank you. All right, so in talking with Mr. Kowalczyk, 100,000, he was glad to have the offer and be the focus of being the final candidate, but 100,000 is too low. He cited kind of what I gave you guys is that the average of Jack Pine Conference is $130,000 per year, and that the ISD, which a little skewed because of Bay City Central being so much larger than us, is $139,000 a year. And I think I said last time that Mike was making $118,000, and I got that number just wrong. I got it from too many years ago. So what I will pass out to you is Mike's current salary, what his salary would have been for 20 or 21, 22, excuse me, 22, 23. Thanks, Chris. So he would have actually been making $127,000. He had an annuity at just over $7,500. And then another compensation at $6,350. So his total compensation as far as wages, actual money, would have been $140,000. And then you can see it as bottom line after we add in retirement and FICA and everything else. That Mike's total compensation was $228,000. Okay. Mr. Kowalczyk's counteroffer is that he would like to be at about $125,000 on average for the 3 years that we proposed. And then also have an annuity, which is again below what Mike is making, of having a $5,000, $6,000, and $7,000 annuity in those successive years. So this is kind of how Chris and I set it up, and Andy was okay with this. And again, so if you look at 22, 23, Andy's proposed wages of $122,500, the annuity of $5,000, and then all of the additional compensation, he would be at $212,000. So he's going to be about $16,000 less than what Mike's compensation would be. And again, I want to remind the board that all of the other candidates, so there was, I asked a question about compensation for the candidates, is that one person said 95,000, another person said 100 to 110,000. Both of those individuals who said that were the first two we eliminated, Les Johnson and Chris Arrington. Okay. Everybody else, if they gave us a number, it was 120,000 where they were at for a minimum. Okay. And the others that didn't answer said they wanted us to be competitive. So competitive is average. You know, I know we kind of want to say, well, why should we pay somebody, you know, what Mike was making? Again, we had Mike at our basement money, and he should have been making $25,000 more a year. If you look at the average, Mike is below the average, and yet he's the superintendent who's been here the longest. So I guess your discussion, in my estimate, it's a fair assessment, a fair offer. And if this is the candidate you want, you need to pay to get your candidate. But I would be astounded that we could get any of the other candidates that we like for definitely not under 120, and maybe not even for this. But it's for your discussion, or any questions I'll be happy to answer. But this is the counter proposal that Mr. Kowalczyk and Chris and I kind of worked out. Andy kind of came in with his numbers, and I should say Chris, you know, processed the numbers, and I just was there to, I guess, observe and be official.
Those other candidates that were willing to come in at 120,000 roughly, how many years' experience as superintendent did they have?
No, the only two that had superintendent experience were Wes Johnson and Chris Arrington. Nobody else had superintendent experience. So at this point, we can go any way the board wants as far as a motion. We can have a motion to accept this counteroffer. In fact, I think that's kind of what needs to be done first before we do other business, but other motions can be made. I know I'm sorry.
Just looking at Mike, you know, you're right, we had him 11 years. And looking at costs, no matter who comes in, but to me, it seems a little high.
Okay.
What he's coming after.
Okay.
I mean, you look at the total year, like you said, for year one, 16,000 less. By year three, he's 7,000, not even 6.5.
But that's not having Mike's wage go up too. So if you would have looked at Mike's, it would have gone up too. So you can't really look at the 24, 25 for Andy and compare it to the 22, 23 of Mike. So Mike's would probably go up at least, my guess is 10,000 over that period, because Andy's is going up, not, well, actually be more than that, because Andy's is going up almost 10,000. So Mike's from that would probably go up 15,000 comparatively. So, but you can do what you want. If you don't like this, we can have a motion to either reject it, or we can just have no motion and no actions taken on this, and we can discuss a counteroffer, we can discuss other candidates, we can discuss second interviews. I'm just bringing back what I and Chris discussed with Andy. So he said no, he wants the offer, okay? But the 100,000 is below what he's making as an assistant principal, okay, and significantly so. And if you look at I tried to call Essexville, because Craig was nice enough to let me know that they hired a superintendent down there, but I wasn't able to get what they hired them at. But again, Chris and Catherine got me the information, and Andy was right. The Jack Pine average is 130,000 average, and the ISD is $139,000 average. This is well below the average. This is $7,500 below the average. This would put Andy, well, and I can say, because the one who was lowest, I think, was the Essexville Soup, who was at like 83,000 or something, and I don't know if that was because they were interim or whatever, and I don't know if the number was old, but they just hired, and I don't know what they hired at, but at starting this year at 122.5, Andy would probably be, if not the lowest, I know he'd be the second lowest paid in the ISD, and I would believe he'd be in the bottom half, if not the bottom 3 of the jackpot. Okay. So this is starting out. So, but I'm assuming there's, and again, it's fine. But is there no motion, is kind of agree with Brad that this isn't acceptable, or?
I think we need to be competitive.
I agree. This is a 3-year contract, right? This is
Well, we can make it whatever we want, but Andy countered with a 3-year offer because we suggested, we went to him with a 3-year offer.
And that's why I'm asking, that's what you have as school year, so
Correct.
we're talking about a 3-year contract that we'll know what he's doing and what we're paying for.
Yep. And there is a clause in his contract as far as, well, there's non-renewal, so whether they're circumstantial or not, but as far as he can be removed for cause, if there's something way out of whack, or we can mutually agree to part or whatever it is. Again, I don't think that's gonna happen, but nobody ever does, right? So, but that's just part of the contract that will be set up. So,
Well, I make a motion that we accept this, just for that reason.
okay. So we have a motion and support to agree to Andy's counteroffer for the 3-year contract as noted by the worksheet provided to the board. Any discussion on the motion? Okay.
Shouldn't we have a motion to hire him and get him hired first before we go through the package?
Well, essentially, you're doing 2 shots in one. We're saying, yes, we want to hire Andy, and we want to hire him at this rate.
So we're doing both at the same time?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so, to be clear, and thanks, Chris, for clarifying, so I'll clarify for everybody. Last year, we did separate vote. Who did we want? Okay, and that was the 3-2 vote. So that gave us consensus. Now, so Andy was our target. What can I go to Andy with? So we came up with 100,000, offered him that. Now we're coming back, and now this is to do both things at once. We are agreeing to hire Andy and hire him at this wage as outlined. So we're doing the 2 votes from last time into 1 vote. Okay? So if you don't want to hire Andy, then your vote should be no for this. Okay? Or if you don't want to hire Andy at this wage, your vote should be no for this. Okay? Any other discussion? Thanks for letting me clarify that, Chris. All right, roll call vote, please.
Palmaville,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Doobie,
Yes.
Ravish, no. Kuchar,
Yes. Motion passes
5-1.
4-1.
4-1, sorry.
Sorry. I know you haven't been teaching for a while. You don't have to do math anymore. So the motion carries 4-1. That is all the business that we had. We do have public comments on the agenda. Anybody like to address the board?
My name is
Ms.
Cheryl
Vandenboom.
Vandenboom, and I believe you misspoke when you said, when Mr. Roche asked if anyone had superintendent experience, and Allison Williman had an internship as a superintendent. So I just truly believe that in order to grow in this community, we need new blood. We've been on a hamster wheel ever since I've been in this community for 21 years. I don't see anything that's gonna change. I hope that our teachers and their union will hold him accountable. And I know, as far as myself, I'm going to hold him accountable. I will not see another student fall beneath the cracks as long as I'm on the union board. It's not acceptable.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address the board? This? Okay, discussion items? Okay. I want to point out one thing, because I've been working diligently on this, and I had a 2-page item I was going to read here. And I just kind of wanted to point this out, and I understand some of the concerns. I thought we had 4 outstanding candidates, with Ms. Williman, Dr. Kanawalu, Stephen Clark, and Andy. Quite frankly, I know it would have worked with any of those 4. Through our discussion and through the input of the people that attended, specifically those that attended all of the interviews, it was pretty much narrowed down to Mr. Kowalczyk and Mr. Clark. That seemed pretty evident. And again, I did like Ms. Williman quite a lot too. And just focusing on Mr. Clark and Mr. Kowalczyk, all 6 candidates said how important it was to be part of the community, to be the face of the school, and to interact and to be there as much as possible and interact with people, build relationships, build trust. Every single one of the 6 candidates said that. In fact, most of them referred to creating a home, putting down roots. There was one candidate who did not say that, and that meant a lot to me. Anybody recall which candidate that was? Stephen Clark. If you recall, he was 3 years principal at Chesaning. Things were going great, and he left there to go to Carroll. He also stated that his wife works at Frankenmuth High School, the principal. He lives in Frankenmuth. He stated he moved to Carroll because he has close ties there. He's already found a home just by his own answers, and that's the Carroll-Frankenmuth area. Chesaning is 40 miles away from Frankenmuth, and he moved from there to be closer to his family. We are 43 miles away from Carroll, or from Frankenmuth. I told you I did my homework. Okay, a little math too. So that stuck with me. I don't want to take away from the other candidates at all. We were fortunate enough to have 6 candidates that were worthy of interviews, and to me, 4 candidates, quite frankly 6, I think we could have worked with the other ones, but there were 4 candidates that I think would have been great in this position. We could have worked for, and they would have done good for our school. Stands out to Andy. To me, as I said before last week, he is home. He wants to make home for everybody else. And I know there's detractors, and I hope Andy has other opportunities to be a positive aspect in people's lives, our whole community, and I trust that he can do that. Again, I had doubts. Andy was my number 5 candidate on paper, and he went to number 1 with me because of his answers. And I have a bunch of more other stuff, but I'm glad it wasn't necessary to go through. I thank the board for your tireless work and being here. And we've had a great history, and I don't want this to bring us apart in any way, shape, or form. We do great for this community, and I want to keep working with our new superintendent to keep doing what we've been doing and do even better. So, if no other discussions, I will take a motion to adjourn.
I make that motion to adjourn.
Motion support, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned. Thank you.